Chapter 1. Ning Shu stood beside the bed. One by one, doctors in white robes passed through her body to save the woman on the bed. Ning Shu also looked at the woman on the bed. Her face was pale and there was no hair on her head. She didn't even have eyebrows as she lay quietly on the bed. It was really funny how people looked without eyebrows. Ning Shu never expected to be conflicted about eyebrows at this time. It seemed like death wasn't that scary and painful. Ning Shu didn't feel any pain now. That's right, Ning Shu was dead. She stood by the side and looked at her body, trying to return to it. Even though her body was torn apart by the pain, Ning Shu still wanted to live. This fluttering feeling made Ning Shu's heart feel uncertain and uneasy. At this moment, the door to the ward opened and a couple rushed in. They ran over and hugged Ning Shu's body as they wailed. Their eyes were red. Then, two men came in. They were Ning Shu's two elder brothers. Ning Shu reached out to hug her mother, but in the end, she passed through her mother's body. "Mom, don't be so sad. Sister is free. She has gone to another world." Ning Shu's elder brother helped Ning Shu's mother up. Ning Shu looked at them like a bystander. She was free. She had been hospitalized since she was 15 and had to undergo chemotherapy twice a week. The pain that went deep into her bones had accompanied her for more than 10 years. In the beginning, her family was in despair and felt sorry for her. But as time passed, they came to the hospital less and less. They were even numb to her illness. Ning Shu didn't blame them. She was even glad that she was born into a wealthy family that allowed her to receive treatment. She was satisfied to live on a hospital bed for more than 10 years, but there were too many regrets in life. Ning Shu's soul bloomed with a smile. She was grateful to her family. "Thank you." Ning Shu's soul became lighter and lighter. It even floated uncontrollably. She didn't know where she was going to drift. Suddenly, Ning Shu heard a voice. A cold voice exploded in her soul. "Qualified soul, bound to the system space." Immediately, Ning Shu felt an ice-cold thing flowing into her soul. Even if it was her soul, she also felt an ice-cold energy explode in her soul. Under the impact of this energy, Ning Shu beautifully lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, Ning Shu's last thought was that she couldn't be reincarnated, right? After an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu finally woke up. He felt very tired and his soul was very heavy. The exhaustion of the soul made people feel exhausted and helpless. Ning Shu rubbed his head. This was just a subconscious physical reaction. He didn't expect that when he rubbed his head, he would feel like he was rubbing cotton. Ning Shu was pleasantly surprised and frightened. She didn't understand what was going on. Her soul had become like this. She didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. However, if the soul was like this, it wouldn't dissipate easily. Ning Shu calmed down and looked around. She was surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. There was nothing. There was no sound. There was no life. It was dead and lonely. There was nothing. It was too quiet. It was so quiet that it was strange. Humans were fearful of the unknown, and Ning Shu was no exception. Even if she was a soul, she still felt her hair stand on end when faced with such a situation. However, she was still alive. Although it was in a different way. Ning Shu couldn't figure it out. She didn't want to think about it. Since she was here, she might as well take things as they came. If the illness gave Ning Shu endless pain and torment, it also gave Ning Shu a tenacious state of mind. She could endure the endless pain. If it wasn't for her tenacity, she would have already given up on this torture and committed suicide. Ning Shu stepped on the thing under her feet. It felt very strange. She bent down and touched it with her hands. She had never seen this kind of thing before. Ning Shu observed her surroundings. Finally, she determined that she was alone. She gave up on looking for her companions. She sat on the ground and meditated with her eyes closed. To be honest, Ning Shu cherished her life more than anyone else. Since she came to this place, she had her reasons. Ning Shu could only wait and see what her fate was. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not. Ning Shu felt very comfortable sitting like this. No, it should be said that her soul was very comfortable. Some warm things flowed into her body. Ning Shu felt like she was floating. The endless waiting was frightening. Ning Shu found a game to pass the time. That was meditation. She absorbed unknown things into her body. Ning Shu didn't know how to absorb these things. She could only rely on her instincts to meditate. Ning Shu opened her eyes. She was pleasantly surprised. She touched her body. She felt that her body had changed a little. Previously, it was soft like cotton. The texture was very sparse. Now, she felt that her body was a little tighter. Although it was just a little, Ning Shu could still feel it. What kind of place was this? It actually had the effect of strengthening the soul. It was too magical. Test passed. Mission initiated. A cold mechanical voice sounded. It was abrupt and strange in this deathly silent space. When Ning Shu heard this voice, she reflexively felt her body turn cold. She seemed to have heard this voice before. It was just before she fainted. Ning Shu was cautious about things she couldn't understand. She didn't ask who the other party was or what they wanted. In her current state, what could other people want? Your current serial number is 23333. Serial number 23333. Do you want to initiate a mission now? Facing this serial number 23333, Ning Shu had an indescribable feeling of being ridiculed. When she heard that she wanted to initiate a mission, although she didn't know what it meant, she immediately replied, "Initiate a mission." When Ning Shu's voice fell, a projection screen appeared in front of her. On it was her information. Serial number, 23333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience, 0/10,000, soul value, 60 health value, 50 charm value. Luck value, 20 mental power, 120 skills, none honorary title, none. Looking at these attributes, Ning Shu felt like she was playing an online game. Only, why was her charm a question mark? However, charm was such an insignificant option. Ning Shu didn't care. Instead, she asked other questions. My serial number is 2333. Then, is there someone before me? Player doesn't have the authority to know. The cold voice said. Then what about after the experience value reaches 10,000? Player doesn't have the authority to know. Since I'm a player, are there other players? Player doesn't have the authority to know. Why is my charm value unknown? She should have the authority to know this. The mechanical voice paused for a moment and said, when the host was alive, no man had expressed affection or love for the host. Therefore, the host's charm value is unknown. Ning Shu. Chapter 2. There were many planes in this world, and Ning Shu's mission was to enter the vast and endless planes and fulfill the wishes of the people who entrusted him. These people would offer up certain things and pray for their lives to be reversed. Mission takers were born. When Ning Shu found out that he could enter other people's bodies, he was very happy. After completing the mission, he could experience the life of a healthy person and fulfill the regret of his previous life. However, the thing that claimed to be the system suddenly poured cold water on him. Your mission time is only 5 years, and your HP is only 50. 1 point of HP is 1 year. If you exceed your HP, you will completely disappear. Of course, you can also choose to stay in the mission world and live out your life. After that, there is no after. Ning Shu nodded his head to show that he understood. For the first mission, you have drawn the simplest mission from the system, school world. Do you want to start the mission now? The system's voice was very cold, mechanical and emotionless. Every time he heard the system's voice, Ning Shu felt a chill all over his body. He really didn't like its voice and immediately said, "Start the mission." Ning Shu's voice just fell, and before he could even prepare, his mind went blank. His whole body felt like it was stuffed in a claustrophobic bottle, he couldn't move at all. It was so uncomfortable that he felt like he was going to die. Beat this little bitch to death. She doesn't even look at her own virtue. She actually dares to come in front of the prince. Her skin is really thick. She really thinks she is a big miss. Bitch. When Ning Shu felt something, she heard a buzzing sound in her ears. Many people were cursing and kicking her body. Ning Shu felt that these people wanted to break her bones. What kind of situation was this? Wasn't it the simplest mission? How could she be beaten up by so many people? What happened to the simple mission? Ning Shu opened her eyes. She was surrounded by shining white legs. From time to time, they would stretch out their legs and kick her. Ning Shu could even see these people lifting their legs to reveal their underwear. There was a fishy smell on the floor, and there was also a unique stench of the toilet. Ning Shu immediately understood what happened to her. She was surrounded and beaten up in the toilet. Right now, her mind was empty. She had no time to accept the plot of this world. Faced with such a situation, Ning Shu was a little confused. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of Ning Shu, grabbed her collar, and pulled her up. Ning Shu stood up uncontrollably, opened her eyes, and looked at the person opposite her. The girl who was tugging at her collar was wearing a short school uniform. She looked at Ning Shu with disdain and disgust. Her fingers were poking at Ning Xian's face, her long nails almost digging into her flesh. Ning Shu's body trembled in pain. However, after suffering from the pain for more than 10 years, Ning Shu endured it. However, this body could not endure pain, so Ning Shu cried out in pain. Seeing the delight in her eyes, Ning Shu felt a chill in his heart. What kind of hatred was this to make a young girl reveal such an expression? This was no longer simple school violence. The girl saw Ning Shu's dazed face. She grabbed her hair and slammed her head against the wall, making the wall bang. Ning Shu was already confused. Now that her head was being slammed against the wall, her mind was even more confused. She even felt that her soul was about to be ejected from this body. Ning Shu was a little panicked. She could not leave this body. Otherwise, how was she going to complete her mission? It did not make sense that her first mission would fail like this. She instinctively felt that if she failed like this, she might disappear, and Ning Shu would no longer exist. With willpower, Ning Shu endured the pain in her body. Perhaps seeing that she did not resist, these girls felt that it was boring, so they let her go. When they left, they even stepped on her body, causing Ning Shu's body to spasm in pain. Suddenly, Ning Shu's heart was filled with uncontrollable hatred and humiliation. The body that Ning Shu was in trembled. She wanted nothing more than to rush over and tear those people into pieces, letting them have a taste of this kind of humiliation and pain. Ning Shu was shocked by the body's reaction. It took her a long time to suppress her emotions. She got up from the ground, walked to the bathroom, and closed the door. Sitting on the toilet, her entire body seemed to have lost its strength. Now, Ning Shu's entire body was in pain. These damned girls were too ruthless. After she calmed down a little, Ning Xian began to accept this world's plot. Ace School was a school for nobles. Those who could attend Ace School were either rich or noble. It was a place where the children of the rich and famous went to gild themselves. There was an absolute hierarchy here, and one's status was completely determined by money and status. However, one day, an ugly duckling appeared in this place full of beautiful swans. Her appearance was like a stain on a painting of flowers, completely ruining the painting. Thus, this ugly duckling felt the malice from the world, and endless difficulties and teases were made. There were always a few extraordinary existences in every school. They were princes from noble families who could shake the world economy with just a stomp of their feet. They were handsome and rich, and all the good things in the world were with them. Ace School also had princes like this, and there were 3 of them. These three princes had an endless and messy relationship with the ugly duckling. After saying so much, it actually had nothing to do with Ningxu. This ugly duckling was not her. This body's name was Lin Jiejia, and she was a second-year high school student. Her family ran a company, and she was completely lucky to be able to enter an aristocratic school like A's school. As for why she was beaten by so many people, the reason was that she had offended that ugly duckling. This ugly duckling was originally a female cultivator from the cultivation world. Her body was destroyed, and she transmigrated into the body of the ugly duckling. Because she used spiritual energy to treat the illness of a prominent person, she came to A's school. The female cultivator didn't like this body, but she couldn't leave it. Her power had dropped too much, and if she left this body, her soul would dissipate. As such, she used some of her spiritual energy to change the constitution of this body, and the gray ugly duckling instantly transformed into an enchanting goddess. Facing all kinds of difficulties from the students, Ling Shui felt that ugly duckling, no, it was not suitable to be called ugly duckling anymore. She could solve all the problems with just a thought. Ling Shui didn't want to be in the limelight at school. She was still dressed in her original gray and dirty clothes, but she attracted the attention of the three princes. The female cultivator who had lived for so long naturally looked down on these little brats, but it didn't stop her from looking for a sense of superiority from these people. This was no longer the cruel cultivation world, and Ling Shui, who had relaxed, was willing to be chased by others. Chapter 3. Cultivator. Cultivator. Ningxu opened her mouth wide. Didn't they say it was the simplest world? How could a cultivator appear? Ningxu obviously knew what a cultivator was. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were immortals. Such a powerful person appeared in the world of the school. Ningxu didn't have much hope for this mission. She was just an ordinary person. The other party was actually a cheat. She gambled on stones, established a gang, and was very popular. She was like a goddess in school. Outside of school, she was the queen of the dark night. She felt that this world was going to be ruined by Ling Shui. The difference between the two sides was too big. Ning Xian suspected that the cold system was messing with her. Was this a simple mission? Then she saw the original owner's wish, beat the high and mighty Ling Shui into the dust. Let Ling Ao, who she liked, not be manipulated by Ling Shui. Also, those who had been helping Ling Shui bully her had to be punished. Ningxu really felt that something was wrong with the mission. Although she was the mission enforcer, she had no advantage. In front of absolute strength, everything was fleeting. Strength could destroy everything. Ningxu tried to call out in her heart to see if she could contact the system. The original owner's wish was too difficult. She couldn't go against it. Ningxu knew what she was capable of. She reckoned that she would be killed before she could even reach Ling Shui. She cherished her life very much. Ningxu just tried. She didn't expect to really contact the system. There was a sound like an electric current. The system said mechanically, "Why are you in this world?" Ningxu vomited blood. How did she know that she was in this world? This is an intermediate world. What are you doing in this world? You can't complete the mission in the intermediate world. Oh, it seems like you were sent to the wrong world. My program has some problems. I can't send you back for now. Since you have taken the identity of the mission enforcer, the mission still has to continue. The sound of electricity crackling in her head rang out, and then the system disappeared. Ningxu was dumbfounded. So, the difficulty of her mission had increased by n levels? Ningxu suddenly thought of his luck value. Was his luck value too low? That was why such a situation had occurred. It was simply a prelude to her death. Ningxu, on the other hand, was no longer afraid. Since there was no way out, Ningxu was filled with hostility. She had already died, so what was there to be afraid of? Now that she could possess such a healthy body, Ningxu felt that she had profited. Ningxu wasn't good at other things, but Ning Shu was best at forbearance and patience. As for the violent incident just now, it was because the original owner ran to Ling Ao and Prince Leng and said that Ling Shui was involved with people in the underworld, that Ling Shui was related to the boss of the underworld. He even thought that he was infallible and told Ling Ao to wake up and not be deceived by others. Anyway, he said a lot of bad things about Ling Shui. Actually, the original owner, Lin Jiejia, was telling the truth. Ling Shui was involved with people in the underworld. Ling Shui, who could suggest gangs, was from the underworld. Moreover, Ling Shui's destined one was the boss of a gang. Ling Shui liked someone who was mature, ruthless, and had skills and a godlike face. In Ling Shui's eyes, the princes who were highly sought after in school were just childish brats. She would play with them when she was bored. Yet, these three princes liked this kind of style. Ling Shui knew that the original owner actually ran to Ling Ao and said bad things about her. She directly got someone to teach the original owner a lesson. Ling Shui didn't even have the desire to fight with such a character. That was why the incident in the toilet just now happened. The person who hit her just now was also the original owner, Lin Jiejia's revenge target. Sigh, the mission was heavy and there was still a long way to go. Ning Xian didn't have any other choice now. She opened the toilet door and walked out. It was class time and no one was loitering around the campus. Ning Xian followed the direction in her memory and went to the school doctor's office. The wounds on her body had to be treated. Nothing was more important than a healthy body. Besides, she couldn't do anything now. The school doctor was a man in his 20s. He wore glasses on the bridge of his nose, adding a layer of elegant charm to his handsome face. The white coat on his body actually gave off a tall and straight sexiness. In short, he was a very charming man. Just by looking at the room full of injured female students, if they didn't have a stomachache, they had sprained their ankles. Even when their aunt came, they still asked the school doctor to rub their stomachs. It was obvious how popular this man was among the female students. Ning Shu pursed her lips and lined up. Looking at the girl in front of her who had hearts in her eyes, she couldn't see any discomfort at all. She should be the only one in this room who was injured. Could she go first? Ning Shu supported herself against the wall and waited for a long time. The school doctor glanced at Ning Shu and saw her bruised face. His handsome face showed surprise. Obviously, he had seen many people who pretended to be sick. The sudden appearance of an injured person made him feel surprised and fresh. Pointing at the bump on her forehead, Ning Shu said directly, "Help me treat it." As for the wounds on her body, she wouldn't let him treat them. She thought the school doctor was a woman, but it turned out to be such a handsome man. It was too wasteful to be a school doctor. Sure enough, it was a place for the female lead. Even the school doctor was such a charming man. Taking a cotton swab dipped in disinfectant, the school doctor directly poked Ning Shu's bruised face without any gentleness. Ning Shu gritted her teeth. Even the school doctor who had no grievances with her was so fierce to her. Was the entire Ace University shrouded by Ling Shui's aura? In the end, the school doctor simply bandaged Ning Shu and said, "Okay, how did this happen?" The skin was clearly broken, and it was over. The swelling was so high, and it was so simple to treat it. As a patient who had stayed in the hospital for more than 10 years, the other party's treatment was simply blasphemous and irresponsible. "That's it?" Ning Shu still said. She pointed at her forehead. It was so swollen that it looked like a unicorn. Such rough treatment made Ning Shu very unhappy. Nothing was going well. The school doctor pushed up his glasses. His eyes reflected light, giving people a sinister and dark feeling. He asked faintly, "Then how do you want to treat it?" "Wrap up the whole body." His position as the school doctor was just for show. The children who studied in this school didn't need a school doctor. Their families all had their own specialized doctors. Suddenly meeting such a serious student, the school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu was speechless. Being so self-righteous made it seem like she was being unreasonable. After transmigrating for such a short time, Ning Shu felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. The girls in school could be so fierce, and the school doctor at work could be so arrogant. Weren't you afraid that the school would fire you? Ning Shu didn't know what to say. She really didn't have anything to say to him. She stood up and was about to leave. Her mind was filled with the mission. Even if the mission was difficult, she had to work hard to complete it. Chapter 4. In the face of the school doctor's arrogant and self-confident attitude, Ning Shu was also speechless. Ning Shu left with a bandage on her forehead, which made the school doctor take a few more glances at her. She even watched Ning Shu's back until she could no longer see her. Ning Shu returned to the classroom based on the original owner's memories. To be honest, when she saw the classroom, Ning Shu was very excited. She had been in the hospital since she was 15 years old. Since then, she hadn't been to the classroom. But this enthusiasm was immediately extinguished. Ning Shu stood at the door of the classroom and wanted to enter, but she was blocked by the bespectacled teacher. Lin Jiejia, you're late for school. You don't have to attend this class. Stand at the door. Teacher Liang said faintly. Her eyes under the glasses revealed a look of disdain. Don't disturb others in class. Ning Shu felt very uncomfortable in her heart, but she also knew that she couldn't win against the powerful, so she stood obediently at the door. Teacher Liang snorted. She looked like a mean middle-aged woman, a far cry from the image of a human soul engineer. ACE was an aristocratic school. In the school, the teacher's status was lower than the students'. Moreover, the students' status wasn't something the teachers could afford to offend. Now that she was hated by everyone in ACE, a woman with power like Teacher Liang would naturally hit her when she was down. This way, she could curry favor with the 3 godlike princes in the school. In Lin Jiejia's memories, everyone in the school had teased Ling Shui. Teacher Liang also hit her when she was down and tried her best to make things difficult for Ling Shui. But in the end, Ling Shui made a comeback. Teacher Liang immediately changed her attitude and tried to curry favor with Ling Shui. She was a fence-sitter. Ning Shu stood in the corridor. She heard whistles and laughter coming from the classroom. Some people stood up and looked at her with disdain and mockery. Ning Shu was speechless. What did the original owner do to make these people hate her so much? It was as if she had killed their father. Ning Shu recalled carefully. It didn't seem like she had done anything wrong. She just went crazy and tried to find trouble with Ling Shui. When he came to his senses, he seemed to have angered the crowd. Ning Shu was speechless. In this world, Ling Shui was the absolute main character. The world revolved around the main character. However, people like Ling Shui, who only needed to move a finger and countless people would flock to her like a flock of ducks. They would worship her without reason. This was no longer charm, but horror. What would happen to this world? Ning Shu felt that he was too much of a busybody. He couldn't even touch the edge of the quest and had no clue at all. His thoughts had actually strayed to the level of the entire human race, the entire world. Ning Shu's leg was starting to hurt from standing, so he stood on one leg and switched from one to the other. Finally, when the bell rang, a group of people rushed out of the classroom and surrounded Ning Shu. She was the one who had hit Ning Shu in the toilet. And Rong was the female student who had pushed Ning Shu's head against the wall. She chewed gum in her mouth, raised her chin, and looked at Ning Shu with drooping eyelids. She said in a strange tone, "Yo, you actually dare to come to class. Looks like you don't have a good memory." Ning Shu's body trembled. This body was terrified of this person. He thought of the original plot where this girl called An Rong acted as Ling Shui's fighter and beat up the original owner so badly that she was injured every day. Resentment and fear rose in his heart. If Ling Shui was the person that the original owner hated the most, then the original owner's hatred for this girl called An Rong was no less than Ling Shui's. After all, many things were done by An Rong herself. "Prince Leng is here, Prince Leng is here," the surrounding girls screamed. Both sides of the corridor were filled with girls, leaving a path in the middle. 3 princes with their own glowing rings walked into Ning Shu's classroom. Their hearts were like the moon, and the surroundings were filled with screams. Ning Shu's gaze focused on the person at the front. He was tall and straight, and his face was cold. However, this coldness had a kind of childishness, making him look unruly and arrogant. He was noble and arrogant, and he was also cool and handsome. Ning Shu felt his heart thumping in his chest, and even his face was red. Ning Shu expressed that this was his body's reaction, and it had nothing to do with him. After seeing the 3 princes, Enrong, who was originally arrogant and domineering, immediately became delicate and charming. She no longer had the arrogant aura around her. In an instant, she transformed, as if she was a different person. Looking at the girls around him, their faces were all red. Some were reserved, some were passionate, and some were elegant. In short, all kinds of girls were presented in front of the 3 princes. Ning Shu's heart was filled with resentment and anger. They were all vixens, these vixens. Ning Shu's face was filled with black lines. How much did the original owner like this Leng Ao? She wanted to sacrifice her soul to counterattack this life, but she didn't forget to save Leng Ao from Ling Shue's charm. Prince Leng, you're here to look for Ling Shue. Ling Shue is in the classroom, I'll help you call her. Enrong said softly and excitedly. She quickly walked into the classroom to call Ling Shue. I forgot to mention that the original owner and Ling Shue were actually classmates. What an ill-fated relationship. Ling Shue already knew about the situation outside. Thinking that she, a cultivator, actually had to go out and meet these mortals, Ling Shue's heart felt uncomfortable. However, she thought that these 3 little radishes could help her solve some small problems. They could let her live comfortably in school. Sometimes, power was just so convenient. Prince Leng only needed to say a word, and if he wanted to make things difficult for someone, it was simply too convenient. Ling Shue also let go of the unhappiness in her heart. However, the prince that all the girls in the school liked actually liked her. Although Ling Shue was a cultivator, she was still a woman. Her vanity was even stronger than the average woman. Ling Shue smiled and walked out of the classroom. She used her hand to stroke her hair and smiled slightly. Immediately, people who saw Ling Shue's smile felt as if there were fragrant petals falling from the sky, intoxicating them. Ning Shu looked at Ling Shue and praised in his heart. She was indeed a peerless beauty. Her facial features were exquisite, beautiful, noble, and proud, but people couldn't help but want to get close to her. Even when Ning Shu saw Ling Shue, he felt a sense of closeness in his heart. He had the urge to get close to her, as if she was the person closest to him, the person he loved the most. Ning Shu was shocked. What was going on? Why was the protagonist's halo so strong? Ning Shu thought carefully and guessed that it was because of the spiritual energy. Ling Shue was a cultivator. She absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Spiritual energy was something that the body needed the most. The body instinctively thirsted for spiritual energy, and then the body developed a sense of closeness to Ling Shue. Ning Shu thought of the original owner. Relying on his love for Leng Ao, he resisted the protagonist's halo and the body's desire for spiritual energy. Ling Shue saw the infatuated eyes of these people. Even the cool and handsome Leng Ao was stunned. She felt very proud in her heart. She didn't waste a lot of spiritual energy to transform this body. In the past, in the cultivation world, it was very difficult for women. There weren't many female cultivators who could climb up with their own abilities. Most of them relied on men and became existences like furnaces. But now, these men were unable to extricate themselves from her charm. Chapter 5. Ling Shue looked around and found that everyone's eyes were fixed on her. However, she saw Ning Shu who had his head lowered. She frowned and felt very uncomfortable. This Lin Jiejia always came to find trouble with her. She just complained and Enrong immediately brought people to find trouble with her. Ning Shu lowered his head and resisted the urge to rush over and shake Leng Ao's body to wake him up. Ning Shu felt that he was too weak. He was always affected by the residual emotions in his body. It took a lot of effort to suppress these emotions. Ning Shu knew that he couldn't be affected by the original owner's emotions. Otherwise, what was the difference between him and the original owner? He had to be calm. At this moment, he felt a sharp gaze on him. Ning Shu raised his head and met Ling Xue's eyes. What kind of gaze was that? Sharp, cold, high, and mighty, as if looking at an ant. Ning Shu was puzzled. He was hiding at the side and not looking for trouble. Why was she still looking at him? Ning Shu didn't dare to go against Ling Xue now. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. It was like a natural chasm. He could only keep quiet and plan slowly. He didn't dare to provoke the tiger's whiskers. If he angered the other party, he would be chopped up and thrown into the river to feed the fish. That's right, the female lead was that ruthless. Leng Ao saw that Ling Xue's gaze was on Ning Shu and also looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately felt his body tremble with excitement. Ning Shu was speechless. It was just a glance. What was this body so excited about? Ning Shu wasn't the original owner. He wouldn't be charmed by Leng Ao's face that could instantly kill a girl. In the eyes of Ning Shu, who had died once, this girl was just a pink skeleton. Leng Ao looked at Ning Shu with a frown. His eyes were filled with deep disgust. It was obvious that he had remembered who this person was. He did not have a good impression of Lin Jiejia, who kept pestering him. He was really disgusted with her. Just a casual word from her and everyone in the school went to find trouble with her. Who did he think he was? He even wanted him to stay away from Ling Xue. Feeling the other party's gaze, why are her eyes so clear? In the past, they were filled with disgust and self-righteous affection. Now, there's nothing in her eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a stranger. Leng Ao sneered. Trying to get his attention by loosening the reins only to grasp them better was really childish. Leng Ao turned his head to look at Ling Xue. His eyes were filled with tenderness, but he said arrogantly, "Hey, woman, this weekend is my birthday. Come back and attend my birthday party." Ling Xue wasn't interested in the birthday party. She was busy taking over the territory. Speaking of territory, Ling Xue gritted her teeth. She had actually met a tough nut to crack. She relied on her own cultivation. Her body had been transformed by spirit qi, and was completely different from a mortal. However, that man was actually not at a disadvantage when fighting with her. This made Ling Xue very depressed, and a desire to conquer arose in her heart. Seeing that Ling Xue didn't speak, Leng Ao's eyes were filled with anxiety. He felt a little hurt, but he raised his chin high. "If you don't come, I won't let you go." How childish. Ling Xue unexpectedly thought of the man who fought with her. He was cold and ruthless. Most importantly, he was very powerful. Moreover, the way he looked at her was very hot with a hint of ambiguity. When Ling Xue thought of his eyes, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Women like to be conquered by powerful men, especially Ling Xue, who came from the cultivation world. Mortals were ants. However, Ling Xue saw the anxiety and hope in Leng Ao's eyes. It felt really good to control other people's emotions. Ling Xue felt that although the spirit qi in this world was thin, it was different from cultivation. Ling Xue felt as if she was standing at the top of the world. This feeling was really great. "I'll go back. I'll also prepare a gift," Ling Xue said indifferently. She was calm and didn't look flattered at all. Only then did a smile appear on Leng Ao's face. However, he still raised his chin proudly and said, "At least you know what's good for you." Ning Shu watched from the side and felt that it was enough. Ning Shu didn't feel that Leng Ao's arrogance was cute at all. He only felt that it was very arrogant. The way he acted like he was giving alms really made his hands itch. According to Ning Shu's thoughts, this kind of person who didn't know what was good for him didn't need to care about him. It was obviously a school world, but the female lead was too awesome. In the school, the prince who was like a god looking down on all living things directly became the male supporting character. The two princes beside him became the male lead. Ning Shu even suspected that Leng Ao's existence was completely to set off the male lead's mature charm. Ning Shu just had a thought of ignoring Leng Ao in his heart. This body immediately had a consciousness that resisted her. The body even began to reject her soul. Ning Shu was shocked. He quickly chanted in his heart, "I'm here to save Prince Leng, save Prince Leng, save Prince Leng." After a long time, the residual emotions in his body completely calmed down. Ning Shu looked at the sky silently. If bad luck was transmitted to this world, the mission was basically impossible to complete. Yet, the residual emotions in his body still came to cause trouble. Ning Shu had the urge to cry in the wind. How could he improve his luck? How could he improve his character? Leng Ao walked past Ning Shu and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. She stopped in front of him and looked down at Ning Shu's slightly distorted face. Ning Shu didn't understand. He blinked and looked at Leng Ao. Leng Ao looked at him with eyes that were very clear. The clear eyes reflected his own silhouette. It seemed to be able to calm people in her eyes. Then, Leng Ao realized that something was wrong. She was a love-struck fool. She pestered him like a lunatic, saying that he was deceived by Ling Shui. Ling Shui wasn't someone a scum like her could slander. Don't appear in front of me. I won't like you. Just give up. If you say anything bad about Ling Shui again, I'll make you suffer. Leng Ao's voice was cold. Ning Shu didn't doubt the truth of his words. Therefore, this was the most depressing part of this mission for Ning Shu. He was obviously deeply in love with Ling Shui. Why did he have to ask him to repent? Really, could he stop fooling around? Ning Shu looked at Leng Ao's face. No, it was his chin. The other party was too tall. Ning Shu raised his head and endured the sharp pain in his heart. Leng Ao watched as her face suddenly turned pale and lost its color. There was no sympathy in his heart. Instead, he felt a sense of pleasure. He felt that he had helped Ling Shui vent her anger. Leng Ao left after saying those cold words. He didn't care what kind of harm his words would cause to a girl. Feeling the mocking gazes around him and the mocking laughter, Ning Shu felt like his body was being pricked by needles. What a self-centered person he was. He lived in his own world. Ning Shu really couldn't understand why the original owner liked someone like Leng Ao so much. Deep in his bones? Was it because of his face or his family background? In Ning Shu's opinion, Leng Ao was a person who relied on his halo to do whatever he wanted. How was such a person cute? Chapter 6. Ning Shu's heart was numb from the pain. She really hated this feeling. It was really annoying to be affected by this kind of emotion. Ling Shui smiled faintly. It was probably because Ling Shu's actions had pleased her. She glanced at Ning Shu and walked past her, bringing with her a fragrant scent. Ning Shu sniffed. It smelled really good. What a charming woman. Ning Shu wouldn't deny that Ling Shui was a charming woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have captivated the male lead, so many supporting male leads, and her countless underlings. Ning Shu couldn't sit still under everyone's various gazes. She finally waited until school ended. Just as she walked out of the school gate, she saw a driver waiting at the gate. When he saw Ning Shu, he immediately opened the door and said, "Miss, Master is waiting for you." Ning Shu raised her eyebrows. Looking at the private cars parked at the gate, she finally understood why the aristocratic school was called an aristocratic school. She picked out the master from her memories, which was this body's father. Actually, Lin Jiejia's heart was very inferior. Her family started doing retail sales and her father could be considered rich. However, in the eyes of the real rich families, he was a vulgar nouveau riche. Therefore, Lin Jiejia was lucky to be able to enter Ace Academy. Moreover, in the eyes of these rich and powerful families, she was like a dog. She actually went against the goddess and even had disgusting thoughts towards Ling Ao. These people had completely forgotten that Ling Xue's background wasn't as good as Lin Jiejia's. They only knew that Lin Jiejia was an existence that made people hate her. Lin Jiejia's situation was much worse than Ling Xue's. Not everyone was an ugly duckling that could become a swan. The father of this body sent her to Ace Academy so that she could have a good relationship with these noble families. Ace Academy included the children of political and business families. If she could have a good relationship with any one of them, it would be helpful for her business. However, Lin Jiejia became the public enemy of the entire school. Sigh, so complicated. Ning Shu sighed. Ning Shu had just stepped into the living room when a slap landed on her face. The slap was very strong, and it was obvious that he did not hold back at all. Fuck, that's fucking enough. How many times do I have to be beaten in a day? Ning Shu's heart was about to explode. Are the people in this world all crazy? They have mouths but don't know how to speak. What's with that look? Seeing his daughter looking at him gloomily, Mr. Lin is stunned for a moment. Then he gets even angrier. He points at Ning Shu and shouts, "We gave you food and a place to live. We let you live a life that other people can't enjoy in their lifetime. We let you go to the school to make friends, but you offended the whole school. Do you know the status of the people who study in this school? Is your head filled with shit? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Do you think you're worthy of Leng Ao? He told you not to show up in front of him because your behavior has affected the company. Lin Jiejia, have you had enough? I didn't ask you to go to Ace to make trouble for me. You're a money loser. You can't do anything well." Ning Shu doesn't have a chance to say a word. She just hears Mr. Lin talking alone. Ning Shu moves her head. Her brain is buzzing all the time. She must have a concussion. What a scumbag of a father. Ning Shu has some sympathy for the original owner. Her life is already so miserable, but she still doesn't forget to save Prince Leng. Can she leave this world? These people are too strange. Mr. Lin talks for a while. He is thirsty and picks up the teacup to drink. Seeing Ning Shu's head drooping, he doesn't know if she is listening to him. In addition, the company is not doing well recently. It seems that the company is about to go bankrupt because of this unlucky daughter. The company is inspected every day. Sometimes it's about taxes, and sometimes it's about procedures. Anyway, there are all kinds of reasons, which drive Mr. Lin crazy. He picks up the teacup and throws it at Ning Shu. Just now, he was slapped inexplicably. Ning Shu has been watching him all the time, so she dodges immediately. The teacup immediately explodes on the ground and the pieces fly everywhere. Mr. Lin points at Ning Shu and covers his heart with his hand, as if he is going to have a heart attack. Finally, there is a helpless look on his face, as if he is in extreme pain and helplessness. Ning Shu, what's the situation now? Jiejia, leave the Lin family. This is just a temporary measure. After a while, when all these things are over, I will take you home. Jiejia, I love you, but I really have no other way. Jiejia, don't blame me. Ning Shu stutters, Dad. Dad, what do you mean? Ning Shu has a bad feeling in her heart. She hopes that it is not what she thinks. Her luck can't be that bad, right? Is 20 luck too bad? From now on, you are no longer the daughter of the Lin family. Mr. Lin looks at Ning Shu with a painful expression, don't worry, I will take you home. If it wasn't for the slap just now, Ning Shu almost believes this man. Is he going to kick her out of the house and cut off all ties with her? Ning Shu feels that she has made things complicated. She is here to counterattack for the original owner, but now she is kicked out of the house. Is she too unlucky? Ning Shu says without hesitation, Dad, I believe you. It is better to believe in pigs than to believe in you. Mr. Lin breathes a sigh of relief. Seeing that Ning Shu didn't yell or make a scene, he thinks that she is a well-behaved daughter. It's just that she is a little stupid. Which student in Ace Academy is not noble? Every student is a hidden master. How dare she harass Leng Ao? Who is Leng Ao? It is not wrong to be ambitious, but it will fall to your death if you aim too high. Mr. Lin is also ambitious, but he wants to do it step by step. But now because of his daughter, his company is struggling. If this goes on, it will really go bankrupt. Ning Shu goes to Lin Jiejia's room to pack her luggage. She packed all the clothes in the original owner's wardrobe. She didn't leave out any clothes for the 4 seasons. Ning Shu doesn't believe a single word from Mr. Lin, this old fox. As for bringing her home, Ning Shu doesn't care. Ning Shu, who has been in the hospital for so many years, knows too well. She has seen too many people who fight for their own interests. People spend their lives in the hospital. Even though Ning Shu hasn't stepped into society, she has seen the world in the hospital. The Lin family gave up her daughter for their own interests. Ning Shu feels sad for the original owner. Her forehead is wrapped with gauze. Mr. Lin keeps saying that he loves you, but he can't even see the obvious scars on her face. He even adds injuries on top of injuries. He chases her out of the house without asking for any reason. Ning Shu puts away all the cosmetics and jewelry boxes on the dressing table. Designer bags. Maybe she can exchange them for some money when she is in trouble. Chapter 7. Ning Shu packed up 2 big suitcases. He opened the door and saw a woman holding the hand of a 7 or 8-year-old boy. Ning Shu pulled out her memories. This was the original owner's mother and younger brother. This younger brother was almost 10 years younger than the original owner and was the apple of everyone's eye. Even the original owner, Lin Jiejia, was obedient to this younger brother and doted on him. This was because her parents often told her that the 2 siblings must love each other, and even if they got married in the future, they would have to rely on their parents' family. Out of selfishness and blood relationship, Lin Jiejia was really good to her brother. However, Ning Shu was a stranger. From a bystander's point of view, this family treated this little radish head really well. As for the host, it could only be said that all girls were losers. They only treated her as someone who could be used and squeezed out of her value. When she was about to be kicked out of the house, the original owner hid in her room and didn't say a word. She didn't even try to persuade her to stay. Lin Jiejia's mother took out a thick envelope and said, "This is the money I prepared for you. You should take care of yourself in the future. This money should be enough for you to use for a while." Ning Shu was silent. He took the envelope and watched the mother and son go into the room. Ning Shu felt so fucked up. They didn't even cry. Was the original owner not a member of the Lin family at all? Was he not the biological daughter of this couple? Ding! Triggered the hidden plot. The mystery of the original owner's birth. Plot: find mother's little tadpole plot. Do you accept? A cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Ning Shu's head. She heard that she had to help find the original owner's biological parents. The task was already very difficult, but what the hell was this? Do you accept the mission to search for the mystery of your background? No. Ning Shu refused without hesitation. She was already in a mess, and she still had to look for her biological parents. She only had 5 years to complete the quest. The longer she stayed in this world, the more her HP would be depleted. When that time came, she would really disappear. It was not easy to find her parents in the sea of people. Are you sure you want to accept the mission? Yes. Find mother's little tadpole plot activated. What? Ning Shu held her head and screamed. When did she agree to start the mission? She didn't accept the mission at all. The system was too despicable. How could it kidnap people like this? How could it force people to buy and sell? As a pitiful child with only 20 luck, even the rigid system became sinister and bullied her. With a long face, Ning Shu stuffed the envelope into the box and carried the 2 large boxes downstairs. Downstairs, Mr. Lin looks at Ning Shu's sad and helpless face. He pretends to be kind and says, "This is just a temporary measure. I will take you back. Ning Shu looked at his fake performance and didn't feel anything in her heart. The original owner wasn't his daughter, but he raised the original owner and let her live a rich life. He had the intention to make use of her, so there was no need to talk about hatred. Just like this body, when she found out that she wasn't his biological daughter, she heaved a sigh of relief. There was value in being used. Living a life of wealth and squandering money like water, people would always sacrifice something if they couldn't enjoy something in their lifetime. This body was a little resentful, but there was no hatred. Ning Shu was relieved. Fortunately, there was no weird quest to revenge on Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Too lazy to argue with Mr. Lin, Ning Shu went out with the 2 large boxes, stopped a taxi, and temporarily found a hotel to stay for the night. The next day, Ning Shu rented a small suite near the school. The suite was small enough for her to live alone. Then she moved all the things into the suite and carefully cleaned every corner of the room. When the room was lit up, Ning Shu leaned against the wall in satisfaction. She was sweating all over. The feeling of sweating was too comfortable. In her previous life, her illness had damaged her body to the point that she couldn't walk. She could only lie in bed every day. She was worse than a disabled person. Ning Shu jumped up and down. What a healthy body. After settling down, Ning Shu went to school. Because all the targets of the task were in Ace College, how could she complete the task without going to school? But when Ning Shu just walked into the school, she found that the eyes of the students were very strange. They pointed at her, and when she came close, these students scattered as if she had the plague virus. Some even covered their noses. Ning Shu raised her hand and smelled it. It seemed that there was no stench on her body. When Ning Shu walked into the classroom immediately roared with laughter, which made Ning Shu confused. And Rong walked in front of Ning Shu and looked down at her with disdain. Ning Shu, you still dare to come to class? Your face is made of iron. As Rong said this, she actually reached out to pull Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu dodged and said coldly, "Why are you touching me?" She had no manners at all. She was a student of Ace College. Etiquette was a compulsory course for Ace College students. And Rong did not expect this bitch, who could be beaten and scolded by her, to dare to dodge. The muscles on her face trembled and she threw the newspaper at Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu dodged and picked up the newspaper on the ground. The newspaper was full of news that Mr. Lin had cut ties with his daughter. Lin Jiejia was no longer the daughter of the Lin family and had nothing to do with the Lin family. In short, it was as absolute as it could be. You are now an orphan girl. How dare you come to school? Ace College is not a welfare home. And Rong's expression was mocking. Everyone in the classroom roared with laughter. Ning Shu listened to the harsh laughter and felt that her worldview was distorted. She had read in books that the feelings in junior high school were the most ignorant, and the feelings in senior high school were the purest, without any interests involved. It was different from the feelings in college, which was utilitarian and calculative. However, what she saw now was a group of high school students using the most vicious words and ferocious faces to treat a weakling. Ning Shu forgot that Ace College was a small society, even crueler than society. The students here were all people standing at the top of the pyramid. They were people that ordinary people could not reach. Ning Shu's biggest mistake was that she was a weakling who was abandoned by her family. She was not qualified to stay with them. Ning Shu folded the newspaper and put it in her bag. Then, ignoring the contempt of others, she sat down in her seat. Seeing that Ning Shu did not react at all, and Rong felt that her fist had hit cotton. She was extremely depressed. She looked at Ning Shu viciously and signaled her to wait. It was an ill-fated relationship. The seat of the original owner was actually behind Ling Shui. However, Ning Shu looked at her seat. There were mottled marks on the desk. It was scratched beyond recognition with a knife and one of the table legs was missing. These naughty children. Chapter 8. Ning Shu held onto the table with one hand, not letting it fall. His eyes emitted mosquito coils as he watched the blonde-haired, blue-eyed teacher teach on the podium. Ning Shu couldn't understand a single word the whole time in English. As someone who had been in the hospital since junior high, he only knew a few simple words. Ning Shu looked around, as if she didn't understand what they were saying. She looked at the back of the female lead, Ling Shui. Just her back was so beautiful and peerless. The sharp senses of a cultivator made Ling Shui feel that someone was looking at her. Ling Shui turned around and met with Ning Shu's eyes. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat. Since he was already caught, he might as well be magnanimous. Ling Shui was very annoyed by Ning Shu's direct gaze. This feeling was like being provoked by an ant. In the cultivation world, cultivators could even fight just because of a glance. Ling Shui felt that Ning Shu had offended her dignity. Ling Shui's eyes were cold. She thought about how this woman called Lin Jiajia went around talking bad about her. She even overestimated herself and told Ling Ao to stay away from her. Ling Shui sneered. She had always been the one throwing things away. No one had ever thrown them away. After coming to this world, Ling Shui's attitude became more and more arrogant. Even if she was sitting obediently in class now, she still had an unyielding aura. This feeling might be self-confidence and high spirits in the eyes of others. This was why Ling Shui had the ability to squeeze out all the ladies from prestigious families in the academy and become an unshakable goddess. Ning Shu was angered by the other party's look of looking at an ant. He lowered his head to avoid the other party's murderous gaze. He couldn't directly confront Ling Shui right now. Ning Shu thought of the mission. Since he wanted to beat the high and mighty Ling Shui into the dust, then wouldn't he first have to change the impression of Ling Shui in the hearts of all the students in Ace Academy? What if she was a goddess that everyone sought after, just like how she had now become the person that everyone despised and even hated? It was easier said than done. Ning Shu had no clue at all. According to the development of the plot, the female lead had already hooked up with the male lead. They were in the stage of love and hate. After a while, they would appreciate each other. At that time, Ling Shui's power would be even greater, and the mission would be even harder to complete. Ning Shu rubbed his head. This mission was like hitting a rock with an egg. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible for her to complete it. If she could also cultivate, damn it, he would directly go up and fight with her. He would directly beat her to the ground. There was nothing more devastating than defeating the opponent's strongest point, the one they relied on the most. Ling Shui's reliance was the cultivation that no one in this world knew. It was the cultivation that allowed one to go to heaven and earth, the cultivation that allowed one to go to heaven and earth. Cultivation. Oh right, could she ask the system for something that could cultivate? The spiritual energy in this world was thin. Ning Shu guessed that Ning Shu's strength wasn't actually very strong. Perhaps he could still put up a fight. System, can I ask for a cultivation secret book? Ning Shu called out to the system in his mind. After a while, the sound of electricity crackling in her head made her head go numb. You can use points to exchange for it. The host currently doesn't have any points and cannot exchange for a secret book. A basin of ice water was poured over Ning Shu's head. As expected, there was nothing in this world that could be obtained without sewing. But Ning Shu still didn't give up. She said, because of your mistake, I came to this world. The mission is very difficult. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? The system's voice was mechanical and flat. The host came to this world because the system's program was in disorder, not because of me. Ning Shu wanted to vomit blood. The system was just a rigid system. She was actually bargaining with it. She was drunk. Ning Shu was a little depressed that one of her paths had been denied. Ling Shui, who was sitting in front, suddenly panicked the moment the system appeared. It was as if something was staring at her. It was an incomparably dangerous feeling. Ling Shui's heart was flustered. How could there be such a dangerous thing in this world? It was impossible. Ling Shui's body trembled and sweat poured out of her body. The spiritual sense of a cultivator was very sharp. Moreover, Ling Shui had the luck of this world. She could turn misfortune into blessings. Ever since Ling Shui came to this world, everything had always been smooth. She had never met a creepy existence. What exactly was that thing? What the hell was that? Ling Shui clenched her teeth and looked around. There was no abnormality at all. It was as if she was hallucinating. But this feeling was real. Ling Shui felt like she was going to go crazy again. When the system left, Ning Shu and Ling Shui both slumped on the table. Ning Shu slumped because she was shocked, while Ling Shui slumped because she was too nervous. Now that she had come into contact with danger, her whole body relaxed and her face was pale. There was a shadow in Ling Shui's heart. Her limbs were limp and she couldn't muster up any strength. To put it bluntly, she was so scared that her legs went soft. Of course, Ning Shu didn't know that she had only asked the system to reply to her. She had actually scared Ling Shui to this extent. Ning Shu was only worried about her mission in her heart. The bell rang. When the blonde-haired blue-eyed teacher left the classroom, and Rong immediately stood up and ran in front of Ning Shu. She kicked Ning Shu's table. However, the table coincidentally hit Ling Shui who was in front of her. It landed solidly on Ling Shui's back. Ning Shu's eyes widened. This completely had nothing to do with her. And Rong's face turned pale. Ling Shui suddenly stood up and slammed her hand on her own table. Instantly, the table was destroyed. Ling Shui coldly shouted, "You're courting death." She emitted a strong pressure, causing An Rong to sit on the ground. Fortunately, Ning Shu was quick-witted. She immediately crawled on the ground and the pressure didn't cause any harm to her. Under the pressure of Ling Shui's murderous aura, An Rong's body trembled. Blood flowed out of her nose and her teeth chattered. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. An Rong's fainting caused a commotion in the classroom. Only then did Ling Shui react. She quickly retracted her pressure. She was extremely annoyed. Just now, she felt an incomparable sense of danger in her heart. She was actually hit in the back when she wasn't paying attention. Her anger was rising. Cultivators were particular about following their hearts. It wasn't her style to keep her anger bottled up in her heart. After coming to this world, there wasn't anything that could make her angry. Ling Shui had always been high and mighty, looking down on these mortals. There was nothing to be angry about. However, the feeling just now made her feel that it was difficult to resist. Seeing the eyes in the classroom looking at her with fear and strangeness, Ling Shui's heart became even more annoyed. She pursed her lips and looked even more arrogant and cold. She didn't even intend to explain or show concern for the unconscious An Rong. Ling Shui glanced at Ning Shu who was lying on the ground without a care for her image. Her eyes flashed with killing intent. Ning Shu was puzzled. It wasn't her who kicked the table. Why was she looking at her with such a malicious gaze? The female lead was really willful. She could do whatever she wanted. Chapter 9. Seeing An Rong like this, a carefree feeling rose in Ning Shu's heart. It was the original owner's feeling, and it was also Ning Shu's feeling. When she first transmigrated to this world, she was beaten up by An Rong. The pain was all borne by her. Being grabbed by the hair and slammed against the wall was a painful and insulting way. Ling Shui's desk was broken, so Ling Ao immediately got someone to send a brand new desk over. Ning Shu silently stood up his three-legged desk and saw Ling Ao asking about Ling Shui's well-being. Ning Shu's mouth twitched when he saw Ling Ao's concerned and arrogant look. Ling Shui's mood had already calmed down, and she returned to her usual noble and cold appearance. Facing Ling Ao's relationship, she smiled and said, "It's fine now." A smile appeared on Ling Ao's face. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Ning Shu lifting the table with his hands, looking indescribably wretched. Ling Ao said in disgust, "Did you hurt Ling Shui?" Ning Shu blinked and didn't say anything. Why was she involved again? "I'm talking to you." Ling Ao raised his leg and kicked Ning Shu's table over. Of course, the table didn't hit Ling Shui this time. Ning Shu looked at his desk and fell to the ground with a creak. The table was so innocent. Why were they venting their anger on the table? Ning Shu felt that these people were crazy. They all lived in their own world and did whatever they wanted. Everyone in the classroom was aware of what had just happened. Leng Ao blamed Ning Shu for the incident. No one stood up for Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt a chill and loneliness in his heart. How did the original Ning Shu survive? How did he get ignored and trampled on by others? Then he thought of the original Ning Shu's ending. The female lead was really impatient with Lin Jiejia, this clown, so the male lead ordered his subordinate to get rid of this bouncing and ungrateful woman. The male lead's subordinate was also a pervert. He directly tied the body of the original host like a dumpling in a game and threw an axe from a distance to see where it would hit. In the end, it hit the shoulder and almost hit the neck. The axe was deeply embedded in the collarbone and could not be pulled out. Then, he was kicked into the sea and fed to the fishes. His death was truly tragic. Ning Shu looked at Leng Ao. He was high and mighty, just like a god. Ning Shu really wanted to punch him in the face. What kind of behavior was this? Ning Shu couldn't let go of this plaything even after death. He really didn't know what was so charming about this person. Ning Shu, who had stayed in the hospital for a long time and had broken away from the aesthetics of a normal person, couldn't tell. Ling Shui reached out and pulled Leng Ao's arm, saying, "It has nothing to do with this student." Leng Ao looked at the slender fingers on his arm. Each of them seemed to be polished from the best white jade. They were beautiful with a faint halo, so beautiful that it was intoxicating. When the beautiful woman put her hand on his arm, Leng Ao's heart swayed. Leng Ao's heart was bubbling with happiness, but on the surface, he raised his chin elegantly. Ning Shu said, "I'll let you go for Ling Shui's sake. Remember, take a detour when you see Ling Shui in the future. Don't hang around in front of Ling Shui, or I won't let you go." Ning Shu's heart was filled with curses. This matter had nothing to do with her. Now, this tolerant and magnanimous look really disgusted Ning Shu. She was really shot while lying in the trench. These people must be sick in the head, sick, right? If you're sick, go to the hospital. Don't give up treatment. However, what surprised Ning Shu was that Ling Shui actually spoke up for her. However, Ning Shu didn't feel relaxed at all. She didn't forget the murderous look Ling Shui gave her before. "By the way, isn't your birthday coming soon?" Ling Shui looked at Ning Shu and said, "We're all classmates. You should invite Lin Jiejia too." Leng Ao originally wanted to say that such a person didn't deserve to attend his birthday party. However, since Ling Shui had spoken, he naturally had to give Ling Shui face. "Why don't you come to my birthday party?" Leng Ao said, "In the future, restrain your vicious thoughts. Not everyone is as kind as Ling Shui and forgives your mistakes generously. Ning Shu, everyone in the world can be said to be kind, but Ling Shui really can't be called kind. Can a person who has no legal or moral bottom line be called kind?" After circling around, the plot still returned to the original. In the plot, it was Leng Ao who invited the original owner. To be invited by Prince Leng personally made the original owner, Lin Jiejia, crazy with joy. However, there were more and more girls targeting her. The original owner endured all these silently. She stayed up all night and personally knitted a scarf for Leng Ao. It was an ordinary scarf. She thought that something she made with her own hands had a different meaning. In the end, of course, she received a lot of ridicule. Leng Ao even put the scarf around the golden retriever's neck in front of the original owner and said, "Even a dog would despise such a thing if you gave it to my dog." The original owner couldn't figure it out. He was the one who personally invited her to the birthday party. Why did he treat her like this? After that, wherever Lin Jiejia went in school, there would be ridicule. Now it seemed that it was probably because of Ling Shui that the original owner could attend the birthday party. These things were all instructed by Ling Shui behind the scenes. Every time Leng Ao saw Ning Shu's silly look, she felt annoyed. Some time ago, he followed her every day like a pervert. Now he didn't follow her anymore, but every time he looked at her with disdain. Disdain. What right did this woman have to disdain him? She was just an abandoned girl. You don't have to bring a gift. Just come to my birthday party. Leng Ao said disdainfully, you can't afford anything too expensive. Ning Shu wouldn't buy a gift. She wanted to save every cent now. Why would she buy a gift for him? She was still considering whether to go to his birthday party. So, why did she have to save this damn prince? This mission was really frustrating. Who cares about him? Ning Shu couldn't pull her out of the female lead's halo and become a normal person. After this farce, she had inexplicably become a joke. Ning Shu was really annoyed. She didn't do anything and just stood there. Damn it, both the female lead and the supporting male lead had to mock her. Leng Ao said to Ling Shui proudly, come to me if you need anything. I'll protect you. From now on, you're my woman. When Leng Ao said this, her ears were a little red, but her eyes were filled with anticipation. This sentence was equivalent to a confession. I'll look for you if I need anything. Ling Shui's attitude was ambiguous. It seemed like she agreed, but also seemed like she didn't. However, a smile appeared on Leng Ao's face. She curled her lips and pretended to not care. Her face was extremely distorted. Looking at Ling Shui's attitude, it was no wonder that the original owner wanted to save this stupid prince. He didn't agree to anything at all. This bastard looked like he had won the heart of a beauty. Chapter 10. Although everyone despised her and thought that people like Ning Shu didn't deserve to stay in A school, Ning Shu stubbornly endured everyone's disdainful gazes and shamelessly stayed in A school. As long as the school didn't issue a document asking her to leave, Ning Shu was firmly rooted in A school. After leaving A school, how was she going to save that stupid prince? Also, the female lead was now a student of A school. After all, she still had some scruples in school. Once out of school, the female lead resumed her unscrupulous cultivation. She was so cool that people couldn't hold back. She wasn't called the Dark Night Queen for nothing. Ning Shu's head hurt. She didn't know how to proceed with the mission. It was so difficult at the beginning. Ning Shu's self-confidence had been shattered. Ning Shu thought of Ling Shui's eyes. After thinking about it, she signed herself up for a taekwondo class, hoping to strengthen her body. Although it didn't have any use, it was always good to be more agile when running for her life. It was really sad. She felt like a mouse trapped in a corner by Ling Shui, struggling in all kinds of death throes. Ning Shu guessed that Ling Shui probably played her and the original owner like mice in the palm of her hand, and at the same time gave her a good reputation. As a result, the original owner's body was like being splashed with buckets of feces. It was simply unbearable. The taekwondo class wasn't as simple as Ning Shu thought. Previously, when she saw the cool taekwondo on TV, Ning Shu had a hard time practicing it. When she was doing splits, the coach even pressed a brick on her head. It was very painful. Fortunately, the original owner had a foundation in dancing and her body was still flexible. Every day after school, Ning Shu went to the taekwondo dojo and tried to find time to practice taekwondo. Dragging her tired body to class every day, Ning Shu couldn't understand what the teacher was talking about. Ace School was different from ordinary schools. Ace School's classes were economics, etiquette, and interpersonal relationships. The students they taught were definitely the elites of society. Of course, these students came from prominent families, so it was only natural for them to become people at the top of the social pyramid. Since she couldn't understand, Ning Shu gave up. She was thinking more about taekwondo. These courses were good for her. She should learn, but now that her life was not in her own hands, Ning Shu also gave up these trivial things. Ling Shui could clearly feel that Lin Jiejia, who was sitting behind her, was different. She couldn't tell what was different about her. Ling Shui turned around and looked at Ning Shu with narrowed eyes. She said, "Let's go to Leng Ao's birthday party together." What? Ning Shu looked at Ling Shui in surprise. He really couldn't figure out what the female lead wanted to do. She actually wanted to go to a party with him. This was something that didn't happen in the plot. How could a high and mighty person like Ling Shui be together with an ant like Lin Jiejia? Ning Shu had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that the female lead had her eyes on him? Ling Shui did have her eyes on Ning Shu. With the sharp senses of a cultivator, the previous Lin Jiejia was full of malice towards her. For weak people, she could tease them when she was bored in school. However, Ling Shui felt that this ant had become more profound. Her jealousy and hatred towards her was not so obvious. This made Ling Shui feel a little unhappy. She even guessed that she was not the original person. Since she could be reborn, then other cultivators could also transmigrate to this world and take over. Ling Shui had already tasted the sweetness of being one of a kind. She definitely wouldn't allow another cultivator to appear in this world to steal her limelight and threaten her. However, she didn't sense the existence of spiritual energy from the other party's body. She didn't seem like a cultivator. Ling Shui decided to test this Lin Jiejia. Ning Shu saw that Ling Shui's eyes were flickering. One moment, she would explode with a strong murderous aura. The next moment, she would be incomparably cold. She kept changing. He just didn't know what Ling Shui was thinking. Ning Shu shrunk his neck and said, "I can't afford a birthday present. I don't want to go to a birthday party." Ning Shu was speaking the truth. For a person like Ling Ao, who was the focus of attention, the value of a birthday present might be more than what others could earn in their entire life. A trace of contempt flashed across Ling Shui's eyes. She said, "Didn't Ling Ao say that he doesn't need you to buy a present?" This thought quickly flashed across Ning Shu's mind. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. The high and mighty female lead actually wanted to go with him. It felt too strange. Under Ling Shui's strong pressure, Ning Shu realized that he didn't have a choice. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly said, "Why should I go with you? If I want to go, I'll go by myself." Tsk, his tone was filled with disgust. This was Ning Shu imitating the original owner's attitude towards Ling Shui. She wanted to agree just now, but according to the original owner's disgust towards Ling Shui, it was impossible for her to go with Ling Shui. Then Ling Shui was testing him and suspecting him. Ning Shu's heart turned cold. Cultivators were so heaven-defying that they could even detect the change in the soul. The female lead's golden finger was too thick. Ning Shu expressed that he was under a lot of pressure. Ling Shui looked at Ning Shu's disgusted expression. She squinted her eyes and scanned Ning Shu's face. Under her gaze, Ning Shu felt like his skin was being pricked by needles. He couldn't control himself and started to twist. Ning Shu rolled his eyes at Ling Shui and shouted, "What are you looking at?" Before Ling Shui could say anything, her deskmate said, "Lin Jiejia, Ling Shui is kind enough to let you go to Prince Ling's birthday party. If it wasn't for Ling Shui, you wouldn't be able to go at all. You don't know what's good for you." Ning Shu looked at the girl who stood up for Ling Shui and said directly, "It's none of your business. I'm talking to Ling Shui. Why are you interrupting? What benefits did Ling Shui give you for you to lick her toes like this? She didn't even say anything, so why are you yelling?" It felt so good. Since these people didn't like him, he might as well shed all pretense of cordiality. It felt better to be fearless. Hearing Ning Shu's vulgar words, the girl was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She shouted, "You bitch! You're the bitch! You're the bitch! You're the bitch! Bitch!" Ling Shui's deskmate had never seen someone curse like this. For people in their class, even if they hated someone to death, they would still put up with it and stab them in the back. Ning Shu had seen a lot of medical disputes in his previous life. This kind of unreasonable way was the most difficult to deal with. When a scholar met a soldier, there was no way to reason with him. As expected, the girl was so angry that she wanted to tear Ning Shu's mouth apart. Ling Shui stopped her deskmate who was about to explode. She glanced at Ning Shu coldly and said, "That's enough." Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat when he saw the girl's murderous gaze. He pouted as if he was unwilling to give up and glared at Ling Shue's deskmate. "Why bother arguing with a random person? You're degrading yourself," Ling Shue said to her deskmate. The girl glanced at Ning Shu arrogantly, as if Ning Shu was a lowly thing. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. He had blocked the girl for Ling Shue and helped her to achieve her noble and elegant image. He didn't know what she was so proud of. This IQ. Would the female lead not care about her image and curse at others? It seemed that she had also helped the female lead's image. But so what? It felt good to curse people. Chapter 11. Ning Shu's quarrel attracted the attention of the other people in the classroom. Everyone looked at Ning Shu as if they were looking at a lunatic. In their eyes, Ning Shu was now a rootless duckweed. An orphan dared to be so arrogant. She should be cowering in a corner like a mouse, living in a corner and running away in panic when she saw people. Now, she was actually baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. Ning Shu didn't care what other people were thinking. Even if she showed weakness and lived in fear, it would only make others bully her more. Ning Shu didn't have any burdens now. She only wanted to complete the mission. Ning Shu turned on the tap. Just as she was about to wash her hands, someone grabbed her head from behind and dragged her back to the toilet. "Fuck, this little bitch is very arrogant. And, she actually hurt and wrong like that. Yes, avenge and wrong." Ning Shu looked at these people. Here they are again, using the same trick and dragging her into the toilet. Did they really think she was easy to bully? These people were not polite to Ning Shu at all. They grabbed her hair and slapped her face. Needless to say, they looked very fierce. Ning Shu grabbed that person's hand. The girl revealed a shocked expression and said angrily, "She actually dares to fight back. Sisters, beat this bitch to death." So many people hitting a real man like her. Ning Shu's heart was also ignited with anger. She wanted to see how the taekwondo she practiced during this period of time was. Ning Shu raised her foot and fiercely stomped on the foot of the person grabbing her hair. The person immediately cried out in pain and let go of Ning Shu's hair. She squatted down and covered her foot. "Bitch, bitch." These people were simply unable to restrain their anger. In their eyes, if they hit her, this bitch should obediently let them hit her. This bitch actually dared to resist. Without saying a word, Ning Shu went up and slapped the person who scolded the most fiercely. He used all of his strength, and the girl's face immediately swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. The girl was dumbfounded and her entire body froze. The surrounding people also looked at Ning Shu in disbelief. Ning Shu took advantage of the fact that these people were still in a daze to quickly kick and hit these people. Suddenly, there were screams and curses in the toilet. "Beat this little bitch to death, it hurts." These girls reacted and swarmed over to Ning Shu, hitting and pulling him. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Ning Shu's face was scratched, but these girls didn't have it easy either. Ning Shu was either pulling their hair or tearing off their skirts. The girls who had their skirts ripped off screamed and lifted up their skirts. They didn't have time to hit Ning Shu. Ning Shu hit and pulled at these people. Her fingers were full of hair that had been pulled out, and a lot of her hair had been pulled out as well. Ning Shu was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He leaned against the wall and panted, temporarily forming a confrontation. These girls were probably frightened by Ning Shu's fierceness. These girls confronted Ning Shu. Some of them rubbed their breasts, and some of them had their hair pulled off by Ning Shu. Their faces were full of palm prints. Ning Shu stared at these people. Those who met Ning Shu's eyes couldn't help but look away. They didn't dare to confront Ning Shu. Ning Shu spat and felt a burning sensation on his face. Someone had scratched his skin. Ning Shu looked at them and limped out of the toilet. The people in the toilet could only watch as Ning Shu walked out. They didn't dare to follow him. Ning Shu gritted his teeth. His face was in so much pain. His head was also numb from the pain. When he touched it, there were actually beads of blood. Women always pulled their hair when they fought. He really envied Ling Shui. She was so elegant and charming when she fought. She didn't even need to get close to her opponent to deal with them. Just like before, she directly used her spiritual energy to make An Rong unconscious. Fortunately, she had the foresight to train her body and learn Taekwondo. Otherwise, she would have been beaten to the ground today. Although he was injured, he also caused these people who usually bullied the original owner to be injured. Their faces were swollen like a pig's head. Ning Shu limped to the school doctor's office. He had to deal with his face. If his face was disfigured, and the original owner returned to his body, he would see a disfigured face full of scars. He would probably collapse. The school doctor's office was still full of people. Moreover, the patients were all female students. They all suffered from the same disease, man-crazy disease. Everyone looked at Ning Shu's miserable appearance and showed an expression of admiration. In order to be treated by the handsome school doctor, he was willing to go all out. What kind of spirit was this? Ning Shu. When it was Ning Shu's turn, Ning Shu sat on the chair and said, "Deal with my face." The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. He picked up a cotton swab and dipped it in disinfectant. He asked, "What's wrong this time? Your head is still swollen. Why are you injured again? I know I'm popular, but there's no need to ruin yourself like this." "Oh, your face is ruined." The school doctor poked Ning Shu's face with the cotton swab. "How ruthless can you be to hurt your face like this?" The wound was wiped with disinfectant. It was so painful that Ning Shu's face was distorted. There was also a narcissistic school doctor beside him who kept talking. "Shut up. You're so annoying. I was beaten by others. I didn't scratch myself." Ning Shu shouted. He really had enough. The school doctor adjusted his glasses. His eyes reflected a ray of light. He didn't say anything and used more strength. Ning Shu collapsed and said, "I was wrong. Be gentle." Ning Shu sighed. She looked at her face in the mirror, which was covered in band-aids. Every scratch should be covered with a band-aid. Ning Shu felt that she was going to be ruined by this school doctor. Did the original owner have a grudge with the school doctor? With such a face full of band-aids, Ning Shu couldn't go to class. He directly went back to his rented house. But just as he walked out of the school gate, he saw a person who looked like Ling Shui's back. She went into the alley mysteriously. Ning Shu wanted to follow her. But he remembered that Ling Shui was a cultivator. Her consciousness was sensitive. She must be able to feel that someone was peeping at her. But seeing Ling Shui being so mysterious, Ning Shu's heart was itching. In the end, he decided to follow her quietly. Ning Shu didn't dare to make a sound. He thought about it and took out a handkerchief from his bag to wrap his feet. This way, the sound of his shoes touching the ground would be smaller. There was no need to ask how Ning Shu knew this method. He learned it from third-rate detective movies. Ning Shu quietly went around and stuck his head out to look at the alley. He saw Ling Shui talking to a man. Ning Shu couldn't hear what they were talking about. Suddenly, Ning Shu saw Ling Shui put her hand on the man's head. Then, the man's face revealed an extremely happy expression, as if he was floating in the air. Ling Shui's back was facing Ning Shu. Ning Shu couldn't see Ling Shui's expression clearly. He only saw that her hair and clothes were flying. There seemed to be wind blowing around Ling Shui's body. But Ning Shu couldn't feel the wind. This scene was very strange. Chapter 12. This scene was really strange to the extreme. Ning Shu covered his mouth, not allowing himself to make a sound. He inexplicably felt that he might have discovered a big secret. Moreover, in the original owner's memory, as well as the story of this world, there was no mention of this. Seeing Ling Shui's clothes fluttering and the wind around her becoming weaker and weaker, Ning Shu did not hesitate to turn around and run. It seemed that Ling Shui's business was about to end. Ning Xian entered the bookstore and pretended to be reading. When she looked up, she saw Ling Shui walking out of the bookstore. She did not know if it was her illusion, but Ning Xian felt that Ling Shui's aura was even stronger and colder. Ling Shui, who was outside, suddenly felt a probing gaze on her. Ling Shui stopped in her tracks and looked around. Ning Shu in the bookstore immediately looked away and looked at the book in his hand. He did not dare to look at Ling Shui again. Cultivators were too heaven-defying. Just a glance was enough to feel it. Ling Shui wrinkled her beautiful eyebrows. This gaze disappeared again. Ling Shui thought for a moment and left. After a while, Ning Shu let out a heavy breath. His back was covered in cold sweat. Too terrifying. Ning Shu felt that how could a normal person deal with the female lead who had cheated. Ning Shu hurriedly returned to his rented apartment and took a shower. Then he went to the Taekwondo dojo to train crazily. However, his heart could not stop hesitating. No matter how much he trained, he was still an ant to the female lead. This time, Ning Shu's claws were really numb. He was alone and had no support. Ning Shu carefully thought about the people in the story who had a grudge with the male lead or female lead. Then Ning Shu discovered that this world's villain boss was a mystery. There was no such thing as a villain boss. It was all about the female lead and male lead's domineering side. Wherever they went, they were invincible. If it was not for the conditions of this world, the male and female lead would have probably rushed out of the universe. There was no power to rope in. Even if there was power, under the glittering aura of the male and female lead, everything was trash. System, I hate you. Ning Shu roared in his heart. Ning Shu trained until midnight every day before returning home. However, when he returned home today, Ning Shu felt that something was wrong. He had just opened the door when he heard rustling sounds in the dark room. Furthermore, he could smell the stench of blood. There was someone at home. Ning Shu quietly took out a steel pipe from behind the door. As a single woman, how could he be at ease if he did not prepare something to ensure her safety? Hearing the rustling sounds in the room, Ning Shu felt the hair on his back stand up. He held the steel rod tightly. Using the weak street lamp outside the room, Ning Shu saw something squirming on the sofa. Without thinking, he picked up the steel rod and smashed it on the sofa. Suddenly, the sound of a pig being slaughtered came from the sofa. Hearing that it was a man's voice, Ning Shu was even more merciless. He smashed the steel rod on her body. Hey, I said enough. If you continue, I will shoot. A patient voice sounded. Go and turn on the lights. Ning Shu heard that the other party had a gun in his hand. He was so scared that he almost threw the steel rod away. Thinking that the steel rod was his only weapon, if he threw it away, he would be a defenseless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Go and turn on the lights. The voice said with pain. Fuck, I told you to turn on the lights. Ning Shu immediately heard the sound of the gun safety being pulled. He was so scared that he ran to the door with the steel rod and turned on the lights. Ning Shu stood at the door, not daring to enter the room. He suppressed the urge to run. No matter how fast he ran, he would not be faster than a bullet. Nervously looking at the person on the sofa, Ning Shu exclaimed. School doctor. This was the school doctor. He was wearing a black trench coat and holding a pistol in his hand. When he heard Ning Shu's voice, he turned around and reached out his hand to adjust the glasses on the bridge of his nose. However, he found that he was not wearing glasses. He squinted his eyes and looked at Ning Shu. He curled his lips and said, Come here and bandage my wound. I don't know how to. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor who was obviously different from the one during the day. His temperament was completely different. If they did not have the same face, it would be impossible to believe that they were the same person. Could they be twins? You are the school doctor, right? Ning Shu pointed the steel rod at the school doctor. The school doctor's face was silent. He pointed the gun at Ning Shu and said, "Come here." Facing the black muzzle, Ning Shu, who had not seen the world, was scared. He quickly said, "Let's talk nicely." His legs trembled as he moved toward the school doctor. The school doctor's face was pale. He was probably beaten up by Ning Shu. Even his lips were pale. He took off his clothes with a cold expression. "Take care of my wound." The school doctor pointed at his back. There was a hidden weapon embedded in his shoulder blade. Let's call it a hidden weapon for now. It was almost buried in his body. The school doctor could not treat this position by himself. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu's dazed expression and shouted, "Fuck, hurry up. I'm almost out of blood." This person who was full of vulgarities was really the elegant school doctor. Ning Shu quivered and quickly found the medicine box. Looking at the hidden weapon that was almost buried in his flesh, he was a little troubled. He asked, "How do I take this out?" "Take out the tweezers. Hurry up." The school doctor's voice was filled with pain. His skin was covered in cold sweat. "I'll take it out," Ning Shu said as he reached for the wound with the tweezers. "Oh, your sister. Hurry up," the school doctor roared. Then, Ning Shu was frightened by him and directly poked the tweezers into his wound. The school doctor was in so much pain that his body trembled. He curled up into a ball on the sofa. Ning Shu looked at the wound that was bleeding like a fountain. He quickly wiped the blood with gauze. Seeing so much blood, Ning Shu was frightened. He looked at the school doctor's pale face. He hardened his heart and directly stretched out a leg to step on the school doctor's body to prevent him from moving. Then, he quickly used the tweezers to catch the hidden weapon and pulled it out. It didn't come out. Again. When the hidden weapon was pulled out, blood sprayed on Ning Shu's face. The school doctor lying on the sofa completely fainted. His face was ashen. Ning Shu covered the wound with gauze. Looking at the blood spurting out, he panicked. He looked at the deep wound and rummaged through the medicine box. Finally, he found medicine to stop the bleeding. He crushed it and sprinkled it on the wound. It was clearly medicine. Ning Shu directly sprinkled it on the wound. It was too slow. With so much blood spurting out, how much blood could there be? Ning Shu wrapped the school doctor's wound tightly. He was so busy that he was sweating. He stretched out his hand and waved it at the school doctor's nose. Fortunately, he was still breathing. Ning Shu sat on the ground. He looked at the blood-stained gauze all over the room and put it away. He saw the gun on the coffee table with a dim luster. Ning Shu's heart turned cold. He glanced at the unconscious school doctor and secretly hid the gun. Seriously, why didn't he go to the hospital when he was injured? Why did he come to her house? How did he get in? Who was this school doctor? He wasn't an ordinary person at all. Why did he become a school doctor at Ace University? Chapter 13. When the handsome school doctor woke up, he was still in a daze when he opened his eyes. He didn't know where he was, but then his memory came back. He sat up on the sofa and pulled at his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. "You're awake." Suddenly, a faint voice sounded. The school doctor turned around and saw a woman standing behind him, holding a bowl of noodles and stuffing it into her mouth. "Who are you?" The school doctor instinctively reached for the gun at his waist, but he couldn't find it. Instead, he pulled at his wound, which was extremely painful. Ning Shu swallowed the noodles in his mouth and blinked at him. The corner of his mouth twitched. "You're here to be funny, right? Did you take my things?" The school doctor looked at Ning Shu with a gloomy face, and then his stomach started to growl. "Oh, I remember you. You're the girl who helped me remove the hidden weapon last night." "Ha ha ha." The school doctor laughed heartily. "Cook me a bowl of noodles too." Ning Shu nodded and went to cook noodles for him. He was really tenacious. He had lost so much blood, but he still woke up in the morning. Ning Shu put the noodles in front of him and said in a negotiating tone, "Uncle, I look so old. When I was in school, the girls all called me brother." The school doctor picked up the noodles and tasted it. "That's not the point. You're so badly injured. You should go to the hospital." Ning Shu really didn't dare to let this dangerous person stay in his house. The school doctor smacked his lips and said, "It doesn't taste good." "Hey, what did you say? I didn't hear it clearly." Ning Shu, so despicable. "Eat your noodles." Ning Shu rolled his eyes. "By the way, did you take my things?" The school doctor asked. "Give it back to me. It's too dangerous for a little girl like you to play with." Looking at the elegant demeanor of the school doctor, Ning Shu really wanted to spit at him. He quickly said, "What is it? I didn't take anything from you." "Oh, you're talking about the hidden weapon. I've put it away and will give it to you immediately." Ning Shu took out a box from under the coffee table and handed the hidden weapon to the school doctor. The hidden weapon was black in color and had the shape of a ring. It had sharp horns on the outside and emitted a dark glow. The school doctor glanced at Ning Shu and carefully examined the hidden weapon. He kept it and stretched out his hand to look at Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at his hands. His palms were yellow and covered with thick calluses. Such calluses could only be formed by doing certain things over a long period of time. His hands did not match his looks at all. Ning Shu reached out and shook his hand. "Hello, hello." The school doctor directly shook off Ning Shu's hand and said, "What I want is the gun." "Where did you take my gun?" Ning Shu looked at him warily and asked, "Are you going to kill me if I return it to you?" "Big brother, since I saved your life, we should repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. We have no enmity with each other, so let's forget about each other." "What nonsense are you talking about? Even if I don't use the gun, I can still deal with you. Using a gun to deal with you is a waste of bullets. Hurry up and give me the gun," the school doctor said impatiently. He frowned and his whole face looked unapproachable. Ning Shu looked at his cold face and took out the gun from the room and handed it to the school doctor. He did not forget to refute. "I think it's too dangerous to leave the gun on you. What if it goes off accidentally, so I put it away." The school doctor put away the gun and put it in his boots. He turned a deaf ear to Ning Shu's words. He stood up and said, "Thank you for last night. I'm leaving." Ning Shu saw him walking towards the door. He did not look injured. If she did not personally remove the hidden weapon from his body yesterday, she would have suspected that he was not injured at all. Ning Shu opened the door and said to the school doctor with a smile, "Uncle, take care. Don't come here in the future." The school doctor looked down at Ning Shu and said, "Interesting. You are a very interesting person." Ning Shu heard such a cool line and was stunned. She looked at the school doctor in a daze. Could this guy be the male lead? She looked at the school doctor carefully and compared the description of the male lead in the story. The male lead and the female lead were both cold and domineering people. Because they were so similar, she felt that the other side was worthy of her. Ning Shu asked, "Uncle, who are you? What's your name?" The school doctor looked at her with surprise and said, "Why do you want to know my name? Don't you call me uncle?" "Then you call me uncle." Uncle was purely Ning Shu's bad taste. He did not look old at all. Ning Shu took advantage of her young body and naturally called him uncle. "Why do I want to know your name?" "Because I want to know if you are the cool male lead." Looking at the school doctor wearing a black windbreaker and leaving very coolly, Ning Shu felt that she was not very good. Thinking carefully, the male lead did not seem to be a school doctor in the story. The male lead was only suitable for fighting and killing. He was not suitable for the job of a school doctor. Then who was this guy? It seemed that there was no such person in the story. Ning Shu sighed. She felt so sad. What was with such an irrelevant person? She felt that the school doctor was not a simple person. How could a person who could run around with a gun be a simple person? After tidying up, Ning Shu went to school. When she passed by the school's bulletin board, she found that there was a punishment for her. The reason was that a lot of credits were deducted for fighting. If it was deducted again, she would probably be expelled. She saw that she was the only one whose credits were deducted. Everyone else was fine. She was the only one. What a second world. She was an orphan with no power and could only be bullied. Ning Shu hated this school, but for the mission, she had to stay here. This was a place for the strong. A small fish like her could only be swallowed up. People who did not have a family background could not survive in this school. She did not take the initiative to cause trouble, but so many people bullied her. She was really drunk. Walking to the classroom, the girls who fought with Ning Shu yesterday had a proud look on their faces. One must know that the credits of A school were very important. Even if they came to gild themselves, if they were expelled by A school, they would become a laughing stock. Ning Shu was simply annoyed. She did not complete the mission, and these people always jumped out to cause trouble for her. In the future, she would not fight in school. She would just cover them in a gunny sack and beat them until they were convinced. Sitting in her seat, Ning Shu picked up the three-legged table that fell on the ground. She glanced at Ling Shui in front of her. Thinking of the strange scene she accidentally saw yesterday, she felt a chill in her heart just looking at Ling Shui's back. She did not know what Ling Shui did to that man. It did not feel like anything good. Ling Shui turned her head and looked at Ning Shu in confusion. She asked coldly, "Lin Jiejie, why are you looking at me?" Chapter 14. Ning Shu didn't think that Ling Shui's senses would be so sharp. He only took a glance at her and she already knew. Ning Shu felt very stifled in his heart. "It's nothing, I was just mesmerized by your charming back," Ning Shu said without sincerity. Ling Shui pursed her lips and looked at Ning Shu with a murderous gaze. Was she teasing her? Ling Shui felt that she had been too indulgent with this woman. That was why she had the guts to tease her, a mortal ant. Being stared at by Ling Shui with a murderous gaze, Ning Shu expressed that it was enough. Ning Shu glanced at her and said, "What are you looking at? I don't think you're as beautiful as me." Ling Shui's face instantly turned cold. She looked at Ling Shui as if she was looking at a dead object. Ning Shu expressed that touching a tiger's butt like this was really ecstasy. Ning Shu was now courting death. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well make the female lead uncomfortable. It didn't matter if he died sooner or later. Ling Shui glanced at her indifferently and turned around. "So what if you have a golden finger? Just because you have the ability, it doesn't mean that you can bully others. Relying on the grace given by the heavens, you can wantonly play with other people's lives." Ling Shui looked down on mortal ants everywhere, but she used her ability to deal with mortal ants. "Fuck, did mortal ants provoke you? What did they do to you?" Ning Shu muttered in his heart. He felt that he needed to borrow some external force to deal with Ling Shui. No matter how good his martial arts were, he could take her down with a single shot. Speaking of guns, he thought of the cool school doctor. Ning Shu felt that he should try his luck. After class, Ning Shu ran to the school doctor's office. He thought that the school doctor was seriously injured and didn't come to work. But seeing so many female students in the room, Ning Shu almost bowed to him. He was really dedicated. When the school doctor saw Ning Shu, he adjusted his glasses. After the female students in the room had successfully taken advantage of him and left, Ning Shu said, Is your wound serious?" The school doctor sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. She looked at Ning Shu elegantly and said, "Why are you looking for me?" Ning Shu drew circles on the ground with his feet, looking very shy. "What's going on?" The school doctor adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and said bluntly, "Seeing you like this makes me want to vomit." "Ning Shu, uncle, can I discuss something with you?" "You have to help me, or else I'll die." Ning Shu squatted down and pulled the school doctor's leg. The school doctor pushed Ning Shu's hand away and dusted her trousers as if there was something dirty on them. She looked at Ning Shu from the corner of her eyes and said coldly, "Why do I feel like you're clinging on to me? You probably don't know how pitiful I am. I was abandoned by my family, and after I was abandoned, I found out that I was actually my parents' biological daughter. Now, I've offended the goddess of the entire school. The goddess can destroy me with a flick of her finger. Don't you think I'm pitiful? The entire school is laughing at me, and I was beaten up and even had my grades deducted." As he spoke, Ning Shu felt that the original owner of this body was really pitiful. Yes, it's quite melodramatic. It's also quite suicidal. And then, the school doctor looked at Ning Shu. "Why are you here?" She said so much, but she didn't express her desire for help strongly enough. Ning Shu took out a tissue to wipe his nose and said, "Can you lend me your gun?" The school doctor raised her eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu with a sneer. She dusted her white coat and said, "Why should I lend it to you? Even if I lend it to you, do you know how to use it?" "I don't know how to use it, but I can learn it." Ning Shu said excitedly, "This is a matter of life and death. Uncle, if I'm not desperate, I won't come to you." Ning Shu felt that he was quite desperate. In order to borrow something that could save his life, he didn't care about his integrity at all. The school doctor squinted at Ning Shu and asked, "Who did you say you offended?" "Who?" "Oh, it's the goddess Ling Shui." Ning Shu blinked and looked at the school doctor. Up close, the school doctor's skin was very good. It was like white jade without any pores. "You offended a girl and you want to use a gun?" The school doctor's glasses flashed white light. "Isn't it just a girl?" "How can you say, 'Isn't it just a girl'?" Ning Shu looked around and said to the school doctor, "Ling Shui isn't an ordinary person. Just talk. Why are you so close?" The school doctor leaned her body and said with disdain, "Damn, it's really difficult to communicate with this guy. He always pays attention to the details." Ning Shu stepped back and said, "Ling Shui isn't an ordinary person." "I know. Didn't you just say it?" The school doctor frowned. "You like to repeat the same sentence twice. Brother, please get to the point." Ning Shu felt that this guy was playing with him, but he couldn't do anything about it. He only knew that this guy had good things on him. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu's expression and said, "What do you mean by Ling Shui isn't an ordinary person? Is she Superman, Spider-Man, or Iron Man?" Ning Shu, "No, Ling Shui is a god. She can kill people from a distance." "Do you believe it?" Ning Shu's expression was serious. She thought that the school doctor would laugh after hearing her words, but she didn't expect the school doctor to be serious and say, "Maybe she's a demon." Ning Shu, she was sure that this bastard was really playing with her. She was clearly talking about a serious matter. Ning Shu felt like she was the only one sober in the world. Ning Shu was so anxious that her mouth was bubbling. If she didn't want to help, she would pull it. Teasing people was fun. "I'll find you tonight," the school doctor said. Ning Shu quickly crossed her arms and said, "Why are you looking for me? I'm a good girl." The school doctor's mouth twitched and sneered, "You don't want anything anymore?" Of course, she wanted. Ning Shu quickly said, "I'll sweep the bed and welcome you tonight." The school doctor, after receiving the school doctor's affirmation, Ning Shu no longer felt guilty when facing Ling Shui's cold and murderous eyes. She could even stare back. Seeing Ling Shui's unhappy expression, Ning Shu felt very happy. Ling Shui said in her heart that her tolerance for Ning Shu had reached its limit. If she had scruples before, Lin Jiejia was Ace's student. If Ace's student went missing, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Now that she was alone and didn't have a family backing her up, it was time for her to disappear. Tian looked at her strangely. Ling Shui felt that this aunt's gaze was too annoying. It was an illusion that she had been seen through. Ning Shu didn't know that the female lead had already planned to kick her out of school. She was now full of anticipation for the school doctor's arrival. If she had something to save her life, she would have some confidence in completing the fucked up mission. Chapter 15. Ning Shu waited until the middle of the night before the school doctor arrived. Moreover, he directly climbed over the wall from the balcony and walked into the house. Faced with such a situation, Ning Shu couldn't even show his displeasure. He poured tea for the old man sitting on the sofa. The school doctor was wearing a black windbreaker again. Ning Shu didn't know if it was the same as before. Every time he saw the windbreaker, Ning Shu was full of complaints, but he didn't know what to say. He looked at Ning Shu, picked up the water, looked at it, and put it down. He took out something covered in a leather cover and threw it to Ning Shu. Ning Shu caught it in a hurry. She looked at the school doctor and opened it. It was a pistol. This one felt lighter in his hand, unlike the previous one, which felt heavy in his hand. This is a female pistol. It has 2 safety bolts. It's suitable for you, the school doctor said lightly. Ning Shu sniffled and looked at the school doctor with tears in her eyes. Uncle, you're such a good person. I can't repay you, I don't want you to repay me with your body. You're so ugly. The school doctor glanced at her and took out a magnetic card. This is the gun club. Go there to learn guns. Ning Shu took the card. This time, she felt uneasy. The school doctor was so considerate. Ning Shu asked, Uncle, what do you need me to do? The school doctor grinned and said, Of course I need you to do something. You'll know when the time comes. We're just mutually beneficial. Ning Xian, speak human language. I don't understand. The school doctor came and left quietly. When he left, he didn't jump off the balcony. Instead, he left through the door. Looking at the black windbreaker fluttering in the wind, Ning Shu wanted to complain again. Ning Shu held the gun and felt a surge of strength and courage in her body. Courage and strength came from this small thing. Ning Shu put the card away. No matter what the school doctor's motive was, at least with this, he would have some protection. The next day, Ning Shu didn't even bother to go to class. Even if she went, she wouldn't understand. It wasn't that Ning Shu's IQ wasn't high enough, but the stuff was too high-end. Ning Shu felt that going to school was a waste of time. Ning Shu took the magnetic card and went to the gun club to learn how to shoot. He followed the address on the magnetic card and found the so-called gun club. He had thought that the club would be a magnificent place, or at least a high-end place. However, the small shop in front of him sold all kinds of things. There were even pornographic magazines and all kinds of restricted items. Was it really a club? Ning Shu walked over and an old man came up to him. Perhaps it was because there were too many undesirable things around, but Ning Shu felt that the old man's smile was very wretched. Uncle. Uncle, I want to ask if this is a gun club. Ning Shu stuttered. The old man's expression became serious, and then he immediately laughed and said, Little girl, this is a grocery store, not a club. You found the wrong place. Obviously, the address was good. Ning Shu suddenly thought that contact required a token or a secret order, so she took out the magnetic card that the school doctor gave her and shouted, Uncle, look at this. The old man took it and glanced at it. Then, he dug out something that looked like a swipe card from the dirty ground and swiped it. The old man looked at Ning Shu and said, You come with me. Ning Shu put away the card and followed the old man into the grocery store. The old man opened a thick door and said to Ning Shu, Go in. Ning Shu nodded and carefully went in. Sure enough, there was another world. It was dazzling, and the windows were bright and clean. This was the place of a club. At a glance, there were cubicles everywhere, and everyone in each cubicle was wearing earplugs. They were fully focused on the targets in front of them. The whole club was filled with gunshots. Ning Shu was speechless. It was the simplest school scene, but now it had become a gunfight. Ning Shu stood there, not knowing what to do. It seemed that there were no waiters here. Uncle, I want to shoot. Where should I go? Ning Shu asked a man who was wiping his sweat. The man looked at Ning Shu. Just this one look made Ning Shu feel as if he was standing in front of a pile of corpses. His whole body was cold, as if he had passed through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The murderous aura was too strong. This person must have killed a lot of people. Where did this little girl come from? Old Manly let anyone in. Get out, the man said coldly. When he frowned, Ning Shu was hit in the face by a murderous aura. Ning Shu felt as if he was facing a ferocious beast. He saw the cruelty in the man's eyes. He rubbed the gun in his hand and narrowed his eyes at Ning Shu's head, as if he wanted to blow up Ning Shu's head. Mom, this world is too dangerous. I want to go home. Ning Shu quickly took out the magnetic card and said, I was introduced here by someone. The man saw the card in Ning Shu's hand. His face froze, and then he suddenly revealed a spasmodic smile. It was too horrifying. You were introduced by Madman. The second square in front is Madman's position. You go. The man pointed at the square and said, you go to his position to train. Madman? Was he talking about the school doctor uncle? Seeing such a ferocious person, his attitude changed instantly when he saw the magnetic card. How ferocious was the school doctor uncle? Even such a ferocious person looked at her with fear like a tiger. Since the school doctor uncle was so intimidating, Ning Shu immediately said, Uncle, I don't know how to shoot. Can you teach me? The man's face twitched and he said, yes. Thank you, school doctor uncle, for getting a coach for free. Put in the magazine. I don't know. You know how to pull the bolt. I don't know. You know how to pull the trigger. I don't know. The man touched the gun at his waist and narrowed his eyes at Ning Shu's head. He seemed to be worried about something, and a spasmodic smile appeared on his face. Sorry to trouble you, uncle. A lot of people had gathered around. When they heard Ning Shu's words, they all laughed at Ning Shu for being a rookie. If she didn't know how to shoot, then she didn't know how to shoot. There was nothing to be ashamed of. If she knew how to shoot, she wouldn't have come to this place. Don't mess around. This girl was introduced by Madman. The man bared his teeth and said. Hearing Madman's name, the surrounding people immediately scattered like birds and beasts. In a few seconds, the people in front of her disappeared. It was as if they would lose their lives if they heard Madman's name. Ning Shu was speechless. How ferocious was the school doctor? But Ning Shu didn't think he was that strong. She was even hit by a hidden weapon. She was too weak. Uncle, we can start now. Don't worry, I will study hard. So, Ning Shu started the shooting course. With a coach who was ready to explode at any time, Ning Shu's learning progress was very fast. A person's potential was really unlimited. Chapter 16. Ning Shu began to practice shooting. Under the watchful eyes of the instructor, Ning Shu fired a shot and missed the target. The bullet flew off to who knows where. The instructor touched the gun at his waist and looked at Ning Shu's head eagerly. Ning Shu suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She hurriedly said, I'll try again. This time, I definitely won't miss the target. Instructor, Ning Shu practiced with all her might. In the beginning, she didn't know where the bullet flew off to. The people in the club all avoided Ning Shu. If she was accidentally hit by this rookie, it would really be a waste. Ning Shu held the gun. If her posture was wrong, the instructor would immediately take out the gun and point it at her head. Ning Shu was so scared that she almost peed her pants. She improved very quickly. From missing the target at the beginning, she could now hit the target. Ning Shu was now staying in the club. He ate, drank, and defecated here, practicing non-stop. In the end, he couldn't even lift his arms. Ning Shu felt that he might have turned into an otaku's Chilan arm. However, Ning Shu didn't mind. This was a life-saving skill. Against the dangerous female lead, one more skill meant one more chance to save her life. The instructor gave Ning Shu a bottle of medicinal oil. He revealed a convulsive smile and asked, "What's your relationship with Madman?" Of course, Ning Shu didn't dare to say that. If she said that, she reckoned that this uncle who liked to explode heads would immediately explode her. Ning Shu laughed and revealed an unfathomable expression. The instructor touched the gun again. He probably really wanted to shoot Ning Shu in the head. Every time Ning Shu saw this fierce uncle touch the gun, she would be scared out of her wits. She had to thank the school doctor uncle for making people so afraid of him. She could use his power to intimidate others. Ning Shu ate, drank, and peed in the club. She practiced shooting every day. Now, she could actually shoot within the 5th ring. It was simply awesome. On this day, Ning Shu suddenly received a message from the school saying that he would be expelled if he didn't come to class. Alright, I'm determined not to be expelled. After staying in the club for so long, Ning Shu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the peaceful atmosphere of the school. When Ling Shui saw Ning Shu, she clearly felt that this woman had changed again. She became more profound and gave people a dangerous aura. But this kind of danger was like a strong ant with a strong pincer. Ling Shui was very unhappy with this feeling. She met Ning Shu's eyes. Sensing Ling Shui's gaze, Ning Shu rolled his eyes at Ling Shui. Ling Shui's eyes suddenly became dangerous, and her body involuntarily emitted a spiritual aura pressure, giving people a great pressure. Ning Shu felt that he was quite good at courting death. Being so arrogant in front of the female lead, what else could it be other than courting death? Previously, Ling Shui ignored Ning Shu as if she was looking at a clown. Now, Ning Shu felt like a fishbone was stuck in her throat. She suddenly had a feeling that if she didn't get rid of this clown, her life in the future would be different. Ling Shui believed in her feelings. Ning Shu later found out why the school asked her to come to class. It was because tomorrow was the Prince Ling Ao's birthday. They asked her to come to class because Ling Ao had invited Ning Shu to his birthday party and asked Ning Shu not to forget. When Ning Shu found out the reason, he became a Spartan. He thought that he was so important that the school would inform him even if he didn't come to class. He was really thinking too much. Ning Shu went to the school doctor's office to see the school doctor. Seeing the room full of patients, Ning Shu really didn't understand why the school doctor came to school to be a school doctor. He always had a motive. How could a person who could make the coach so afraid be a simple school doctor? When the school doctor saw Ning Shu, he looked her up and down and said with some surprise, "You're actually still alive. You didn't go to the club?" Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu almost vomited blood. This bitch clearly knew that the club was full of vicious murderers, but she didn't tell her and just barged in so casually. How could a person's heart be so sinister? Was there any beauty in it? Ning Shu grinned and said, "Thank you." Ning Shu patted the lady's pistol on her waist. The school doctor faintly glanced at her and said, "Are you at odds with the school beauty, Ling Shui?" Even uncle knows Ling Shui. It seems that Ling Shui's reputation is spread far and wide. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor with some horror and asked, "Uncle, you can't be." "Can't be what? Don't tell me you also like Ling Shui." Ning Shu felt very bitter. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Su. "Why do you think I like Ling Shui?" Wherever the female lead went, the males were basically killed instantly. Under the Mary Sue halo, none of the males were spared. Looking at the school doctor's assets, he was tall, handsome, and had a good figure. Most importantly, he had an aura that was both good and evil. He could easily become a supporting male lead. "Uncle, there are so many women in the world. Why fall on a tree?" Ning Shu almost cried. If the uncle had feelings for the female lead, how was she going to deal with the female lead? Ning Shu felt drunk and almost knelt down in front of the school doctor. The school doctor rubbed his forehead and looked at Ning Shu, who was crying. He stepped on Ning Shu's foot and even used his strength to crush it. "Ouch, damn, it hurts." Ning Shu held his foot and looked at the cold and emotionless school doctor. He was indeed cannon fodder. He felt that life was so bitter. If the female lead was crying, he would have held her in his arms and taken pity on her. At the very least, he would have given her a tissue to wipe her tears and snot. Don't make such a disgusting face in front of me. Ugly people shouldn't be so pretentious. The school doctor said coldly. Ning Shu, for some reason, Ning Shu felt that the current school doctor had completely lost the gentle feeling he had when they first met. Now, even if he wore glasses, it couldn't hide the evil aura in his eyes. Damn, is he a demon in human skin that wants to destroy the world? How's your practice? You can shoot now, right? The school doctor asked. Ning Shu stretched out a hand and said proudly, I can hit the 5th ring now. What the hell is the 5th ring? The school doctor looked at Ning Shu strangely and said, after practicing for so long, don't tell me that you can hit the target? The smile on Ning Shu's face cracked. Why did she feel like she was useless when she heard the school doctor's disdainful words? She had changed from an innocent and cute girl to a cute girl who could shoot a gun. Ning Shu shamelessly called herself a cute girl in her heart. I guess you embarrassed me at the club. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu. His glasses reflected a white light, giving off a sinister vibe. Ning Shu originally wanted to say that there was a coach who taught her, but seeing the school doctor like this, she decisively gave up. With someone teaching her, she was still so bad. Would the school doctor kill her? Chapter 17. In short, Ning Shu successfully knew how useless he was after being attacked by the school doctor from all angles. Ning Shu left the school doctor's office and wandered around the school garden. Looking at these beautiful flowers, it was great that she could come back to life. Hey, woman, who are you? What are you doing here? An unruly voice came from behind, startling Ning Shu. He turned around and saw Leng Ao standing not far away, raising his noble chin and looking at him from above. Leng Ao put his hands in his pockets and looked at Ning Shu. He looked very cool, but for some reason, Ning Shu felt that he was a Chinibu. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't you know that you can't come here? Leng Ao looked at Ning Shu's dazed look, disgust flashed in his eyes. Ning Shu replied with an, oh, and planned to leave. She was too lazy to talk to this stupid prince, let alone reason with him. To be honest, Ace School had people with better family backgrounds than Leng Ao and the other 3 princes, but they were not in the limelight like them. They were all very low-key. Leng Ao saw Ning Shu leave as if she didn't see him. Leng Ao felt uncomfortable in his heart. He was usually sought after by people everywhere. Suddenly being treated like this made Leng Ao very uncomfortable. Leng Ao grabbed Ning Shu's arm, then shook her hand away as if she had caught a dog. She looked at Ning Shu with disdain and said coldly, what's with your attitude? Ning Shu's mouth twitched. She looked at Leng Ao. He had already left, but now he was grabbing onto her with an expression that said, you've pissed me off. Ning Shu was also speechless. Was this person crazy? He was really unreasonable. What should she do? Are you mute? I'm talking to you. Leng Ao looked at Ning Shu with disgust. Remember, this is not a place you can come to. This garden and the villa opposite are not places you can go. Remember, lowly person. Oh, my bad temper. Ning Shu really wanted to pull out his pistol and shoot him in the head. From the moment Leng Ao approached, Ning Shu felt the heartbeat of this body quicken and its breathing quicken. When he heard Leng Ao talking to him, he felt like he was about to faint from happiness. Just how much did the original owner like this stupid prince? Even when he saw her body, his reaction was so big. Ning Shu experienced the blissful feeling that came from every part of his body. She didn't want to experience it, but this feeling was still transmitted to her brain. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. I won't go near this place, Ning Shu said, holding back the irritation in his heart. By the way, who are you? Leng Ao asked when he saw Ning's familiar face. Ning Shu also wanted to kneel down. How forgetful was this person? Not long ago, he invited her to a birthday party under Ling Shue's request, but she forgot about it in the blink of an eye. Ning Shu laughed coldly, the corner of his mouth twitching. Leng Ao frowned and looked at Ning Shu. Then, she remembered and looked at Ning Shu with even colder eyes. Don't find trouble with Ling Shui in the future. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Even if I find trouble with Ling Shui, I won't like you. Just give up, vicious woman. Leng Ao almost spat on Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu was speechless. What's with this feeling of self-satisfaction? Although the original owner liked her, she didn't like him. His narcissistic look really made her feel like her balls were hurting. You're so cool and arrogant. Is your family made? Do you have a problem here? Ning Shu pointed at his head and asked. I invited you to the birthday party because of Ling Shui. Ling Shui is magnanimous and won't argue with you, but I won't let you hurt Ling Shui. Remember your identity, lowly person. Leng Ao raised her chin like a god looking at a mortal. How does this person's brain work? He lives in his own world. There should be a limit to what he says. From the beginning to the end, she only said one sentence. You're so cool and arrogant. Earth can't tolerate you anymore. You'd better remember my words clearly. If you don't, I'll make you suffer. Leng Ao turned and left after saying that. Ning Shu took a deep breath. The world is so beautiful. Ignore the disharmonious things quickly. If you're fucking crazy, go take medicine. Why give up treatment? Ning Shu roared at her in disdain, turned and ran away. The next day, Ning Shu wore normal clothes and put the lady's pistol on his waist before going to the idiot Prince Leng's birthday party. The birthday party was at a private club. Ning Shu walked to the entrance of the club with his legs. There were many private cars parked at the entrance. Handsome men and beautiful women got out of the cars one by one, wearing expensive clothes. Ning Shu stood at the entrance because Gij didn't enter. Others looked at Ning Shu with disdain. Some girls in luxurious clothes even covered their mouths and snickered. Ning Shu immediately felt the malice of the world. And Rong also got out of the car. When she saw Ning Shu, she glared at him fiercely. She lifted the hem of her dress and walked to Ning Shu. She sneered, You're actually here. Don't tell me you're going to guard the door. Ning Shu looked at Rong. Since she was injured by Ling Shui, she hadn't come to class. Now, her face was still very pale. She didn't look like she was here to attend a birthday party. Instead, she looked like she was here to mourn. Ning Shu was also drunk. She forced herself to attend the birthday party even though her body wasn't well. And Rong obviously knew that she didn't look good now. When she saw Ning Shu looking at her face, Rong exploded. She said fiercely, What are you looking at? I won't forget the humiliation and bullying you gave me. Ning Shu didn't want to take the blame. He said, You know, I didn't do anything. You were injured because of Ling Shui. Why are you blaming me? Rong was stunned. She said, Ling Shui didn't do it on purpose. Besides, she didn't do anything to me. I didn't do anything to you either. I'm standing in front of you now. If I had Ling Shui's ability, I would have sent you back to the hospital bed. Anyway, Ling Shui wouldn't do this to me. Don't try to sow discord here. I'm telling you, I won't believe you, Rong said firmly. Ning Shu, in order to highlight the charm of the main character, he actually made the supporting role have an infinitely low IQ. If such an obvious thing was put in front of Rong, she would rather die than see it. The female lead was always right. If the female lead was wrong, then it was the world's fault. It's up to you. Believe it or not. Ning Shu walked around Rong and planned to go in. Rong reached out and grabbed Ning Shu. Ning Shu turned to look at her and said, What? You want to fight? Rong glanced at Ning Shu arrogantly and said, I won't cause trouble on Prince Ling's birthday. Also, are you sure I was injured because of Ling Shui? Of course. If I had supernatural abilities like Ling Shui, I would have fucking crippled you long ago. Revenge, Ning Shu said disdainfully. And Rong also liked Prince Leng. Ning Shu couldn't understand. Wasn't she jealous of Ling Shui, whom Prince Leng liked? Instead, she became Ling Shui's lackey. After all, the original Lin Jiejia was so jealous that she went crazy. Chapter 18. And Rong didn't know what happened at that time. She only knew that she kicked over the table and bumped into Ling Shui's back. Then, she felt like a huge rock was on her body and her body was about to be crushed. After that, she didn't know what happened. When she woke up, it was already a few days ago. When she heard Lin Jiejia say that Ling Shui had superpowers, the first thing An Rong thought of was the weight on her body. Hey, Lin Jiejia, is what you said true? An Rong asked arrogantly. Ning Shu rolled her eyes and said, believe it or not, it's up to you. With that, she entered the club. The club was dazzling and prosperous. The hall was filled with the elegant sound of violins and the sweet and intoxicating aroma of champagne piled high. These people gathered in twos and threes, chatting with wine glasses in hand. Their movements were elegant and noble. They didn't look like high school students, but the elites of society. Ning Shu walked in. When they saw her clothes, they looked at her with disdain. They probably thought that Ning Shu was here to impress the crowd. Ning Shu didn't care about these people's gazes. Instead, she sat on the sofa in the corner and looked at the fruit platter on the coffee table. It was bright and delicious. Ning Shu picked it up and ate it. Ah, it was delicious. Hey, look who's eating here, country bumpkin. And Rong walked over and sat with Ning Shu. Ning Shu glanced at her and continued eating. And Rong pushed Ning Shu. Ning Shu turned around and said, what are you doing? Don't touch me. I'm very familiar with you. Do you think Ling Shui really has superpowers? And Rong looked at Ling Shui, who was not far away. She was wearing a black gown and was extremely dazzling. Her brilliance could suppress the brilliance of everyone in the room. Ning Shu followed An Rong's gaze and saw that she was in high spirits. Everyone in the ball was looking at her with envy, jealousy, adoration, and all kinds of other expressions. Who else but the female lead could have such elegance? A woman like this, confident and beautiful, should be pursued by many men. The problem was that there were always a lot of cannon fodder struggling under the female lead's feet. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice his soul to counterattack. Ling Shui doesn't look like someone with superpowers, An Rong said, but she felt that Ling Shui's injuries were real. Ning Shu rolled his eyes. Before Superman transformed, who would know that she was Superman? Can you tell that she has superpowers? An Rong was angered by Ning Shu's words and said, can't you talk nicely? Ning Shu rolled his eyes and was very impolite. At this moment, the entire banquet hall quieted down. Only the elegant sound of the violin could be heard. The birthday boy, the idiot Prince Leng, walked out pretentiously under everyone's gaze. Anyway, Ning Shu did not like Leng Ao in all sorts of ways. The biggest reason was the reaction of this body. Whenever he saw Leng Ao, his body would want to fall into his arms. It was so annoying. When An Rong, who was at the side, saw Leng Ao, her face revealed a dreamy expression like a young girl. Her pale face and condolence face flushed red. Leng Ao walked in front of Ling Shui in a very gentlemanly manner. He bent down and stretched out his hand, wanting to dance with the female lead. Ling Shui placed her hand in Leng Ao's hand arrogantly and stepped onto the dance floor to dance. Then everyone watched the two of them dance. An Rong's face darkened. Looking at the two of them on the dance floor, she said dejectedly, only someone as perfect as Ling Shui is worthy of Prince Leng. Sigh, pft, cough cough cough. Ning Shu hammered his chest. He almost choked on the fruit. He looked at An Rong. What a great spirit she had. The women by the female lead side were either those who fought with the female lead for men or spare tires, just like the original owner, or those like Enrong, who were so subdued by the female lead that they would even give up the man they liked to the female lead. However, the result was the same. They were all cannon fodder. The former died physically, while the latter died spiritually. Leng Ao danced with the girl he liked. It was as if he was about to fly and ascend to immortality. His innocent look was so silly. Ling Shui danced without even panting. She took a glass of red wine from the tray in the waiter's hand and took a sip. To be honest, the wine in this world could not be compared to the wine in the cultivation world. Especially since there was no spiritual energy at all. Drinking too much would pollute the body. Ling Shui saw Enrong and Ning Shu sitting together from the corner of her eye. She was a little surprised and felt a little uncomfortable. In Ling Shui's eyes, Enrong was one of her people. Now, she was sitting with Lin Jiejie. Ling Shui felt betrayed. She would never allow betrayal. Ling Shui walked over gracefully. She looked at Enrong and said, "Are you feeling better?" Enrong quickly stood up and said, "Much better." In fact, Enrong felt a little uncomfortable. If he really cared about her, why didn't he come to see her even once? Moreover, she seemed to be injured because of Ling Shui. Ling Shui looked at Ning Shu from head to toe. Looking at her clothes, she showed a disapproving look and said, "Although clothes don't mean anything, it's the most basic etiquette." Ning Shu was almost convinced by the female lead. He said, "You know, I'm an orphan. I don't have the money to buy a dress. The clothes you're wearing are so beautiful." Ning Shu said as he wretchedly wanted to touch her. Ling Shui moved her body and dodged Ning Shu's wolf hand. She frowned and showed a disgusted look. How could a woman have no self-respect? She looked so wretched. Ning Shu said that in the face of life and death, something as insignificant as moral integrity could be abandoned. Enrong couldn't stand Ning Shu's wretched look. She pulled Ning Shu and said, "Ling Shui, Prince Leng is looking at you. He probably has something to talk to you about." Ling Shui saw that Enrong was protecting Lin Jiejie. Her face froze and showed a displeased look. She said coldly, "Enrong, do you want to stay with such a person?" Enrong didn't expect Ling Shui to say it so directly. Moreover, it sounded like she had something against her. Enrong quickly said, "Ling Shui, what are you talking about? Why would I be with such a lowly person?" Lowly person, she heard the word lowly again. She heard it from Leng Ao before. It seemed like she was a lowly person in Ace. Ling Shui nodded arrogantly and turned to leave. Enrong looked at Ling Shui's back with a heavy gaze. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and looked at Enrong. He didn't expect Enrong to speak for her. Enrong was also possessed. It was impossible for her to be possessed. Enrong probably had a knot in her heart. After all, Ling Shui had hurt her before. Enrong, you should be more careful with a character like the female lead who would betray everyone in the world and kill everyone who betrayed her. However, this Enrong was also the original owner's target for revenge. It would be good if she was dealt with by the female lead. It would be a dog-eat-dog situation. However, Enrong spoke for her just now. Chapter 19. Ning Shu warned Enrong, "You should be careful of Ling Shui. She can kill people without leaving a trace." Ning Shu looked around and whispered into Enrong's ear, "I heard that Ling Shui is the boss of a gang. She has a lot of underlings under her. Why are you getting so close when you want to talk?" Lowly person. Enrong sneered. Ling Shui is the boss of a gang. Does she look like one? Who said that gangsters were all big and rough? They couldn't be elegant and beautiful. Ning Shu couldn't be bothered to tell her. She had already warned her. It wasn't her business whether she listened or not. Thinking of the original owner's wish and calling her a lowly person, Ning Shu decided to put a gunny sack over Enrong and beat her up in the dark of the night. This girl's words were too infuriating. Ning Shu was eating when she saw a pair of shiny black leather shoes stop in front of her. Ning Shu raised her head and saw the stupid prince with a shiny halo. He looked at Ning Shu with cold arrogance and saw the fruit juice flowing out of her mouth. His eyes flashed with disgust. He couldn't understand why Ling Shui cared so much about this person. Looking at this kind of person hurt his eyes. He had to wash his eyes. Come with me. I have something to tell you. Leng Ao looked at Ning Shu condescendingly. He didn't care about Ning Shu's reaction or whether Ning Shu agreed or not. It was as if he was sure that Ning Shu would follow him. Ning Shu wanted to be angry and not follow him. But when she thought about how much he hated her and still came to find her, she knew that something was wrong. He definitely had some ulterior motives. Ning Shu didn't think that the other party suddenly had a good impression of her. Stop joking. He was the loyal subject of the female lead. After killing the female lead, this stupid prince would no longer be deceived by Ling Shui. It was simple and crude, but effective. Ning Shu looked around and did not see Ling Shui in the banquet hall. This made Ning Shu have a bad premonition. He caught up with Leng Ao and asked, "Where are you taking me?" Leng Ao said in disgust, "Just follow me. You don't have to ask so many questions." Ning Shu felt even more uneasy. He turned around and was about to run when Leng Ao grabbed his collar. Leng Ao was so annoyed that he was about to die. He was already very unhappy to see this lowly person. Now that he saw that this lowly person still wanted to resist, Leng Ao felt even more uncomfortable. He grabbed Ning Shu's collar and said, "Lowly man, don't force me to use violence." What made Leng Ao even more uncomfortable was that this girl dared to resist. Girls wouldn't resist him in front of him. They would do whatever he told them to do. Just one look was enough to make a girl burst with joy. Don't challenge my bottom line anymore, and don't try to refuse. I'm not interested in you. Leng Ao gritted his teeth. It seemed that his patience with Ning Shu had reached its limit. Leng Ao waved at the security guard standing in the corner. Immediately, a security guard in black came over and grabbed Ning Shu. Ning Shu wanted to touch the gun at his waist, but the security guard grabbed his arm. It was as if he was being supported by someone as he followed behind Leng Ao. Ning Shu was brought to the room at the back of the banquet hall. Leng Ao opened the door and pulled Ning Shu into the room. He saw Ling Shui sitting on the sofa in a graceful posture and glanced at Ning Shu. There were two other people in the room. They were the other two princes of the trio. Ning Shu had a very shallow impression of the two princes. Now, he saw them sitting on the left and right of Ling Shui, surrounded by beautiful men, making Ling Shui look like a queen. Ning Shu was thrown to the ground. He quickly got up and patted the dust off his body. In fact, there was no dust at all. He mainly touched the gun that was covered by his clothes. After touching the gun, Ning Shu felt a lot more at ease. Ling Shui smiled at Leng Ao and said, "All of you go out. I want to talk to her." The two princes beside Ling Shui stood up. Ning Shu glanced at them and found that the two of them had a dreamy expression on their faces, as if they had enjoyed something comfortable. This expression was so familiar. Ning Shu remembered what Ning Shu did to a man in the alley. Could it be that Ling Shui did something to them? Leng Ao looked at Ning Shu warningly and said, "You better not hurt Ling Shui. Otherwise, I will make you die miserably. Don't doubt my ability." Ning Shu really wanted to spit blood on this blockhead's face. What could she do to Ling Shui? The current situation was what Ling Shui wanted to do to her. The three princes in the room left and even closed the door with concern. Only Ning Shu and Ling Shui were left in the room. Ling Shui stood up and walked in front of Ning Shu. She sized her up and sneered, "Don't pretend. I know you are not the original Lin Jiejie." Ning Shu's pupils shrank. She rolled her eyes at Ling Shui and said, "Are you crazy? I am not Lin Jiejie. You are Lin Jiejie. Don't be ridiculous." Ning Shu insisted that she was Lin Jiejie even if she was beaten to death. "You are so stubborn. Let me extract your soul to see if you are Lin Jiejie." Ling Shui said as she reached out her hand and pointed it at Ning Shu's Tianling point. Ning Shu was shocked. Fuck, the female lead's ability was so heaven-defying. She must not let her extract her soul. Ning Shu immediately dodged her hand and rolled on the ground. She pulled out the gun at her waist and pointed it at Ling Shui. Ling Shui suddenly saw that the little flea actually took out a gun. Her brain short-circuited. She then said coldly, "You are indeed not the original Lin Jiejia. I want to see what kind of monster is inside your skin." Ning Shu held the gun and tried not to show her fear. She said, "I don't know what you are talking about. Are you not Ling Shui? Are you crazy?" If the villain said too much, it would give the protagonist a chance to turn the tables. Immediately, Ning Shu pulled the trigger and prayed that he could hit the target. At such a close distance, he should be able to hit the target. With her skill of hitting the fifth ring, she should be able to hit the target. Then, a scene that shocked Ning Shu appeared in front of Ling Shui. A transparent membrane appeared in front of Ling Shui, and the bullet could not penetrate this membrane at all. Fuck, you are catching the bullet with your bare hands. Female lead, why are you so awesome? Ning Shu was about to kneel down. He saw the bullet fall to the ground. Through the membrane, he saw Ling Shui's face was extremely dark. This time, he really pulled the tiger's tail. Seeing Ling Shui's face, Ning Shu unceremoniously fired 2 more shots at Ling Shui. He was still worried and directly used up all the bullets in the gun. Seeing that the barrier released by Ling Shui's spiritual energy blocked the bullets, Ning Shu felt bitter. He tore open the seam of his clothes, took out some bullets from inside, and put them in the pistol. Cold sweat broke out on Ling Shui's forehead. When she saw Ning Shu's actions, she was about to vomit blood. She didn't expect that she would fail miserably at such a simple task. This ant actually dared to make a move. She would extract her soul and torture it in the hellfire and astral winds. Chapter 20. Ning Shu and Ling Shui confronted each other. Ning Shu, who had finished loading his gun, pointed it at Ling Shui. Ling Shui's face was pale. She circulated the spiritual energy in her body to block the bullet. The spiritual energy in this world was unimaginably thin. Now, the spiritual energy that had been accumulated in her body for such a long time was gone. Her dantian was empty, and even her veins were starting to hurt. If it was in the past, she would be easily dealt with a wave of her sleeves. How would it be so difficult? Moreover, she couldn't even move. If she moved, she would have to form a new barrier. The spiritual energy in her body was already gone. You're really courting death. Ling Shui's cold voice came out from between her teeth, carrying a strong murderous aura. Ning Shu pursed her lips. She knew that she had angered the female lead this time. However, she didn't regret it. Ling Shui wanted to extract her soul. Did she have to stretch her neck and let Ling Shui extract her soul? Her soul was her everything. Ning Shu held the gun. Squinting her eyes, she saw that Ling Shui's spiritual energy barrier seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Ning Shu fired 2 more shots. Ning Shu actually felt like she was hitting a target. She just stood there and let her shoot. Don't go too far. Ling Shui was about to explode in anger. She had never been in such a sorry state since she came to this world. The bullets fell to the ground one by one, and Ling Shui's spiritual energy barrier exploded. A bullet entered her collarbone. Ning Shu saw the opportunity and shot at her again. Ling Shui quickly dodged. Ling Shui looked at Ning Shu hatefully. She wanted to kill Ning Shu. She thought that without spiritual energy, she was just an ordinary person. Ling Shui wasn't that stupid to use her flesh and blood to take on this world's weapons. Ning Shu didn't care about battle etiquette. Moreover, the female lead was like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. If he didn't kill her now, he would have to wait until the female lead got better. Ning Shu was not such a gentleman. Ning Shu fired 2 shots at Ling Shui. Of course, with her 5-ring level, she couldn't hit the target. It seemed that she needed to practice more. This time, the female lead was unprepared and became a target. The next time the female lead saw her, she would definitely kill her. Ling Shui looked at her sinisterly. Her eyebrows were filled with ruthlessness. She covered her wound, opened the door, and ran away. Ning Shu hurriedly followed after her. I'll take your life while you're sick. No one knew the female lead's ruthlessness better than her. Ning Shu wrapped his gun in his clothes and followed Ling Shui. The banquet hall was still filled with music, but Ling Shui was held back by Ling Ao. Ling Shui turned back to look at Ning Shu who had caught up with her, and then looked at Ling Ao who was holding her back. She was very annoyed. Of course, Ning Shu wouldn't shoot in front of so many people. If it caused a commotion and Ling Shui ran away, it would be troublesome. Seeing Ling Shui being held back by the cool and domineering Ling Ao, Ling Shui's face was as pale as a ghost. Her face was very impatient. She was wearing black clothes. The female lead was clearly bleeding, but Ling Ao didn't even notice. Ning Shu felt a sense of schadenfreude. Let's see if your peach blossoms will bloom. Ning Shu walked towards the two people without leaving a trace. When Ling Shui saw Ning Shu approaching, she immediately pushed Ling Ao away and ran towards the door. Ling Ao who was pushed away was stunned. Ning Shu kicked Ling Ao who was in front of her away and chased after her. Ling Shui glanced at the woman who was chasing after her. The suffocation in her heart and the pain in her chest made Ling Shui's heart filled with ruthlessness. This feeling was like returning to the cultivation world, the feeling of being chased. Filled with helplessness, Ling Shui swore in her heart that in the future, she would definitely kill all the clowns who jumped in front of her. Today, she was bitten by an ant. Ning Shu could only be thankful that he went to learn Taekwondo. His physique had increased, otherwise, running a marathon with the female lead would be the rhythm of exhaustion. Suddenly, a car blocked in front of Ling Shui. Ling Shui's heart froze. She didn't know if it was a friend or a foe. Ning Shu who was following behind immediately stopped and instinctively ran back. Generally speaking, when the female lead was in trouble, there would be a benefactor to help her. Her benefactor was here, but she was going to be unlucky. She didn't think that she could play a gunfight with someone with her 5-ring level. Sure enough, Ning Shu turned around and saw a man get out of the car. He fired a shot at her back. Ning Shu immediately laid on the ground without any hesitation. His chin even hit the ground. Then, he quickly got up and ran out of sight. Ling Shui saw that the man's expression wasn't very good. He looked at Ling Shui with an extremely oppressive gaze. His nose twitched and he asked, "Are you hurt? You saw it and you still say it." Ling Shui said with some annoyance, "Are you going to loot a burning house? Are you going to kill me so that you can take over my gang?" The man laughed, picked up Ling Shui and threw her into the car. Then he started the car. He didn't forget to laugh at Ling Shui, the queen of the dark night was actually hurt by such a little girl. Ling Shui covered the wound. She felt very painful. Hearing his ridicule, she said fiercely, "Shut up." Ning Shu hid and watched the car leave from afar. She let out a long sigh. From now on, she had to be careful of her own life at all times. Ling Shui, who had suffered such a huge loss, would probably tear her apart. D. A rapid honking sound startled Ning Shu. She looked at the car next to her. The car window was opened. It was the school doctor uncle. "Get in the car," the school doctor said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately got in the car. She saw the school doctor start the car and then it flew up. "Can you slow down a little?" Ning Shu almost screamed out. She turned around and saw the school doctor wearing a black windbreaker. She didn't know how to complain. Which car was it? The school doctor looked at the car in front and asked. Ning Shu was a little confused and asked, "What?" "The car Ling Shui got in." The school doctor looked at Ning Shu with cold eyes, as if he was going to deal with useless garbage. "Yes, it's this car," Ning Shu said. Ning Shu was a little confused. Why did the school doctor catch up? Was he going to save the heroine? Uncle, you can't do this. She tried her best to make Ling Shui bleed. Uncle, you're not going to save her, are you? Ning Shu asked carefully. I need her. The school doctor said. What the fuck, what the fuck? Ning Shu's face twisted in an instant. He was quite disheartened and said, if that's the case, why did Uncle give me a gun? The school doctor looked at Ning Shu strangely and said, what's the conflict between me giving you a gun and me needing Ling Shui? Ning Shu, why did the school doctor give people the feeling that he was a monster? He said that he needed Ling Shui and even gave him a gun to shoot the heroine. Was there going to be a love and hate entanglement and imprisonment plot? Ning Shu shook his head. How twisted was this plot? What the fuck, you didn't even appear in the plot. Or are you a hidden big boss? Chapter 21. They followed Ling Shui all the way to a remote villa. The school doctor turned to look at Ning Shu. You little girl, why are you looking at me strangely all the way? Ning Shu withdrew his gaze. In his heart, he had already labeled the school doctor as a monster. She didn't want to pursue the female lead and directly wanted to imprison her. She was really unusual. The car in front stopped. Ling Shui was carried out of the car by a man and entered the villa. Ning Shu unfastened his seatbelt and secretly followed behind. He turned his head and saw the school doctor standing upright beside her. She didn't know how to hide. On the other hand, the school doctor looked at Ning Shu strangely and asked, what are you doing? I'm hiding. Do you know that I'm hiding? Squat down, Ning Shu said. The school doctor sneered and swaggered into the villa. She said, there are no cameras here. Even if there are, it's useless for you to hide. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu followed the school doctor quietly into the villa. It seemed that no one lived in this villa. At this time, voices came from upstairs. The school doctor took out her gun and went upstairs. Ning Shu tiptoed behind her. The voices inside were getting louder and louder. There was also an inexplicable sound. The school doctor opened the door a little and saw two people entangled and rolling inside. Ning Shu went over to take a look. His mouth opened into an O shape. What the fuck? Wasn't the female lead injured? Why did they suddenly roll in the sheets? He was caught off guard and saw an erotic scene. Ling Shui was also helpless. There was no spiritual energy in her body at all. The wounds on her body were very painful. The fastest way was to take the yang to replenish her yin. In the cultivation world, this was what the women of the demon cultivators did. Besides, the man on top of her was not bad. It was not a loss to roll once. He could also replenish the spiritual energy in her body. Ning Shu was full of admiration for Ling Shui. How could she do that? Shouldn't she have bandaged the wound first? The school doctor placed his hand on Ning Shu's head and pushed her behind him. At this moment, the man on the bed narrowed his eyes and looked at the door. The school doctor hid, and when she looked into the room again, there was no one in the room. The school doctor kicked the door open, and Ning Shu followed her into the room. He disappeared so suddenly. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor. Where is he? The school doctor fumbled around the room. She was speechless when she saw Ning Shu staring blankly at Shu Qin. She said, there must be a mechanism in this room. Look for it. Ning Shu made an "oh" sound and began to search the room inch by inch. Fuck, why was the main character so cool, but she had to search everywhere without a care for her image? The school doctor turned a vase and a passageway appeared on the wall. The school doctor took the lead and went in. Ning Shu quickly followed. There was only a simple passageway in the secret room. There were a few dim oil lamps, and it looked very eerie. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor, who was bent over in front of her. A dripping sound could be heard not far away. What was that sound? The school doctor in front sped up. Ning Shu walked closer and saw that it was a bomb. The number on it kept jumping. Why was there a bomb here? Was it left by Ling Shui? Uncle, do you know how to defuse bombs? A little. The school doctor looked at it and picked up the bomb to take a look. Then, he really began to defuse the bomb. Ning Shu saw his casual look and couldn't help but ask, do you really know how to defuse it? If you can't, then defuse it. The school doctor threw the bomb into Ning Shu's arms. Ning Shu almost peed in her pants. She hurriedly stuffed the bomb back into the doctor's arms. I won't say any more. Hurry up and defuse the bomb. The school doctor glanced at her and took out a pair of shiny medical scissors from his bag. Without hesitation, he picked up the bomb string. Then, the numbers stopped jumping and the color dimmed. Ning Shu let out a long sigh of relief. Her heart returned to her heart. Oh my God, that was really scary. Ning Shu followed behind the school doctor. Suddenly, she thought of a question and asked, Uncle, why do we have to defuse the bomb? Can't we run? The school doctor, who was walking in front, paused and turned around. I was affected by your IQ. You are a pig teammate. TSK, you didn't think of it either, right? Ning Shu looked at him in disdain. Didn't normal people run when they saw a bomb? After walking for a while, they finally saw a light in front. As soon as they came out, they encountered two gun barrels pointing at her and the school doctor. Ling Shui and Mo Lingshuan stood side by side. Mo Lingshuan pointed his gun at the school doctor and said in a deep voice, Who are you two? Ling Shui looked at Ning Shu and her eyes were very cold. She said, Lin Jiejia, you are getting bolder and bolder. Ling Shui was humiliated by Ning Shu. She was actually hurt by this aunt. Ling Shui wanted to pull out Ning Shu's soul and experience all kinds of torture. She wanted to destroy her soul so that she could never be reincarnated. Ning Shu looked at Ling Shui. She was clearly injured just now, but her expression now looked as if she wasn't injured at all. Facing Ling Shui's gaze, Ning Shu had a bad feeling. She looked at the school doctor. He thought that the school doctor was an awesome person. Fuck, he was caught just like that. He didn't understand what was so awesome about him that made the people in the club fear him like a tiger. Ling Shui looked at the school doctor again. Looking at his indifferent face, she was disgusted. What are you trying to do by following me? Haven't you been defeated by my hidden weapon? So the hidden weapon that night was shot by Ling Shui. Just how persistent was the school doctor? The school doctor wanted to push the glasses on his nose up, but he realized that he wasn't wearing them. He said, I said that I need you. Ning Shu, fuck, uncle, at this time, you actually said that in front of the male lead. We will die a horrible death. Ning Shu pulled the school doctor's sleeve. Uncle, can you speak properly? Ling Shui was obviously angry. Are you crazy? You are following me. Be careful that I don't kill you. Mo Lingshuan looked at the school doctor with deep hostility. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the school doctor's head. He said to Ling Shui unhappily, Who is this person? What is your relationship with him? Ling Shui looked at her first man in this world and felt a little emotional. She said, I don't know where he came from, but he has been following me. Mo Lingshuan's expression became a little better. His cold face looked a little gentler. He said coldly, this kind of person should be killed directly. What's the point of keeping him alive? As he said that, he pulled the trigger. Ning Shu was about to kneel. Was she really going to die here? Ning Shu sighed. He approached the school doctor and whispered, Uncle, let's run now. Please don't use your intelligence to influence me. The school doctor saw Ning Shu pulling his sleeve and quickly pushed her away. Chapter 22. The school doctor first looked down on Ning Shu's IQ, then slowly took out a bomb from who knows where. This bomb looks familiar, isn't this the bomb in the passageway? When did the school doctor carry it with him? Didn't he dismantle it before? Why is it back together now? The timer on the bomb jumped, and what made Ning Shu collapse was that there was only 1 minute left. Ning Shu stared at the school doctor dumbfoundedly. This guy is really a lunatic, no wonder people call him a lunatic. Mo Lingxuan looked at the bomb in the school doctor's hand. Wasn't this the bomb he purposely threw in the passageway? The school doctor's mouth curved into a smile, and the way he held the bomb in his hand was like holding an apple. He walked in front of Mo Lingxuan and Ling Shui, and actually reached out his hand to touch Ling Shui's face. In such a situation, he was still blinded by lust. Damn, Ning Shu took 2 steps back and shouted at the school doctor, "Uncle, let's run first." The school doctor completely ignored Ning Shu, and touched Ling Shui's face. His eyes were focused, and his face had a kind of absolute focus, a kind of focus of worship. Ling Shui felt that hand on her face, and it felt like a poisonous snake slithering on her skin, causing goosebumps to appear on Ling Shui's skin. Mo Lingxuan had never met such a person who wasn't afraid of death. He actually touched his woman in front of him, and it was a woman he admired. Mo Lingxuan pointed the gun at the school doctor's head, but this lunatic actually hugged Ling Shui tightly, and said nonchalantly, "I'm willing to be blown up together with her." Ning Shu, my dear mother, Ning Shu simply wanted to kneel down to this lecherous uncle. This guy is simply crazy. Hearing the ticking sound of the bomb, Ning Shu's heart almost went crazy. "Uncle, stop touching. What should we do now?" Ling Shui's mood was even worse than Ning Shu's. She was hugged by this ant-like man. She didn't know where this damned man came from, but he kept harassing her. If it wasn't for her ability, she would have been caught by this man. Fuck, what was the situation now? Ling Shui felt that there was a cold knife on her back. The cold feeling made her feel very uncomfortable. This ant actually dared to point a knife at her. Unforgivable, Ling Shui coldly asked, "What are you trying to do?" The school doctor said, "Actually, I don't mean anything. I said that I need you. Do you want to come with me?" Ning Shu almost cried. Did the uncle not know what was going on? He didn't even know who to point his gun at. If it was possible, Ning Shu really wanted to blow up the uncle's head because he didn't know what was going on. Mo Lingxuan coldly pointed at the school doctor. The school doctor was carrying Ling Shui. Ning Shu shouted, "Didn't you guys notice the bomb? Bomb, the bomb is about to explode." Could this kind of emotional entanglement make people forget about life and death? The school doctor nonchalantly looked at the bomb in his hand. He seemed to be very surprised. "Aya, it's really going to explode." Mo Lingxuan, Ling Shui, Ning Shu, Ling Shui was simply about to go crazy. She couldn't reason with such a lunatic. She could only say, "How about this, everyone throw away their guns. You throw the bomb too. Then all of you throw away your guns." The school doctor slowly said. He wasn't anxious at all. It was said that unreasonable people were afraid of those who didn't care about their lives. Mo Lingxuan had been in the underworld for so long, but he had never seen such a person. There was definitely something wrong with his brain. Mo Lingxuan coldly looked at Ning Shu and said, "You and I throw it at the same time." The current situation was really strange. When Ning Shu threw away his gun, he quickly fell to the ground and a bullet brushed past him. Fuck, he actually used underhanded methods. Ning Shu cursed in his heart. Mo Lingxuan first fired at Ning Shu before throwing away his gun. If it wasn't for Ning Shu dodging quickly, he probably would have been shot. "You're not being honest." The school doctor looked at Mo Lingxuan. The scalpel at Ling Shui's waist immediately pierced Ling Shui's skin. Ling Shui groaned in pain. The cold thing penetrated deep into her body. This man was simply a lunatic. "Now you should throw the bomb away." Mo Lingxuan was very unhappy in his heart. At that time, when he was flirting with Ling Shui, he felt that someone had entered the secret passage and threw a bomb into it. It was a very enjoyable feeling, but now, the situation made him very unhappy. The school doctor shrugged his shoulders and threw the bomb towards Mo Lingxuan. Mo Lingxuan caught the bomb and saw the number jumping on it. Even if Mount Tai didn't collapse in front of him, Mo Lingshuan's face was still slightly pale. Mo Lingshuan used all his strength to throw the bomb far away. Then, with a boom, a scorching heat wave rushed towards him. Ning Shu was already lying on the ground, so he wasn't injured. Instead, the unscrupulous school doctor directly hid behind Ling Shui. Ling Shui was so miserable that even her hair was scalded by the heat wave. Moreover, her face was red. She didn't have any noble and elegant appearance. Ning Shu covered his mouth and laughed. He was really speechless towards the school doctor. Did he really like Ling Shui? A normal man should be pressing down on the female lead and protecting her at this time. He actually hid behind the female lead. Uncle, why are you so cowardly? The female lead definitely wouldn't like a coward like you. Mo Lingshuan crawled up from the ground. Seeing Ling Shui's red face and exploding hair, he coldly scolded the school doctor, "Hurry up and let her go." "Why should I let her go?" The school doctor dragged Ling Shui towards Ning Shu. If possible, Ning Shu really wanted to tell him not to bring the female lead over. The female lead was a troublemaker. If he stayed with the female lead, he would meet all kinds of trouble. The school doctor kicked Ning Shu. "Pig teammate, what are you daydreaming for? Hurry up and leave." Ning Shu glanced at Ling Shui. He didn't think that Ling Shui would be so obedient and let them take her away. Moreover, don't forget that Ling Shui was a cultivator and had some mysterious methods. Ling Shui wanted to use some methods, but her body didn't have any spiritual energy. It took her a lot of effort to absorb some spiritual energy from Mo Lingshuan's body and used it to treat her wound. Her wound had just healed, but now her back was stabbed by this person. Ling Shui's heart was about to explode. These two people were in cahoots. One used a gun to injure her, and the other used a knife to stab her. They were simply despicable. She must make these two people pay the price. Mo Lingshuan coldly looked at the school doctor who was courting death and coldly said, "You have successfully angered me. I will make you beg for death. I am the one who will make people beg for death." The school doctor felt quite astonished. Mo Lingshuan was about to explode in anger. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. This person must be sick. Ning Shu felt that life was really fucked up. Fuck, what's the point of this conversation? Shouldn't we be running for our lives now? Chapter 23. Mo Lingshuan took out his phone, probably to call his underlings. Then, he stared coldly at the school doctor and Ning Shu, as if to say, "You're dead meat." The eyes of the boss of the underworld weren't for show. At least, Ning Shu's legs went soft under such a gaze. He saw the school doctor hugging Ling Shui's neck and not letting go. "Uncle, what should we do now?" Ning Shu asked. "Let's run quickly. If there are more people, we won't be able to run." The school doctor nodded and dragged Ling Shui away. Mo Lingshuan caught up and pulled Ling Shui. Then, the two men pulled Ling Shui like a tug-of-war. Then, the school doctor stabbed the knife on Ling Shui's back deeper and deeper. Ning Shu widened his eyes at the side. Looking at the blood on the ground and Ling Shui's pale face, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hearing the sound of a horn not far away, Ning Shu guessed that Mo Lingshuan's men had arrived. He pulled the school doctor and said, "Uncle, let's go first. Their men are here." The school doctor unwillingly let go of Ling Shui. Then, he quickly took out his gun and shot Ling Shui. Then, he pulled Ning Shu and ran quickly. Ning Shu turned around and looked at Ling Shui. Her expression was also blank. First, she was stabbed, and now she was beaten. Ning Shu turned around and looked at the school doctor. He panted and asked, "Uncle, didn't you say you needed her? Why did you shoot?" Shooting without hesitation, "Do you really like the female lead? Light a candle for Ling Shui." "Stop, the people in front, stop for me, stop for this daddy." Behind, Mo Lingshuan's men shouted and shot from time to time. Ning Shu and the school doctor ran to the road halfway up the mountain. Seeing that there weren't any cars passing by, the sound behind them got closer and closer. The school doctor smashed the window of the car parked on the road with his gun. Then, under Ning Shu's confused gaze, he started to unlock the car. Isn't this scene in a movie? Uncle, can you really do it? Uncle, hurry up. The people behind are almost here. Hurry up, hurry up. You're here. The school doctor said lightly. She didn't know how to play. The gunshots behind them were getting louder and louder. Ning Shu hurriedly got into the car. Seeing the school doctor bending over slowly, Ning Shu was about to break down. Finally, at the last moment, the school doctor really drove the car away. Ning Shu turned his head and looked at the people chasing behind. These people could only watch as the car drove away. Ning Shu's heart was overjoyed. Oh my God, it was too exciting. His heart was beating wildly in his chest. The school doctor beside him had a face full of displeasure. Seeing that this pig teammate was still looking at him, the school doctor sneered. If it wasn't for you, I would have gotten rid of Ling Shui long ago. You're a pig teammate. Ning Shu was speechless. Was there still any revolutionary friendship left? At the very least, they had escaped together. Uncle, you know how to defuse bombs and steal cars. What else can you do? Ning Shu asked. Seeing that the school doctor was an all-rounder, if she had this ability, wouldn't it be easier to complete tasks in the future? The school doctor, Ning Shu, rolled his eyes. These are the most basic things. Forget it, a pig teammate like you will never understand. Did he have to keep talking about a pig teammate? Ning Shu looked at the side of the school doctor's face and asked, why did you shoot Ling Shui? Didn't you say that you needed her? Can you not ask such stupid questions? Injuring her can disturb that man's judgment. Didn't you see that the man didn't chase after her? His minions are all trash. The school doctor said matter-of-factly. Ning Shu, pfft. Ning Shu covered his chest and said, didn't you say that you needed her? Why did you shoot her? Didn't you like her? That's why I shot her in the shoulder. She won't die. The school doctor said matter-of-factly. Ning Shu, are you sure you're not a pervert? It was so messy. He couldn't understand what this person was thinking. Ning Shu felt that after knowing this uncle, his worldview had changed. Why were they so love-hate? Although she successfully escaped this time, the loss was really too great. She lost her pistol and offended the male and female protagonists. Moreover, it was a gang with many underlings. Ning Shu felt that it would be difficult for her to do anything in the future. Uncle, you have to protect me. My life is in danger now. Those people will definitely take revenge on me. Ning Shu said pitifully. Why should I help you? You're so useless. Staying with you affects my IQ. The school doctor said coldly. Ning Shu said with a bitter face, Uncle, you can't be like this. We're partners, aren't we? I don't know you. Ning Shu, heartless, cold, unreasonable. No matter what happened, Ning Shu didn't dare to go home alone. He stayed in school every day. After class, he ran to the school doctor's office. What surprised Ning Shu was that the injured Ling Shui came to class early in the morning a few days later. Although she didn't look well, she didn't look injured. Ning Shu was stunned. Did Ling Shui eat an elixir? She was injured yesterday and came to class today. How did she sit? Seeing Ning Shu, Ling Shui revealed her white teeth. She looked at Ning Shu calmly, but it made Ning Shu's heart skip a beat. Ling Shui sat in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu held his three-legged desk and narrowed his eyes at Ling Shui's back. She and Ling Shui had shown their true colors. They wouldn't let each other go. Ning Shu wasn't afraid anymore. She touched the gun at her waist. It wasn't an ordinary gun. It was given to her by the school doctor to save her life. After class, Ling Shui was lying on the desk, seemingly sleeping. And Rong walked over and asked with concern, Ling Shui, what's wrong? Are you okay? Ling Shui looked up and shook her head. I'm fine. And Rong immediately shouted at Ning Shu, did you bully Ling Shui? Ning Shu, what the hell? And Rong raised her chin and said, are you asking for a beating? How dare you bully Ling Shui? Ling Shui stood up and pulled on Rong. I'm fine. She didn't bully me. You're always like this. You're bullied and you don't say anything. That's why you let others bully you. And Rong expected better from Ling Shui. Looking at Ling Shui's weak appearance, she didn't look like she had a superpower. Recently, there had been rumors in school that Ling Shui had a superpower. And Rong was already worried. Now that she saw Ling Shui's weak appearance, she knew it was a rumor. Let me tell you. Bullying Ling Shui is bullying me. I'll make you suffer. And Rong raised her chin to Ning Shu. Chapter 24. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Ning Shu looked at Ling Shui. She didn't have her usual elegance. Instead, she looked like a shy little white flower fluttering in the wind. Seeing how Rong was protecting her, Ning Shu could only sigh. Ling Shui had more tricks up her sleeves in just a few days. Ning Shu could clearly feel that the students in the classroom were looking at her with disdain and rejection. Obviously, they all thought that she bullied Ling Shui. Ning Shu wanted to vomit blood. She didn't do anything. How did she bully the female lead? The female lead's battle prowess had soared again. She had both martial prowess and brain power. She was simply heaven-defying. Previously, Ling Shui was cold and elegant, basically ignoring him. She had absolute confidence in her ability to crush others. But now, Ling Shui was obviously targeting Ning Shu. Moreover, she was using such a method to deal with her. You still dare to say that you didn't bully her? At Prince Leng's banquet, you chased after Ling Shui and hit her. You still dare to say that you didn't bully her? She was bedridden for several days, and Rong said disdainfully. She looked at Ning Shu as if she was looking at scum. Ning Shu's eyebrows twitched. She was used to seeing Ling Shui's cool and arrogant appearance. But now, she really couldn't get used to her weak and delicate appearance. And Rong wanted to grab Ning Shu's hair. Ning Shu dodged and threw her over his shoulder. And Rong cried out in pain. Since you want to pretend to be a little white flower, if I don't do something to you, I'll be letting myself down. Ning Shu slapped Ling Shui twice. Ling Shui was stunned. She covered her face and looked at Ning Shu in a daze. Obviously, she didn't believe that Ning Shu would really dare to hit her. Then, she looked at Ning Shu with a gaze that was incomparably cold. The people in the classroom were also stunned by Ning Shu's slap. In their eyes, this orphan girl, this lowly person, was simply crazy. She actually dared to hit the goddess. The goddess wasn't called a goddess for nothing. It represented the support the students of Ace Academy had for Ling Shui. Ning Shu didn't care about these looks at all. She had nothing to lose. She had been kicked out of the Lin family and had nothing to do with the Lin family. Her biological parents hadn't been found yet, so she was completely single. But Ling Shui was different. She was beautiful and aloof, and she had the adoration of the third prince of the school. Even Rong, who was standing up with her hands on her waist, was dumbfounded. Looking at Ning Shu's eyes, she felt that she was courting death. This woman was absolutely crazy. And Rong was thrown to the ground. She was extremely embarrassed and angry, but now that she saw a trace of madness between Ning Shu's brows, she silently distanced herself from him. And Rong's actions made Ling Shui's heart sink. She then saw that no one in the classroom had any intention of speaking up for her. The reason why Ling Shui came to school so quickly was because this Lin Jiejia had been hiding in the school all this time. Even after school, she stayed in the school. It was impossible for her subordinates to enter Ace Academy to look for her. This school wasn't as simple as it looked. When Ling Shui was still a fledgling, she was very obedient in school. She continuously absorbed the essence of many people and even rolled in the bed with Mo Lingshuan many times before the wounds on her body healed. Perhaps because she had absorbed too much essence, her spiritual energy became more mottled. Sometimes, she would even suffer a backlash. But Ling Shui had no choice. Cultivation was her life-saving thing. After being injured by modern weapons time and time again, Ling Shui didn't dare to think of modern technology anymore. Previously, she looked down on these things, but she was injured by scum with guns. It was all because of this Lin Jiejia that everything started to go wrong. She wanted this woman to be unable to stay in this school. Looking at Ling Shui's aggrieved appearance, Ning Shu suddenly had the urge to take out a gun and blow her head off. But after thinking about it, she still gave up. She couldn't let this body bear the crime of murder. Scram! Ning Shu pushed Ling Shui, who was blocking in front of her. Ling Shui staggered and almost fell. She looked extremely weak, making Ning Shu even more arrogant and despotic. Fuck, she was really addicted to acting. Seeing this Ling Shui, Ning Shu really wasn't used to it. Female lead, where's your coolness? You suddenly changed your style. What do you want others to do? As soon as Ning Shu came out of the classroom, he ran to the school doctor's office. He saw the school doctor wearing glasses and seriously explaining to a girl about her period. The girl's face was full of shyness. Ning Shu even saw the school doctor's eyes reflecting a bright light. Ning Shu was really worried for the girl. If you knew that the school doctor in front of you was a pervert who could take out a gun and shoot you at any time, you probably wouldn't appear in front of the school doctor anymore. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu indifferently and said, "What's the matter? It's not dark yet and you want to sleep in my school doctor's office again?" "No, Ling Shui came to class," Ning Shu said. The school doctor faintly said, "Oh." Looking at Ning Shu's stupid face, he said, "This is a school. Don't tell me you want me to do something to her in school." Ning Shu didn't want to talk to this person at all. There was simply no way to communicate with him. What she meant was that if Ling Shui came to class, her life would be difficult. After coming out of the school doctor's office, Ning Shu returned to the classroom and saw that Ling Shui's seat was surrounded by people. There were both boys and girls. The most sudden one was the school's third prince. They all surrounded Ling Shui. The moment Ning Shu entered the classroom, everyone's eyes were on him. Ning Shu walked to his seat and saw Ling Shui lying on the table, ignoring the comforting people around her. This made Leng Ao's face reveal an annoyed and distressed expression. Leng Ao looked at Ning Shu as if nothing had happened. He stretched out his leg and kicked the three-legged table that Ning Shu had just supported. "Fuck, why do you always vent your anger on my table? My table already has 3 legs. It's already very pitiful." Ning Shu raised his head and looked at Leng Ao indifferently. Leng Ao was a little frightened by his gaze. Then, anger surged in his heart. He was actually frightened by the gaze of a lowly person. Moreover, it was the gaze of a girl. "I've told you many times. Don't bully Ling Shui. If you bully Ling Shui, I'll make your life a living hell." Leng Ao's face was a little distorted. He was angry out of humiliation. Obviously, he was frightened by Ning Shu's gaze just now. "Meeting an idiot like you already made my life a living hell." If it wasn't for the mission, Ning Shu really didn't want to see him. "Hey, I'm talking to you. What's with your attitude?" Leng Ao felt that Ning Shu's gaze was especially strange and disdainful. This lowly person actually dared to despise him. What right did he have to despise him? Did he know his situation? He was just an orphan. Chapter 25. Ning Shu was really frustrated by Leng Ao's chinibyu look. Seeing that his desk was kicked to the ground, a 3-legged desk was really pitiful. Leng Ao looked at Ning Shu coldly, "Apologize to Ling Shui, or I'll let you die a horrible death. Do you still want to stay in this school? I can make it so that you can't stay in this school anymore." Ning Shu raised his eyelids silently, looked at Leng Ao and said indifferently, "Stand up the table for me." "What did you say?" Leng Ao's face was filled with disbelief. You want me to stand up the table for you? Are you crazy? You lowly person, you're crazy. Stand up the table for me. Ning Shu said indifferently. Have you lost your mind? Leng Ao looked at Ning Shu in disbelief, as if he was looking at a lunatic. Do you know who I am? Ning Shu had heard this sentence so many times that his ears grew calluses. He said it as if he was a god who couldn't be insulted at all. Stand up the table for me. These people who were watching the show all felt that Ning Shu's brain was not normal. He actually had the guts to treat Prince Leng like this. The surrounding girls all looked at Ning Shu with laser-like eyes. They were all condemning Ning Shu for being rude to Prince Leng. Leng Ao took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist until it cracked. He moved his neck and said arrogantly, I said that I don't hit women, but you're an exception now. You should feel honored that you've broken my vow not to hit women. Ning Shu, what's with this feeling of self-satisfaction? How long are you going to talk to yourself? Ning Shu walked to Leng Ao in a few steps. Under Leng Ao's confused gaze, he directly threw Leng Ao over his shoulder without any hesitation. Oh, wow, the surrounding people exclaimed and stared blankly at Leng Ao who was lying on the ground. Leng Ao who was lying on the ground supported his waist with his hand and looked at Ning Shu in disbelief. Until now, he still hadn't reacted. Since he was young, he had always been supported by others. This was the first time he had encountered such treatment. Ling Shui also looked at Ning Shu in disbelief, then looked at Leng Ao who was lying on the ground. She quickly helped Leng Ao up. After being embarrassed in front of his sweetheart, Leng Ao hated Ning Shu to the bone. He was actually thrown over the shoulder by a girl in front of everyone. It was like putting his dignity on the ground and stepping on it. The surprised gazes of the surrounding people were like knives stabbing into Leng Ao's shame and resentment, making Leng Ao want to tear Ning Shu apart. Ning Shu's face was cold, and his heart was very stifled. Damn it, she almost sprained her waist. Sure enough, throwing a boy over her shoulder was much more difficult than throwing a girl over her shoulder. Are you looking for death? Leng Ao raised his fist and smashed it towards Ning Shu's face. He used all his strength in this punch. Ning Shu wouldn't let others hit him obediently. He dodged and stretched out his leg to kick Leng Ao's knee. It was a solid kick. Then, Leng Ao knelt on the ground in front of everyone. Ning Shu was really annoyed with Leng Ao. Taking advantage of the fact that he was kneeling on the opposite side, she kicked his butt again, making him fall flat on his face. Leng Ao was speechless. Who could tell him what was going on? Leng Ao's mind was in a mess. He wished he was invisible so that no one could see his embarrassment. He must make this crazy woman pay the price. He must pay the price. Ling Shui felt that this woman was really crazy. She was simply looking for death. It would be best if she was kicked out of Ace School as soon as possible. Ling Shui felt that this woman called Lin Jiejia could go and die. Once she was out of school, this woman could only wait for death. Leng Ao was helped up by someone. His expression was very ugly. The gaze he used to look at Ning Shu was very cold. Every word he said seemed to come from the gaps between his teeth. Bitch, you've successfully pissed me off. Ning Shu couldn't be bothered with him. He lifted up his three-legged table and didn't even look at him. He didn't even pay attention to his words. She had a lot of things to do. She didn't have time to care about this damn prince who lived in her own world. Leng Ao was so angry at Ning Shu's attitude that he almost jumped up. However, he also knew that he was at a disadvantage today. He raised his chin arrogantly and walked past Ning Shu, bringing a gust of cold wind that made people's hearts turn cold. Ning Shu knew that he had offended Leng Ao. However, since he had offended him, he didn't want to care at all. His attention was on Ling Shui. He didn't understand what Ling Shui was trying to do. The queen suddenly became a white lotus. What the hell was she doing? Ning Shu touched the gun at his waist and looked at Ling Shui who was sitting in front of him. In the following days, Ling Shui targeted Ning Shu more and more, making Ning Shu's days in school more and more difficult. Ling Shui thought that Ning Shu wouldn't be able to stay in school anymore. However, she didn't expect him to take root in school. He ate, drank, and slept in school. Ling Shui secretly cursed Ning Shu for being so thick-skinned. Fortunately, the spirit energy in her body was already abundant. Although it was abundant, it was too mottled. There were too many impurities. She had absorbed too many people's essence. Sometimes, when Ling Shui used spirit energy, she felt that it was very troublesome. Ling Shui didn't know how to purify the spirit energy and get rid of the impurities. However, she couldn't stop absorbing people's essence. The spirit energy in this world was too thin. It was so thin that it made people's balls hurt. Ling Shui was now very annoyed. How did humans make the world like this? Leng Ao only lost his dignity in Ning Shu's hands last time. He swore to get justice from Ning Shu. Then, a man like Leng Ao actually found trouble with Ning Shu every day and fought with Ning Shu every day. Ning Shu didn't hold back against the punching bag that came to his door. He trained his martial arts. In the beginning, Ning Shu couldn't take it. After all, she was a girl. It was very difficult for her to fight against Leng Ao, who was almost 1.9 meters tall. After losing face in front of Ning Shu again and again, Leng Ao held back his anger and insisted on getting back his dignity. As a man, he was actually beaten up by a woman. Moreover, this woman was getting fiercer and fiercer. The entire Ace Academy was used to it. They were used to Leng Ao finding trouble with that inferior person every day. Then, Prince Leng would be beaten up by that inferior woman. Then, Prince Leng wouldn't admit defeat and went looking for trouble again the next day. Ning Shu didn't have the admiration and adoration of the original Lin Jiejia for Leng Ao. If he came looking for trouble again, Ning Shu wouldn't be polite at all. Ling Shui really didn't like Leng Ao looking for Ning Shu every day. She pulled back Leng Ao, who was angrily looking for Ning Shu, and said, "Just get someone to expel him. There are rumors in the school now that you two like each other." Like each other? What's that? Leng Ao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Ling Shui and said firmly, "I'm standing up for you and taking revenge for you. Expelling him is letting him off too easily." Chapter 26. Ling Shui watched as Leng Ao angrily went to find trouble with Lin Jiejia. Ling Shui felt very uncomfortable. In the past, Leng Ao only had her in his heart. But now, Leng Ao actually set his eyes on the ant who stepped on Lin Jiejia. No matter what, this was not a good sign. Ling Shui found the other two princes. She urgently needed people's essence. Anyway, these two princes liked to follow her around. It would be a waste not to take the essence that was sent to her door. On the other side, Leng Ao found Ning Shu. Ning Shu was studying hard. Even though it was difficult to learn, Ning Shu still studied hard. Leng Ao walked over quietly and wanted to kick Ning Shu's table over. Ning Shu took advantage of the moment when he stretched out his leg and kicked Leng Ao's knee. Leng Ao sneered in his heart. He had been on guard for a long time and dodged Ning Shu's attack in an instant. After suffering so many losses, how could he suffer again? This woman really underestimated him. Recently, he had been working very hard to train his fighting skills. There was no reason for him to lose to a girl. Ning Shu took the opportunity to grab Leng Ao's arm and threw him over his shoulder. Leng Ao lay on the ground, furious. Is this woman a giant? She has so much strength. Ning Shu clapped his hands, crossed his chest and looked at Leng Ao on the ground. I'm telling you, don't mess with me. Leng Ao looked at Ning Shu's calm expression as if he was something insignificant. Why was this girl so calm when facing him? She did not have the adoration in other girls' eyes. Leng Ao recalled the past. In the past, Lin Jiejia was always by his side with a lingering love in her eyes. But now, there was nothing in it. Leng Ao could not describe his feelings. He could feel that this girl's attitude towards him was very cold, very cold. There was a kind of indifference that chilled him to the bone. Ning Shu could not be bothered with Leng Ao's thoughts. Even if he knew, he would only give him the middle finger. Some people were just cheap, very cheap. Leng Ao patted the dust on his body, raised his chin arrogantly and said coldly, I said before, don't mess with Ling Shui. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Ning Shu was speechless. Crazy, and quite sick at that. She didn't bother Ling Shui all the time at all. Instead, it was this Leng Ao who kept harassing her because he wanted to get back at her. You've been circling around me like a mosquito, but don't tell me you've fallen for me. Is it because you love me so much that you can't say it out loud? Is that why you're using such a method to get close to me? Ning Shu was just spouting nonsense because she was really annoyed with Leng Ao, who was always looking for trouble with her. She really wanted to study seriously. Ace School had a lot of classes and too much knowledge. Ning Shu absorbed this knowledge like a sponge. It was never wrong to learn more. Even if he didn't understand it now, he would understand it in the future. However, when Leng Ao heard this, it was as if he had been stung by a poisonous scorpion. He was very agitated, as if he had heard something extremely insulting to him. He was so angry that he laughed out loud. He pointed at Ning Shu, his fingers trembling. Lin Jia, you're really daydreaming. Why would I like you? Why would I like you? I don't think I'll like you. Even if I like a dog, I won't like you. Ning Shu, why are you so agitated, idiot? Leng Ao was agitated, but when he saw Ning Shu's cold expression, as if he didn't hear what he said at all, Leng Ao felt very stifled. Ning Shu couldn't be bothered with this lunatic. He carried his books and prepared to find the school doctor. Ning Shu discovered a big secret. The school doctor was really too knowledgeable and knew everything. Ning Shu had a lot of things to ask him for advice. Although the school doctor was impatient, he would still explain to Ning Shu. Hey, I'm talking to you. Where are you going? Hey, Lin Jia. Leng Ao grabbed Ning Shu's arm, but then he seemed to have caught something disgusting and quickly shook it off. Ning Shu, if you're sick, you have to see a doctor. Ning Shu carried his books and walked towards the school doctor. Leng Ao followed beside him and kept muttering, which annoyed Ning Shu. Ning Shu stopped in her tracks and raised her head to look at Leng Ao. What exactly do you want? What do you want from me? Leng Ao felt a little uncomfortable under Ning Shu's gaze and shouted, I'm not following you. This road is your home. Only you are allowed to walk. I happen to be walking this road too. What's wrong? Lin Jia, I'm telling you, don't think too much. Ning Shu, I'm not thinking anything. Leng Ao glanced at her and found that her face was cold, as if nothing could enter her eyes. Suddenly, Ning Shu stopped. Leng Ao, who was walking behind, bumped into Ning Shu. Leng Ao sneered, why did you stop? Shut up. Ning Shu said in a low voice and pulled Leng Ao to squat down under the window. Leng Ao wanted to shake off Ning Shu's hand, but when she saw Ning Shu's serious face, she asked softly, what's wrong? Shu, don't talk. Ning Shu raised his head slightly and looked into the room through the window. This was a storage room with all kinds of sports equipment. There were 3 people in the room. It was the same again. Ning Shu looked at the situation in the room. It was Ling Shui and the other 2 princes. Ling Shui's clothes were flying in the wind. The 2 men sitting on the cushion looked dazed and pale. What's wrong with Yifei and Feiyang? What are they doing? Leng Ao didn't look good at all. Moreover, Ling Shui was alone with his 2 friends, which made Leng Ao very uncomfortable. He also knew that his 2 friends had feelings for Ling Shui, but now that the 2 of them were with Ling Shui behind his back, in Leng Ao's heart, Ling Shui was already his woman. Leng Ao stood up and rushed into the room. Ning Shu quickly pulled Leng Ao back and said in a low voice, let go, I want to go in. Ning Shu really wanted to give this guy a punch. Considering that there were other people in the room, Ning Shu went close to Leng Ao's ear and said, don't be impatient. Leng Ao's body froze. He felt a hot breath on his ear. It was very numb and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He let the other party pull him back. Ning Shu looked at the situation inside. Looking at Ling Shue's situation, Ning Shu felt that Ling Shue must be using some kind of sorcery. He looked at the two pale-faced princes. Ling Shue, who was in the room, had already stopped. She looked at the two men, then groped the two men's bodies and took off her clothes. The two princes' faces were filled with amazement and excitement. They took off their clothes one after another. Ning Shu looked back at Leng Ao. He looked as if he was struck by lightning. Chapter 27. Ling Shue's skin was as white as snow, curvy, slender and straight legs, charming. Yifei and Fei Yang, who were opposite her, immediately became excited, raising their manhood high. Ning Shu, so the female lead is rolling around with someone in broad daylight? 3P, why is Ling Shue so fierce? Ning Shu looked at the live, erotic scene. This was the second time he saw Ling Shue rolling around in bed with someone. Charming and ecstatic sounds came from inside the intertwined bodies. Ning Shu stared at the situation inside. It was rare to see such a scene with such a strong taste. Ling Shue's eyes were charming and blurred, two men were touching her body as if worshipping her. How could the high and mighty Ling Shue, Feiyang Ling Shue, be like this? Ning Shu remembered that Ling Shue only had one man, Mo Lingshuan, in the plot, but now she was playing with such hardcore things. Ning Shu blinked, feeling the breathing of the person on his back become more rapid. He turned back and saw Leng Ao, his body reacted, but his eyes were full of anger, his face was red and green, a rainbow flashed across. But such an exciting scene made Leng Ao's body excited uncontrollably. Embarrassment, excitement, disappointment, all kinds of emotions made Leng Ao's heart about to explode. Ning Shu suddenly saw the hope of completing the mission. He had to save this Prince Leng and not let him be manipulated and deceived by Ling Shue. Now that Leng Ao saw Ling Shue like this, it was still not enough to make him give up with a man. Leng Ao was like a volcano erupting. No, this guy can't be stimulated anymore. Ning Shu pulled Leng Ao and was about to leave, but Leng Ao seemed to be nailed to his feet, refusing to budge. Looking at the situation in the storage room, his ears were full of lingering sounds. If it wasn't for the situation, Ning Shu wanted to give him two big slaps to wake him up. Ning Shu used a lot of strength to drag Leng Ao away. Ning Shu only let go of Leng Ao when they reached the lawn of the garden. Leng Ao's face was as pale as a sheet of ice. Leng Ao turned around and was about to go back to the storage room when Ning Shu stood in front of him. What's the use of going back like this? I want to know why she betrayed me. Why? Leng Ao growled in a low voice. He looked crazy and pained, as if the whole world had betrayed him. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. You're feeling too good. Ling Shue has nothing to do with you. Everything is just your imagination. It was also Ling Shue's specious words that gave Leng Ao such an illusion. Leng Ao felt as if the world was about to collapse. He was extremely humiliated and angry, resentful and crazy. Even the way he looked at Ning Shu was filled with resentment. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. No matter how he tried to defend Ling Shue, he couldn't change what had just happened. Calm down first. Ning Shu felt that there was hope for his mission. His attitude towards Leng Ao was also a little better. Of course, it was just a little, but it didn't change the fact that Ning Shu hated Leng Ao. Looking at Leng Ao's miserable state, Ning Shu's heart was very gloating. You deserve it. She gave him 32 likes. Ning Shu held back his urge to burst out laughing. He comforted Leng Ao and said, It's good that you know now. You're Prince Leng. You're from a noble family and you're so handsome. Don't become so stupid because of a woman. It's painful. Ning Shu was only happy. He looked at Leng Ao kneeling on the ground like a madman and smashing the grass with his fists. Ning Shu pursed his lips. What's the big deal about hitting the grass? Hit the cement road if you have the ability. Leng Ao vented for a long time. He lay on the grass. Ning Shu sat beside him and didn't say anything. Ning Shu saw that Leng Ao's eyes were watery. He was probably really sad. Ling Shui didn't know how lucky she was to have such an outstanding and arrogant boy who loved her so much. He didn't care about her at all and trampled on her heart. Damned woman, what are you looking at? Leng Ao got up from the ground and looked down at Ning Shu with his chin. He was extremely arrogant. Ning Shu was speechless. He couldn't be bothered with him. He hugged his books and prepared to go to the school doctor. It was probably because this woman had seen her most embarrassing side. She looked very uncomfortable and looked at Ning Shu with a kind of ferocious gaze. She probably wanted to kill Ning Shu to silence her. Hey, woman, where are you going? Leng Ao followed behind Ning Shu. Seeing that she didn't care about him at all, he felt very uncomfortable. On one hand, it was because of his embarrassing appearance. On the other hand, this woman didn't even think of comforting him after such a thing happened to him. This woman's heart was really cold. Hey, woman, I'm talking to you. Leng Ao said in a low voice. Ning Shu, what's with the cool name, woman? Can you stop following me? Ning Shu turned his head to look at him irritably. Go find your Ling Shui. You. Are you mocking me? Leng Ao stretched out his fist. His eyes were bloodshot. Forget it, I don't hit women. Leng Ao put down his fist. Don't hit women. Ning Shu sneered. Who was the one who came to fight with her every day? Ning Shu entered the school doctor's office and saw the school doctor rubbing his nails seductively. The corner of Ning Shu's mouth twitched. Leng Ao, who followed him, saw the school doctor and his heart was filled with hostility. He questioned Ning Shu, who is this person? Are you crazy? Can't you see that he's wearing a white coat? He's the school doctor. Ning Shu said sarcastically. I'm asking you, what's your relationship with him? TSK, Lin Jiejia can't tell that you like older men. Leng Ao sneered and looked up and down at the school doctor's office. The more he looked, the more uncomfortable he felt. He's just an old man. TSK, only old men have a market. Ling Shui also doesn't like you. She likes Mo Lingshuan, that old man. She doesn't like a little kid like you. The school doctor put down the nail file and pushed his glasses up. He looked at Leng Ao and asked Ning Shu, your man. Before Ning Shu could refute, Leng Ao jumped up as if he had stepped on a nail. How can I be her man? She's so ugly. Even if I'm blind, I won't like this woman. The school doctor looked calmly at Leng Ao who was jumping up and down. See, this is the difference between a mature man and a childish boy. TSK. The school doctor glanced at Leng Ao, then looked at Ning Shu and said, why are you looking for me again? Let me tell you, I'm not in a good mood recently. Don't bother me. Let me tell you something. You have to hold on. Ning Shu wanted to see the school doctor's expression when he found out that Ling Shui was playing a threesome game. What are you still doing here? The school doctor glanced at Leng Ao and snorted. Do you think I want to be here? He glanced at Ning Shu and turned to leave. Ning Shu then looked at the school doctor with a smile. He leaned close to his ear and wanted to say something. The school doctor poked Ning Shu's forehead with his finger, telling him to stay away from him. Just talk. Why are you leaning so close? Chapter 28. Aren't you curious about what I'm going to tell you? Ning Shu looked at the school doctor excitedly. He wanted to see the school doctor's expression when he found out. The school doctor raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. How boring. Such an indifferent expression made people lose interest in gossiping. Well, Ling Shui and the two princes have a threesome. It's in the storage room of the sports equipment. Should we? The school doctor stood up and looked at Ning Shu with disdain. Why is your taste so heavy? You like to watch this kind of thing? You have no sense of shame at all. Ning Shu was speechless. Come on, the main point was Ling Shui. Why didn't he criticize Ling Shui's messy life? If someone had no sense of shame, it should be Ling Shui. Where are you going now? Ning Shu saw the school doctor leaving the school doctor's office and quickly followed him. It seemed like he was going to the storage room. Uncle, do you want to see it too? Uncle, I know you care about it. Ning Shu followed the school doctor and nagged. Shut up. The school doctor lifted his white coat and took out a strange-looking gun from his waist. Ning Shu was shocked. Uncle, calm down, calm down. Don't tell me you're going to kill someone in school. I know Ling Shui's actions make you upset, but you have to calm down. Calm down. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor and guessed that he was going to kill the adulterer. Shut up. The school doctor couldn't stand Ning Shu anymore. I'll shoot you if you make any more noise. Ning Shu raised his hand. Okay, I won't say any more. When they arrived outside the storage room and heard the noise inside, Ning Shu only wanted to say that this guy was really strong. He was still rolling around. The school doctor squatted by the window and looked inside. He held a gun and revealed a faint smile. However, it made Ning Shu's heart turn cold. In Ning Shu's opinion, the school doctor had been driven crazy. Shouldn't we rush in and catch them in the act now? Ning Shu asked in a low voice. This was how it was portrayed in TV dramas and palace dramas. I've said it before. If you want to talk, just talk. Don't come so close. The school doctor's glasses reflected a bright light, and it sent chills down people's spines. Ning Shu silently took 2 steps back. Under Ning Shu's stunned gaze, the school doctor unlocked the door and gently opened it. Uncle, please accept my moral integrity and kneel. Uncle, why are you so awesome? Are you the female lead? If you show off your skills in front of Ling Shui, she will definitely be dead set on you. Ning Shu watched the school doctor go in. It was a strange feeling to be on the lookout for him at the door. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement inside. Ning Shu had an impure thought. Did the school doctor join the group and have sex with them? Uncle, you have to have some moral integrity. After a while, the school doctor carried the unconscious Ling Shui out. Ling Shui was already dressed. What is going on? Ning Shu was stunned. He walked in and saw 2 naked men lying on the mats. They didn't even have a piece of cloth to cover their private parts. Ning Shu immediately came out of the storage room and asked the school doctor, Uncle, what is going on? The school doctor looked at Ning Shu indifferently. He probably felt that he was too big of a target, so he carried Ling Shui in a princess carry. This scene was really beautiful. Ning Shu jogged behind the school doctor. Once they entered the school doctor's room, the school doctor quickly pressed something on the wall and a secret passage immediately appeared. Ning Shu, why would there be such a secret passage? Walking through a secret passage is faster than a car. It's not scientific at all. Ning Shu thought about it and followed him in. The school doctor's room returned to normal. It was as if the secret passage was just an illusion. The school doctor walked very quickly with Ling Shui in his arms. It was as if he was carrying a feather. Ning Shu, who was following behind, was panting. After walking for a long time, Ning Shu felt that his legs were about to break. Finally, they reached their destination. The school doctor, who was walking in front, pushed open a door. Suddenly, a ray of light shot into the secret passage. Ning Shu blocked it with his hand and went through the door. Ning Shu looked at the situation in the room in a daze. It was an extremely clean laboratory. The light from the various instruments was very cold. There was not a single person in such a large laboratory. His footsteps echoed as he stepped on the floor. Ning Shu suddenly realized that he might have come to an incredible place. He looked around and saw all kinds of specimens. There were organs soaked in bottles. The color of the kidney was yellow. This color was probably gallstones. Ning Shu felt very uncomfortable. He did not dare to display the human specimens on the shelves. He followed the school doctor's footsteps. The school doctor put the unconscious Ling Shui on the operating table. Her limbs were locked by the iron chains on the operating table. Uncle! Uncle, what are you doing? Ning Shu's teeth were chattering. The school doctor, Ning Shu, smiled, revealing his white teeth. His glasses reflected a bright light. He looked like a psychopath. Nothing. I just gave her a tranquilizer gun. That's why she fell asleep. The school doctor said, you can walk around the laboratory. Oh right, let me tell you. My main profession is actually a genetic scientist. Well, I prefer to dissect people. Damn, he was actually an expert in dissection. Ning Shu pointed at Ling Shui on the operating table. You want to dissect her? I said that I need her. I need her genes. I want to know why she can cultivate. Could it be that she activated the high-level genes in her body? The school doctor looked at Ling Shui on the operating table and reached out to touch Ling Shui's face. There are too many genes in the human body that are not activated. Many high-level genes are hidden under the influence of the environment and are not activated. This woman has such great ability. It is probably because of some high-level genes. Uncle, don't you read novels? Only people with spiritual roots can cultivate. Ning Shu could not help but ridicule. Spiritual roots. In my opinion, everything in the body can be explained by genes. The school doctor looked at Ling Shui with shining eyes. Can something like spiritual roots be transplanted? Maybe spiritual roots are just a high-level gene fragment. Cultivation is to activate other high-level genes in the body and improve the body's quality. Ning Shu listened to the school doctor blabber a lot of words that she did not understand. No wonder those ruthless people in the club were afraid of him and gave him the title of a madman. He was indeed a madman. Uncle, I want to go back. How do I go back? Ning Shu asked. Go back the way you came. Ning Shu was a little regretful that she provoked this person. The school doctor had his eyes on Ling Shui and wanted to dissect her. Damn, it was too scary. Uncle, do you want to dissect me too? Ning Shu looked at the school doctor vigilantly. Chapter 29. Uncle, you can't dissect me. Ning Shu looked at the school doctor with tears in his eyes. The school doctor held a pair of medical scissors in his hand and cut off Ling Shui's clothes. A fair and charming body was lying on the operating table. It was very beautiful. Even Ning Shu was tempted when he saw it. Her perky chest, bright red top, and fragrant grass below. Hearing Ning Shu's words, the school doctor moved the scissors in his hand. He didn't feel anything for the body on the operating table. Instead, he looked at Ning Shu with disdain. You? No, you're not even worth my scissors. Your genes are the genes that hinder human development. The most direct manifestation of the difference in genes is on your face. You're so ugly, how bad can your genes be? Ning Shu, are you mocking me in a roundabout way? On the operating table, Ling Shui's long eyelashes trembled. She was about to wake up. The school doctor sat beside the operating table and waited for Ling Shui to wake up. When Ling Shui woke up, she was blinded by the cold and glaring light. It took her a while to feel better. What was this place? Ling Shui tried to move her hands but found that she couldn't move at all. She was bound and naked. Ling Shui struggled to break free and found that her body was limp and powerless. She hurriedly mobilized the spirit qi in her dantian, wanting to break free from the iron lock that was more than an inch thick. You're awake. The school doctor looked at Ling Shui. Ling Shui was startled by the sudden voice. She looked at the tall school doctor. He was wearing a white coat and was tall and slender. Let me go, or I'll let you die a horrible death. Ling Shui shouted at the school doctor. However, she didn't sound imposing at all. Instead, her voice was soft and weak, revealing a hint of charm. Ning Shu watched from the side. When she saw the naked body and heard the voice, if she was a man, she would have taken a gun. Ning Shu glanced at the school doctor who was adjusting his glasses and secretly asked, "Uncle, do you want me to leave for a while?" Seeing Ning Shu, Ling Shui became even more agitated. She looked at Ning Shu with hatred. Ning Shu saw Ling Shui's gaze and laughed. It was clearly the school doctor uncle who caught her. Why was she looking at him so fiercely? She was so tolerant to men and so mean to women. This was what women were like. The school doctor put down the scissors in his hand and took out a scalpel. The scalpel looked unusually cold under the surgical light. Ling Shui's heart felt very bad. She tried to break free from the iron lock, but she couldn't. Even when she mobilized the spirit qi in her body, she couldn't break it open. She could only concentrate her spirit qi to cut the iron lock bit by bit. Ning Shu felt that she shouldn't stay here any longer. She guessed that it wouldn't be suitable for her to stay here in the upcoming situation. Seeing the school doctor's scalpel getting closer and closer, Ling Shui couldn't help but puff out her chest. Her breasts became even more turbulent, making her look unusually charming. Ling Shui's eyes revealed a frightened expression. Her eyes were hazy and blurred. It seemed that she was going to seduce the school doctor uncle. Ning Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She was really beautiful. Ning Shu wanted to reach out and touch her. Ning Shu shook his head. What was she thinking? Ling Shui's charm was really too strong. The school doctor narrowed his eyes and then quickly cut off the tendons of Ling Shui's arms and legs. Ling Shui was in so much pain that her whole body was convulsing. She looked at the school doctor uncle with bloodshot eyes and bit her lip so hard that it cracked. How could he cut off her meridians? How could he do that? How could she use her spirit qi if her meridians were cut off? Only now did Ling Shui's heart surged with fear and fear. She looked at the school doctor uncle with real fear and resentment. Ning Shu watched from the side. He looked at the school doctor uncle in a daze and then looked at Ling Shui's arms and legs. The place where her meridians were cut off did not bleed at all. He had accurately found the location. The school doctor uncle's expression was indifferent. It was as if he wasn't facing a beauty, but a dead object waiting for him to dissect. Ling Shui and Ning Shu felt a chill at the same time. Ling Shui felt an uncontrollable fear. She had a premonition that her life was going to end here. She was waiting for death every day, but she didn't know when she would die. How could this be? She was the one and only cultivator in this world. She was the person who stood at the top of the world. She was the person who could call the wind and summon the rain at the top of the world. But now, she was locked up in this laboratory that couldn't see the light of day. No, Ling Shui's heart was filled with unwillingness. But when she moved her hands, she felt weak and powerless. It was so painful that she wanted to die. The spirit qi in her body was stopped just when it reached this place. She hated it so much. Ning Shu let out a sigh of relief. He didn't expect her mission to be completed in this way. The high and mighty Ling Shui actually became an experimental subject. She was the experimental subject that provided genes for the school doctor uncle. Ning Shu glanced at Ling Shui and said to the school doctor uncle, "Uncle, I'm going back. I'll send you back." The school doctor uncle put the knife on the tray and took off his gloves. He said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu was a little flattered. He immediately said, "Uncle, you're not going to kill me to silence me, are you?" The school doctor uncle paused. He touched his chin and thought, "That's a good idea." "Uncle, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." "Uncle, I don't know anything." Ning Shu wanted to hug the school doctor uncle's leg and beg him to let him go. "Okay, let's go. Forget about today's matter," the school doctor uncle said indifferently. Then, Ning Shu felt that his legs were going to break again. Finally, they arrived at the school doctor's office. After entering the school doctor's office, Ning Shu took a deep breath and felt a little better. The cold laboratory was really suffocating. "Uncle, How are you going to deal with Ling Shui? Ning Shu asked carefully. The school doctor uncle's face turned cold. You don't have to care about this. This woman's abnormality has been noticed by the department. This is a matter for the higher-ups. It has nothing to do with you. Wow, it was related to the government. Then, the school doctor uncle was from the government. She really shouldn't have known. Ning Shu sneaked in front of the school doctor uncle. The school doctor uncle immediately poked Ning Shu's forehead and said, "Just talk. Don't come so close. Uncle, you're really amazing. I admire you so much. You're like a surging river." Ning Shu flattered the school doctor uncle. Just talk. Why are you so disgusting? The school doctor uncle patted his white coat. There was no dust on it. The school doctor uncle patted it. He probably had some OCD. Say it. What do you want from me? The school doctor uncle said indifferently. Ning Shu really admired the school doctor uncle now. Uncle, you're really amazing. I admire you so much. The school doctor uncle closed his fingers and made a retracting gesture. Ning Shu immediately shut his mouth. Uncle, can you help me find out who my biological parents are? Ning Shu realized that the mission in this world was actually so easy after knowing the uncle. Uncle, your thigh is so thick. I need to hug it more. Chapter 30. The school doctor's eyelids twitched as he looked deeply at Ning Shu. Ning Shu's heart thumped wildly under his gaze. He waved his hand and said, "No need. Don't help me find my parents. My genes are very bad. Don't dissect me." The school doctor looked at Ning Shu's appearance and clicked his tongue. Look at your useless appearance. Why are you so cowardly? At least have some girl's reservedness and integrity. Ning Shu curled his lips. Without absolute strength, integrity, and reservedness were nothing. Yes, I'll remember this. You can scram now. The school doctor patted his white coat again. There was nothing on it, but the uncle kept patting it. This obsessive-compulsive disorder was too much. Ning Shu replied with an, "Oh," and then rolled away smoothly. He rolled away quickly. As soon as he entered the classroom, before he could react, he was grabbed by the arm and dragged out of the classroom. Ning Shu shook off Leng Ao's hand and said coldly, "What are you doing?" Leng Ao looked at him, so angry that his nose trembled. He asked, "Where did you go? I couldn't find you anywhere. Do you know where Ling Shui went?" "How would I know? I'm not Ling Shui's personal maid. How would I know where she is?" Ning Shu said indifferently. He looked at Leng Ao's twisted face. His eyes seemed to be sad, resentful, angry, jealous. In short, there were many emotions. It was really hard to describe, very hard to describe. Ning Shu felt that this guy had been driven crazy by Ling Shui. Seeing that this guy was so pitiful, Ning Shu mocked him. "Please, Ling Shui doesn't even care about you in the human world. Why are you still like this? So resentful, just like a woman. You." Leng Ao was so angry that the hand that pointed at Ning Shu was trembling. "You damn woman." Then he turned and left. Ling Shui's disappearance caused a huge impact in Ace. It was because Ling Shui was too famous. Ling Shui, who sat on the goddess seat, would be noticed even if she was a little late, let alone not coming to school for a few days. After a long time, Ling Shui did not come to school, which caused a lot of rumors. Some people said that Ling Shui was kept as a mistress, some said that Ling Shui was killed, and some even said that Ling Shui was kept as a mistress by a mafia boss. Some even said that they saw Ling Shui in a bar and became a hostess. In any case, there were many different opinions. Rumors about beautiful women all carried a kind of erotic aura. Ning Shu turned a deaf ear to these rumors. Her mission was to make the high and mighty Ling Shui fall down. The missing Ling Shui was only the female lead in the mouths of his classmates. All kinds of rumors were getting more and more filthy. There was another rumor. When Ning Shu heard it, she simply wanted to burst out laughing. It was that the two naked princes were discovered. The two men were naked and lying together. There was nothing on their bodies and their body parts were exposed. The two princes' little birds had been seen by countless people. Both men and women had seen them. Some of the braver girls looked at their little birds and the male students compared their sizes. It was obviously a group P, but now it was rumored to be gay. Even the way the students looked at Leng Ao was not right. Leng Ao was probably a member of their group. Leng Ao's thoughts were complicated at this moment. He was obviously cheated on by his good friend and even his brother. He was even rumored to be gay. Damn it, he was the one who suffered the most and was wronged the most. When the two of them came to ask him where Ling Shui went, Leng Ao sneered and beat the two of them up. They still had the nerve to ask him where Ling Shui went. Leng Ao swore that he would never interact with these two bastards again. They were trying to steal his girl behind his back and now they still had the nerve to ask him. Leng Ao kicked the two people on the ground. He realized that his fighting strength was not bad, but why did he always lose to that violent woman Lin Jiejia? Leng Ao unknowingly walked to the outside of Ning Shu's classroom. He basically came to this classroom every day. In the past, he came to look for Ling Shui. Later on, he came to fight with Lin Jiejia every day. His feet were now habitually coming to this classroom. Leng Ao stood at the door and saw Lin Jiejia through the window. She was reading a book seriously with a serious expression. The sun shone on her body and she looked very peaceful, like an orchid. Ning Shu clearly felt that someone was looking at him. He turned his head and saw Leng Ao outside the window. He frowned. This bastard was probably here to ask where Ling Shui went again. Ning Shu could not understand why Leng Ao came to ask him about Ling Shui every day. He did not know at all. Looking at Leng Ao's attitude, he felt that Ling Shui's disappearance had something to do with her, although it was indeed related. Leng Ao's heart skipped a beat when he saw that he was discovered. He felt a little uncomfortable. He was caught peeping and felt a little embarrassed. However, seeing the other party's impatient face, Leng Ao was angry. He swaggered in front of Ning Shu, raised his chin and looked at Ning Shu condescendingly. Let me ask you, where did Ling Shui go? I said I don't know. Why do you have to ask me? You should ask your two good brothers. It's more reliable than asking me. Leng Ao was a little weak, but he still said, my intuition tells me that you have something to do with Ling Shui's disappearance. Fuck off. You're a woman. You even have a sixth sense. Although Ling Shui's disappearance was forgotten after people talked about it for a while, for those who had intentions, such as Mo Lingshuan, the underworld boss had never given up. He even wanted to capture Ning Shu and ask about Ling Shui's whereabouts. Knowing that there were people from the underworld outside the school, Ning Shu did not dare to leave the school even more. Leng Ao knew that someone was looking for trouble with Ning Shu. He walked in front of Ning Shu and said arrogantly that if he wanted her to be his girlfriend, he would help her solve the problems outside. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu did not want to have any interaction with the people in this world. As for Leng Ao, he would leave it to the original owner to deal with. She was someone who wanted to leave this world. What made Ning Shu happy was that the school doctor brought news of the original owner's biological parents. It was also a tragedy. The original owner was just a daughter who was sold by her parents. Her family was too poor. They said that a rich man wanted to buy her daughter. Then, she sold her daughter without hesitation. These were the original owner's matters. Ning Shu had already found the original owner's biological father. She was not the original owner, so she would not make decisions for the original owner. Ning Shu felt that the mission was almost completed. He was still thinking about when to leave this world when the system's cold mechanical voice sounded in his head, mission completed. Do you want to leave this world? Yes. Ning Shu nodded without hesitation. He was really tired of staying in this world. The mission was really too difficult. If it was not for the school doctor, Ning Shu would not even have a chance to complete the mission. It was completely a trick. Ning Shu could only wish that the school doctor's experiment would go smoothly. Chapter 31. Ning Shu just pressed yes, and then immediately felt the world spinning, and then with a plop, he fell to the ground, dizzy, and almost vomited. Ning Shu got up from the ground and looked around. The surroundings were white. She was back in the system space. Ning Shu let out a long sigh. Ning Shu lowered his head, and saw that his soul had dimmed a little, and quickly sat down to absorb the matter of this space. Although he did not know what it was, it could strengthen his soul, and Ning Shu did not refuse. Congratulations player for returning to the system space. In the system space, the cold mechanical voice of the system sounded. Ning Shu immediately stood up and asked, "Why did my soul become so dim? Does the quest consume soul power?" The player's soul is too weak, so it was affected by the original owner's emotions. The system explained, the mechanical voice. Then is there any way to strengthen the soul? Ning Shu asked again. Ning Shu had a premonition that traveling between worlds like this would consume a lot of the soul, and if the soul was not strengthened, sooner or later it would be exhausted. The market has potions to strengthen the soul, and also secret books to cultivate the soul. Currently you do not have the qualifications to open the market and the exchange system. The system's explanation gave Ning Shu hope, but when he heard that he did not have the qualifications, he felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. Wait until the player officially becomes a player, then you have the qualifications to open the exchange system. Well, right now she was not even an intern, and should be the smallest cannon fodder. If she died in the quest, then she would completely disappear. Do you want to check the attributes? The system asked. Yes. In front of Ning Shu, the attributes panel immediately appeared. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Shu Age, 27 Experience, 4000, 4000/10,000, Soul, 60 Life, 50 Wisdom, 80 Charm. Luck, 20 Spirit, 120 Force, 10 Aptitude, 20 Skills, 5 Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique Honorary Title. None. Ning Shu seriously looked at each attribute, and what made Ning Shu surprised was that this time he actually had 4,000 points, probably because he was teleported to an intermediate world, and then he was lucky enough to complete the quest. Sure enough, high risk accompanied high profit. Player is rewarded with 10 attribute points. The system's voice sounded again, because the player's first quest is an intermediate world. According to the completion of the quest satisfaction, an additional 10 attribute points will be rewarded. Ning Shu thought for a moment, and added 1 attribute point to Ning Shu's charm. It was really a pain in the ass. Thinking of his even more pain in his luck, Ning Shu did not hesitate to add 5 attribute points, and then added 4 points to aptitude. Then Ning Shu's attributes panel. Number, 23333 Name, Ning Age, 27 Experience, 4000, 4000/10,000, Soul, 60 Life, 50 Wisdom, 80 Charm, 1 Luck, 20 + 5, Force, 120 Force, 10 Aptitude, 20 + 4, Skills, 5 Ring Spear Technique, Trash Fighting Technique Honorary Title. None. Ning Shu saw that his charm was finally not a question mark, although it was a lonely 1 point, at least it was not a question mark. Do you want to enter the quest world now? The system asked. Ning Shu thought for a moment, and said, Can I enter the world a bit later? Yes. Then the system did not speak again. Ning Shu looked at his soul. Her soul was so dim, if the original owner's emotions were too fluctuating when entering the world, it would affect her. More haste, less speed. Ning Shu felt that it was better to cultivate first. Ning Shu sat down, and tried his best to absorb the things in the system space, to enrich his soul. This speed was undoubtedly very slow, but Ning Shu could only do this. What Ning Shu wanted the most now was to be able to cultivate the soul. When will he become an official player? The system space did not have the concept of time. Ning Shu sat on the ground, motionless. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Shu opened her eyes, looked down at her body, and felt that it was more solid. She touched it with her hand, and it felt like she was touching milk, smooth to the touch. Is the system here? I want to start the quest. Ning Shu looked up at the wall in front of her and asked. She did not know where the system was. Ning Shu's voice just fell, and she immediately felt a burst of depression. Damn, can't you let me get ready, at least tell me. Ning Shu fell into a coma. Floating up and down in the darkness, Ning Shu felt that someone was talking beside her. She struggled to open her eyes, and her head was dizzy. She looked at the muslin curtain on the bed for a long time, and her mind was blank. The maid beside her saw that the person on the bed had opened her eyes, and her expression was very excited. She knelt by the bed and repeatedly shouted, "Princess, you're awake." She hurriedly sent someone to call for the imperial physician. Ning Shu turned her head, and looked at the excited maid kneeling by the bed. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and there was a pearl flower in the bun. She wore a magnolia blue embroidered satin robe, covered with muslin, and the cleavage in front of her was faintly discernible. Ning Shu felt that her body was very heavy, and her stomach was empty. She did not even have the strength to raise her hand. "Princess, you can't spoil yourself like this." The maid cried and laughed. Ning Shu said with difficulty, "Get me something to eat." The maid wiped the tears from her face, and when she heard that Ning Shu wanted to eat, she was so happy that she almost cried. She lifted her skirt and ran out of the palace. Ning Shu was lying on the bed, and she was so hungry that she felt dizzy. How long had she been hungry? She was going to starve to death. Her mind was in a mess, and then it was blank. Ning Shu wanted to wait until she was full before she received the plot. Hearing the maid call her princess, it seemed that this body was very noble. She did not expect that one day she would be able to enjoy being called a little princess. Not long after, the maid brought in a bowl of congee. There was meat juice and cooked very soft vegetables. When Ning Shu smelled the fragrance, her stomach began to growl. The maid helped Ning Shu up, and said to Ning Shu, "Princess, let me feed you." Ning Shu nodded, and the maid's face showed a happy expression. She immediately scooped up a spoonful of congee, blew on it, and fed it to Ning Shu. He did not know how long this body had been hungry. Such a light bowl of congee made his stomach ache. Fortunately, he slowly adapted. Ning Shu ate a bowl and did not eat anymore. The maid helped Ning Shu to lie down. Ning Shu looked at the maid. She was about 15 or 16 years old, and looked quite delicate. However, Ning Shu's eyes fell on the maid's chest. The clothing of this era was quite open and sexy. It was completely the Tang dynasty's tube-top clothes. When he lowered his head, he could see the cleavage inside. Ning Shu saw that the maid was quite good to this body. She was very respectful and concerned, but she had not received the plot yet. He did not know this maid's character, but looking at her performance just now, she should be quite good. Ning Shu had just laid down when a maid ran into the palace. Probably because she ran in a hurry, her face was bright red, and there was sweat on her small nose. Chapter 32. The maid bowed to Ning Shu on the bed. "Princess, the imperial physician has arrived." In reality, there was nothing wrong with this body. She was just hungry. Now that she had eaten something, she felt much better. Ning Shu had not yet accepted the plot and did not know the original owner's personality. Indifferently, he said, "Both of you, leave." The two maids glanced at each other before bowing and exiting the palace hall. Ning Shu's eyes turned, sizing up his surroundings. The palace hall was very spacious. Antique shelves were filled with all sorts of rare playthings. There was an exquisite blue and white porcelain vase with bright flowers. The red sandalwood seat was filled with the scent of incense that slowly drifted out from the ear cauldron, causing one's heart to feel peaceful. Next to the mahogany marble bed was a screen carved with purple purlins and carved with plum blossoms. Every item appeared to be meticulously crafted and appeared to be noble and extraordinary. Just by looking at this room, Ning Shu knew that this princess's days were not bad. What deep hatred did she have to counterattack? What was there that she couldn't let go of? Ning Shu took a deep breath and began to accept the plot. Although he was mentally prepared, his head still throbbed with pain. This body was called Li Xueshan. She was the only princess of the Great Yong dynasty and the only younger sister of the current emperor. The emperor bestowed upon her the title of Princess Jihui. In addition, she was given the fief of Jinyang. She was favored by the heavens and favored by the earth. Bystanders did not understand why Princess Jihui was so favored. They only thought that the current emperor favored her out of consideration for kinship. Furthermore, she was his younger sister from the same mother. It was unknown how much Princess Jihui had sacrificed in the struggle for the throne. She had even risked her life to do anything for the emperor. The struggle for the throne was incomparably bitter. The bloodshed caused the imperial palace to be stained with blood. The emperor was also ruthless, killing all of the defeated princes and grandsons. It was likely that the emperor's ruthlessness had frightened all of the civil and military officials. The emperor's ascension to the throne was unexpectedly smooth. The current emperor was her own brother and the emperor's only relative. Princess Jihui's hard times had finally come to an end. She was blessed with honor and favor. Even the empress, her sister-in-law, was polite to her. The concubines in the imperial harem were all trying their best to please her. It was reasonable to say that this kind of life would not be changed even by a deity. However, Princess Jia Hui was a woman. Love was something that women yearned for the most, even if Jia Hui was a princess. At this moment, a young and handsome man entered the princess's eyes. Princess Jihui didn't like outstanding scholars who pretended to be cultured. After experiencing the cruel struggle for the throne, Jihui didn't like men who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Moreover, they were outstanding scholars who applied makeup like women. Only a man like Duan Xinghui could give Jia Hui a sense of security. This young general was handsome and elegant. When he wore his armor and galloped on horseback, there was a kind of breathtaking beauty of power. After interacting with Duan Xinghui a few times, Jia Hui became more and more satisfied with this man. Although he looked serious in speech and manner, he gave off a steady and dependable feeling. Duan Xinghui respected Jia Hui very much. Although he had never made any promises, Jia Hui's impression of him became even better. Jia Hui didn't lack people who flattered her. She valued reality more than empty promises. The emperor knew about this situation, but he didn't directly give an edict. He wanted to investigate whether this Duan Xinghui was worthy of entrusting his sister to him. The relationship between Jia Hui and Duan Xinghui was a secret that no one spoke of. In fact, it was already settled. Coincidentally, the border was restless and the weather was cold. The bearded Xiongnu were about to enter the central plains to rob again. The emperor sent Duan Xinghui to the border and said in high spirits that he would bestow a marriage upon the two of them when he returned from a victorious battle. The battle was in a stalemate when the news of Duan Xinghui's death came from the front lines. When Jia Hui heard the news, she was completely stunned. Then, she didn't eat or drink. In the end, the emperor couldn't stand it anymore and forced her to die. After experiencing such pain, Jia Hui's body became worse and worse. Every day, she missed the dead Duan Xinghui. She even wanted to cut off her hair and become a nun. The dead would always remain in her heart, and the mark in her heart would become deeper and deeper until it was irreplaceable. However, not long after, the dead Duan Xinghui came back from the dead and returned to the capital with a woman by his side. When Ning Shu saw this, he understood how things had developed. This favored princess had become the cannon fodder for the love between the general and her true love. Ning Shu sighed deeply and expressed his deep sympathy for the original owner of this body. He said that love was harmful. The rest of the story was nothing more than Jia Hui being unwilling to give up and causing trouble between the two of them. She used her dignity as a princess to take revenge on this unknown village girl. What shocked Jia Hui was that this man, who she had seen as steady, became very agitated when faced with the matter of the village girl. His entire being became lively, angry, and roaring like a young boy. For the sake of that village girl, he disobeyed an imperial edict and declared in front of everyone that he loved that woman the most. Jia Hui felt as if she had been slapped in the face, her face burning. She had practically become the laughingstock of the entire Yong dynasty. The noble princess had actually lost to a village girl. She was unwilling to accept this. What was she? She was a princess. With the pride of a princess, she would not allow such a defeat. Jia Hui retaliated against the village girl. Afterwards, everyone began to question her, even saying that she was vicious and that she had lost face for the court. Even the emperor was disappointed in this younger sister of his. Jia Hui became fiercer and fiercer. Rumors spread throughout the streets that the princess had stolen someone else's man. Jia Hui's reputation became more and more tarnished. Coincidentally, the Hu and Xiongnu won the battle and proudly requested a political marriage. The emperor was truly disappointed in this younger sister of his and sent her away. It was clearly because of Duan Xinghui that the situation of the war had reversed. If it were not for his desire for great merit, he would not have fallen for the schemes of the barbarians in the Central Plains. Now, he wanted her to go through a political marriage and live happily with him. Jia Hui was a delicate princess. In addition, during the time when everyone believed that Duan Xinghui had died, Jia Hui was heartbroken and injured. Her body became ill, and she went to a place with a vile environment. Furthermore, she went to a place where women were not treated as humans. Jia Hui's status as a princess did not bring her any benefits. On the contrary, it caused these barbarians to humiliate her even more. She was a trophy of war. The Xiongnu people were cruel, beating and cursing women at the slightest provocation. Living was a fate worse than death. Jia Hui's heart had already become numb. Her flower-like appearance had been corroded by the wind and sand. She numbly lived, not knowing what she had done wrong. The original owner's wishes were, first, she did not want to love that heartless and unscrupulous Duan Xinghui. Second, she wanted that slut to die a horrible death. Third, she wanted to be a noble and pure princess. She did not want to be covered in filth. She did not want to disappoint her imperial brother. She did not want to be married off to a foreign country. She did not want to be humiliated by others. Ning Shu was speechless. This girl still could not let go of this matter in her heart. Duan Xinghui was the beginning of all of Jia Hui's tragedies. Duan Xinghui was like the key to opening Pandora's box. What made Ning Shu speechless was that she had entered the plot a little late. Now that she had found out about Duan Xinghui's death, Jia Hui was so sad that she did not eat or drink. It was as if she had followed Duan Xinghui into the afterlife. She had already gotten involved with Duan Xinghui. Chapter 33. Lin Jejia raised her head from the desk with a blank expression. She looked at the teacher on the podium with her mouth open and closed. Her mind was in a daze. Lin Jejia looked at the seat in front of her reflexively. The woman she hated the most was really gone. Could it be that she was dreaming? Everything in the dream was real. Ling Shui really disappeared from her life. The person in the dream was her, but it wasn't her. She watched everything that happened. When the bell rang, Lin Jejia stood up from her seat. Coincidentally, the three-legged desk fell to the ground. This was supposed to be an embarrassing thing, but Lin Jejia didn't know what was going on. She was very calm and slowly lifted the desk up. She looked at the people around her. They glanced at her and looked away. They didn't pay much attention to her. They no longer looked at her with ridicule like before. Their attitude changed from disgust and ridicule to disregard. And Rong, who bullied her before, saw her gaze. She snorted and looked away. Lin Jejia became more and more confused. Could it be that everything in the dream was real? At this moment, two men suddenly appeared in the classroom. They carried a desk in their hands. The desk was brand new. They walked to Lin Jejia's seat and placed the new desk on Lin Jejia's seat. "What are you doing?" Lin Jejia asked. Her desk was broken a long time ago. She was teased and slashed with a knife. Even one of the table legs was removed. This is the school's arrangement. Your desk is broken. Naturally, it has to be changed. a school staff said. Lin Jejia pursed her lips. Why didn't she think of it before? Now they were going to change it for her. However, Lin Jejia knew the current situation and could only say, thank you. I asked them to change your desk. Leng Ao put his hands in his pockets and walked to Lin Jejia, looking down at her. When Lin Jejia saw Leng Ao, she frowned out of reflex. Lin Jejia was a little confused about her own reaction. Logically speaking, she should be very excited and happy when she saw Leng Ao. Why was she so disgusted? It was impossible. What do you mean by this? Lin Jejia didn't know why, but her hands itched. She wanted to fight with Leng Ao and throw him over her shoulder. Leng Ao frowned. Are you unhappy? I prepared a new desk for you. Thank you. Lin Jejia said indifferently. She raised her head and looked at Leng Ao. He was extremely tall, had a cool and handsome face, and his eyes were bright like the stars in the sky. In her impression, this was the first time she was so close to Leng Ao, but Lin Jejia did not feel any excitement in her heart. Are you satisfied with this desk? Leng Ao saw Lin Jejia raise her head and look at her carefully. For some reason, Leng Ao actually felt a little nervous and touched the bridge of his nose. Oh, thank you. Lin Jejia said coldly. Leng Ao raised his chin and asked, last time, I asked you to be my girlfriend. What do you think? Girlfriend? When did this happen? Lin Jejia snorted. She didn't remember at all. Many things had gone off the rails. Ling Shui had disappeared, and now Leng Ao actually wanted her to be his girlfriend. This was something she didn't even dare to think about in the past. Becoming Leng Ao's girlfriend? Lin Jejia hesitated and didn't say anything. Leng Ao's eyes dimmed and said, since you don't answer, I'll take it that you agree. From today onwards, you're mine. I didn't agree. Leng Ao, please don't make the decision on your own. Lin Jejia said coldly. Since when could she speak with such an imposing and cold tone? Leng Ao's expression changed. He looked a little angry and a little sad. Lin Jejia walked around Leng Ao, who was standing still, and walked out of the classroom. Her mind was a little messy now. Why did the world change after sleeping? As soon as she walked out of the classroom, she saw a man in a white coat leaning against the balcony. His posture was tall and straight and he looked very abstinent. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and was elegant with a little indifference. When Lin Jejia saw this person, her heart skipped a beat. Her intuition told her that this man was very dangerous. Lin Jejia walked around him and prepared to go to the toilet. A hand reached out and pulled Lin Jejia. Lin Jejia turned around and looked at him and shouted, "School doctor." This was the school doctor. The school doctor squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Jejia. His eyes shone with a deep probing gaze. He inspected her face inch by inch as if he was looking for something. What's the matter? Lin Jejia asked. The school doctor looked at Lin Jejia. Her expression was cold. She didn't have the carefree smile from before. She even had a fawning smile. The school doctor let go of Lin Jejia's arm and asked calmly, "You're not her." What? Lin Jejia felt a little confused. The school doctor's eyes were extremely cold. Then, he curled his lips and smiled. I got the wrong person. With that, he left. Lin Jejia looked at the school doctor's back. The corner of her white coat was flipped up. Lin Jejia shook her head. She needed to calm down. What happened next made Lin Jejia even more speechless. Her father heard that Leng Ao wanted her to be his girlfriend and now wanted to bring her back to the Lin family. What was this? He chased her out and now wanted to bring her back. Lin Jejia didn't think about the Lin family anymore. Although she was alone now, she felt very comfortable and supported herself. At this time, he played the family card with her and told her how helpless he was at that time. Lin Jejia just smiled. When he didn't need her, he would use her as a shield. She still kept the newspaper that broke off their relationship. Lin Jie didn't know who had visited her body, but she was sincerely grateful to that person. She never thought that one day, her life would be so free. She didn't have to listen to her father talk about how she had to do everything for the family. She wasn't their biological parent at all. It was just that the Lin couple had been married for a long time and didn't have a child. There was a superstitious saying that if a child was adopted first, it would naturally be a blessing to have a child. Lin Jie was this adopted child. Since she was chased out of the family, she naturally wouldn't go back. Since A school didn't expel her, she would continue to attend school. Lin Jie smiled. When did she become so thick-skinned? She was clearly an orphan, but she was still attending classes in an aristocratic school. Ever since she rejected Leng Ao started to pursue Lin Jie. Ugh, sometimes this person was so annoying that he would throw her over his shoulder. However, Leng Ao seemed to be very familiar with this way of getting along. There was no dissatisfaction on his face. Lin Jie was speechless. Could it be that Leng Ao liked this kind of attitude? She was respectful to him but acted like a tsundere. Now, she was cold and arrogant to him. She hit him for no reason and he actually liked it. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Lin Jie's expression was very strange. Could it be that too many people complimented him so he was happy when someone hit him? He was really sick. Chapter 34. After receiving the storyline, Ning Shu felt dizzy and his heart ached. It seemed that this body's heart had been injured. Ning Shu sighed. As someone who once treated the hospital as his home, nothing was more important than a healthy body. Why did he have to hurt himself like this? As for the original owner's wish, to not love that heartless woman, Ning Shu could do it. As for taking revenge on this pair of bitches, Ning Shu felt that the original owner's arrogance made him unable to let go of this matter. As for not being married, he could only take one step at a time. Ning Shu felt that this mission was easier than the previous world's mission. At least there wouldn't be a supernatural existence like Ling Shui that exceeded the limits of this world. Moreover, she was a princess of a country. Her status was quite high. Compared to a general and a village girl, she had quite an advantage. Ning Shu fell asleep while thinking. This body was really too weak. Ning Shu was speechless. The time he entered the time mission was so difficult. He didn't know how long he slept. When Ning Shu woke up, he felt that his body was sticky with sweat. He struggled to open his eyes. When he turned his eyes, he saw the person sitting by the bed. It was silent. Ning Shu was shocked. He couldn't help but cry out. His heart was about to jump out. When the man saw that Ning Shu was frightened, he lightly said, "You're awake." Imperial brother. Ning Shu struggled to get up. From the original owner's memory, this man should be the current emperor, Li Wen. His name sounded warm, but it didn't match his temperament. His face was very cold and dignified. Li Wen wore a 5-clawed golden dragon robe. Li Wen was very handsome. His features were picturesque, firm as ice, and translucent as glass. The might of his high position added a layer of indifference to his face. He was indifferent, proud, and extraordinarily noble. He was a man that no woman could escape from his charm. In short, he was an iceberg. Even when facing the original owner's younger sister, he didn't smile much. He gave the original owner extraordinary status and material things. Li Wen was a natural-born talent for the emperor. His methods were impressive and he was serious in speech and manner. No one could pry into his thoughts. In the face of such a person, Ning Shu felt a little uneasy. His body unconsciously tensed up, and he keenly felt that the person in front of him was very dangerous. He was like a lion king licking its claws. "Just lie down," Li Wen faintly said. His eyes swept over Ning Shu's face and paused for a moment before continuing, "This matter has yet to be decided. You shouldn't ruin your own body like this." As he spoke, Li Wen furrowed his handsome brows and looked at his sister's forehead that was covered in cold sweat. Even her hair was wet. He softened his voice and said, "Jiehui, don't be willful." The cold sweat on Ning Shu's forehead increased. He was speechless. Her future husband had died, and she was actually being willful. Ning Shu opened his mouth and finally said, "Jiehui knows." Jiehui was the original owner's title. "Men!" Li Wen shouted towards the door. His voice was deep and sexy, but it was also cold and majestic. It made people unable to have any thoughts of resistance. Two maids immediately came in. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes. One was Miao Qing, the other was Yuan Dong. These two were the original owner's closest people. They were also interesting people. In short, the situation was a bit funny. Li Wen said to the two maids in an indifferent tone, "Take good care of the princess." "Yes." Miao Qing and Yuan Dong said in unison. Li Wen seemed to be very busy with government affairs. After routinely showing concern for Ning Shu, he left. Ning Shu basically didn't say anything. It was unknown whether Li Wen had noticed her abnormality. Yuan Dong walked up and saw that Ning Shu's head was covered in sweat. She immediately drew some water to wipe Ning Shu's body. Ning Shu looked at her. This girl was not bad looking. It was a pity that she was a scheming person. However, she was someone who had always been by his side. Ning Shu said to Miao Qing, who was arranging the quilt for Ning Shu, I want to eat." Miao Qing gave a crisp sigh and went out to prepare food for Ning Shu. Ning Shu watched her leave the palace like a butterfly. A light flashed in his eyes. This Miao Qing had eventually become Li Wen's concubine. Ning Shu then looked at Yuan Dong. This girl had followed along in the political marriage and became the plaything of the Xiongnu barbarians. Of course, this didn't mean that this girl was loyal to the original owner. Instead, this girl had fallen in love with Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui ended up falling in love with a village girl. This broke Yuan Dong's wish to become Duan Xinghui's concubine maid. Although he was a prince, women would always prepare concubine maids for men. Fortunately, during menstruation or pregnancy, other women would serve the man. Jiehui and Yuan Dong worked together to deal with the village girl. It was said that the village girl's name was Aria. It was a very rustic name. Later, it was changed to a very pleasant-sounding name. After a while, Miao Qing came up with food. It was a relatively light food. Ning Shu wouldn't be like the original owner, who would spoil his body. Having a healthy body was more important than anything else. Miao Qing fed Ning Shu food. Ning Shu didn't hold back at all. This way, he would get better. After eating a bowl of 10 brocade congee, Miao Qing took out a handkerchief and wiped Ning Shu's mouth. Ning Shu saw that these girls had taken good care of the original owner. But in the end, they all betrayed their master because of love. After eating, Ning Shu closed his eyes and went to sleep. When a person was sleeping, they could automatically repair their body. Now, Ning Shu needed a healthy body to complete his task. He hated people who spoiled their body the most. They didn't cherish their body. At night, Li Wen came again. He stood by the bed without making a sound, which scared Ning Shu. "Imperial brother. Is your body better?" Li Wen looked at Ning Shu and saw that his complexion was better. He nodded and said, "It's better than this morning." "Thank you for your concern, Imperial brother." Ning Shu showed a grateful expression. Li Wen didn't say anything and the atmosphere became silent. Ning Shu didn't know what to say. The more she said, the more mistakes she would make. It wouldn't be good if she exposed herself. The man in front of her was very dangerous. His deep eyes made her feel like they were going to tear her apart. Ning Shu was not used to it. "Hurry up and leave. Why are you standing there like a wooden stick?" Of course, Ning Shu only dared to say this in his heart. He didn't dare to challenge the mood of a feudal emperor. Ning Shu asked himself if he had the guts to do so. Neither of them spoke. Ning Shu raised his head and looked at Li Wen. He slightly narrowed his eyes, which made him look very sharp. Ning Shu's heart was bitter. What was he trying to do? He didn't say anything and just stood there, making Ning Shu feel uncomfortable. In the end, Ning Shu couldn't hold it in. He took the lead and said, "Imperial brother, you go do your work. Jie Hui is fine." Chapter 35. Hearing Ning Shu tactfully asking him to leave, Li Wen narrowed his deep eyes and said faintly, "Jin will leave. Take care of your body. Without Duan Xinghui, there are other men." In the plot, Li Wen also said this, but Princess Jie Hui only said that there was only one Duan Xinghui in this world, causing Li Wen to choke. Ning Shu naturally would not say this. If she annoyed Li Wen, he would directly have her marry. She would not even have a place to cry. Ning Shu's face showed unsuppressible sadness. She respectfully said to Li Wen, "Imperial brother, Jie Hui's mind is in a mess. Jie Hui does not want to think about anything." Hearing this, Li Wen's eyes narrowed. She didn't know why, but every time she saw Li Wen's narrowed eyes, Ning Shu had a feeling of fear and trepidation. She had already tried her best to imitate the expressions and habits of the original owner. Li Wen nodded and looked condescendingly at Ning Shu. He said, "If there is anything you need, I will have your imperial sister-in-law send it over." Then he knocked on the two maids beside him. "Serve the princess well." "Yes." The two maids replied in unison. However, Miao Qing's eyes were already glued to Li Wen's body. Only when Li Wen left Orchid Palace Hall did she withdraw her gaze. Ning Shu watched from the side and shook his head. It was also because the original owner did not pay attention to the two maids beside him. He did not know that one liked his older brother and the other liked his future husband. It felt so bitter. In the following days, Ning Shu peacefully and steadily lived a life of recuperation. However, only now did Ning Shu truly understand how much the original owner was favored. Every day, there were concubines that came to visit him. The gifts he received were counted in baskets. They were all precious jewels, handkerchiefs personally embroidered by the concubines, or shoes. In any case, it was all kinds of things. Of course, Ning Shu wouldn't meet these people. She wasn't even in good health. She wouldn't force herself to meet these people. After all, there were too many women in the imperial harem. She didn't know any of the women in His Majesty's harem. Ning Shu looked at Miao Qing and Yuan Dong as if they were used to it, and there was a faint disdain for these concubines. It was just two maids, but they actually disdained these concubines. Ning Shu knew what the original owner's attitude towards these concubines was. He probably also looked down on them. "Princess, this servant will put these things in the storage," Ning Shu said. After glancing at Ning Shu's expression, Miao Qing hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Princess, these people just want to use Princess to meet His Majesty. They want to use His Majesty's favor to gain His Majesty's favor." The original owner and Ning Shu both understood this matter. They needed a maid to say this every day. The original owner, Princess Jie Hui, thought that Miao Qing was the best because the original owner thought so. Miao Qing liked Li Wen. Because of the original owner, Miao Qing had more chances to see His Majesty than most of the concubines in the imperial harem. Miao Qing said this because she was unhappy and jealous of these concubines. Ning Shu looked at her indifferently. He didn't agree with her as usual. Every time the original owner heard Miao Qing say this, he would be very angry. He was angry that these women were using him. Miao Qing saw that the princess didn't pay attention to her. She felt suffocated and put the things in the storage. Ning Shu saw that Miao Qing was tactful. In the end, the women in the imperial harem weren't ordinary. If it was someone else, they would continue to sow discord. However, Miao Qing knew when to stop. Ning Shu felt that the original owner wasn't that simple. From the path of fighting for the throne, she took the lead to do things for Li Wen. She had seen many dark things. However, she was stupid. She had offended all the women in the imperial harem. In the end, she was arrogant. She looked down on the women in the imperial harem who relied on men. So much so that no one spoke up for her during the marriage. Everyone agreed to let her go. It was quite hard for her to have such a bad relationship with people. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, "Record these and return the gifts according to the usual standards." Miao Qing and Yuan Dong, who were packing the things, were stunned. The princess never returned the gifts. Now that she suddenly wanted to return the gifts, Miao Qing and Yuan Dong didn't know how to react. After all, the two of them were palace maids. They were stunned for a moment before they reacted. The relationship between people was about reciprocation. The original owner only accepted the gifts and didn't return the gifts. This meant that he didn't want to interact with these women and offended them. He was also capricious. The women in the imperial harem gritted their teeth and cursed, but they couldn't do anything to the original owner. Everyone kicks a man when he is down. The original owner ended up like that because of many reasons. "Princess, do you really want to return the gifts?" Miao Qing asked. "This is giving them face." Ning Shu glanced at her and didn't say anything, but it made Miao Qing feel uneasy. She and Yuan Dong had seen how heartbroken the princess was before, but now the princess was so calm that it was frightening. Could it be that she had gone crazy? Of course, such thoughts could only be said in their hearts. Although the two maids were unwilling, their work was done quickly. They soon returned the gifts to the people in the imperial harem. The imperial concubines were surprised and shocked by Princess Jiahui's return of gifts. They had all kinds of complicated thoughts. Ning Shu was thinking about whether he should go to find Duan Xinghui. This idea was rejected by Ning Shu as soon as it appeared. At this time, Duan Xinghui should have been rescued by Arya. What was the use of her going there? Besides, if a princess went out, she would be accompanied by a large group of people. Even if she arrived at the border, it would be too late. The two of them were truly in love, and fate would bind them tightly together. Duan Xinghui and Arya had an illicit relationship. Arya took care of the injured Duan Xinghui. There would be physical contact between the two. After a long time, love would grow. In short, the two fell in love. It was true love. The real task was to wait until Duan Xinghui took Arya back to the capital. Then during this time, she should take good care of her body and make a good impression on Emperor Li Wen. Since he didn't want to be married, he should have his own value. What could she do for Li Wen? There were too many people who did things like serving tea. The effect of making a good impression and deepening the relationship between brother and sister was minimal. It was okay to do it occasionally. Ning Shu was seriously recuperating, but there was no smile on his face. Miao Qing and Yuan Dong, who served Ning Shu, were surprised and trembling. Every time they spoke, they were careful. Miao Qing didn't dare to provoke Ning Shu at this time. Ning Shu noticed that Yuan Dong's eyes were a little red. Every time Ning Shu asked, Yuan Dong said that she was confused and had trachoma. Ning Shu looked at Miao Qing and Yuan Dong meaningfully. The deep eyes made the two maids more and more nervous. They only felt that the princess's eyes could see through everything and knew the deepest secrets in their hearts. Miao Qing and Yuan Dong served Ning Shu more carefully and considerately. They did everything to make Ning Shu's life very comfortable, which Ning Shu didn't expect. Chapter 36. Ning Shu recuperated for half a month. His body was very well nourished. His complexion was very good and he did not look sad at all. When they heard that Princess Jiahui's body had recovered, the concubines in the harem swarmed over to see the princess. Ning Shu saw these concubines. Ning Shu rubbed his head and looked at the room full of beauties. The room full of beauties had all kinds of fragrances mixed together. It was so fragrant that it made his head hurt. These concubines had different styles and temperaments. They were enchanting and charming, pure and noble, gentle and virtuous. There were all kinds of women. Li Wen was really lucky. There were so many women and so many beauties waiting for him to take care of them. Ning Shu understood that these concubines came to the orchid garden hall to see Li Wen. Although these concubines tried their best to find topics to talk about and were concerned about her body, their eyes were constantly looking outside the hall. Ning Shu did not point it out. She had just arrived in this world, so it was necessary to understand the situation in the palace. From the words of these concubines, she could tell which concubines were favored and which were not. She could also tell from the tit-for-tat between the concubines that there was enmity between these concubines. She could also tell which factions they belonged to. The emperor has arrived. A sharp voice sounded from outside the hall. It was very unpleasant to hear, but to the women in the room, it was like a good rain. They were all full of energy and their faces were glowing. When Li Wen walked into the hall, Ning Shu immediately felt a gust of cold air. This guy was really cold. Greetings to the emperor. The women in the room all bowed to Li Wen. Their movements were very charming and their voices could be squeezed out. They faced Li Wen with their best posture. Some of the bolder ones even pretended to unconsciously reveal their plump snow-white breasts. Competing in beauty. Ning Shu looked at the beautiful women in the room and was secretly speechless. Any woman in the modern world would be sought after by men. Now, they were all cooped up in this square place to compete for a man. It was simply a waste of resources. Li Wen said in a low voice with an indifferent and cold face to the women in the room. A concubine who was close to Li Wen deliberately staggered and wanted to fall into Li Wen's arms. However, Li Wen dodged and that concubine almost fell to the ground and made a fool of herself. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. This emperor's personality was really bad. What was wrong with helping his own woman? Besides, it was a woman who was fawning on him, and such a beautiful woman at that. Who knew how happy he was in his heart? Li Wen did not even look at these concubines. She looked at Ning Shu and said indifferently, "It seems that you have recovered well." Ning Shu bowed. "Thank you for your concern, imperial brother. Jiehui is much better now." Li Wen nodded his head, his expression indifferent. Without Duan Xinghui, there are still other good men in Great Yong. You are Zhen's younger sister. Ning Shu automatically interpreted it as, "You are my younger sister. I can choose any man in the world." Ning Shu's brows revealed a sad expression. Gratefully, he said to Li Wen, "Thank you, imperial brother, for your concern. It is just that imperial sister does not want to think about these things right now." Li Wen's sharp eyes stared at Ning Shu, his gaze scanning Ning Shu's face. Afterwards, he nodded his head and made a sound of acknowledgement. He did not say anything else, sitting in his chair for a while before leaving. "Your Imperial Majesty rises." Grand Eunuch Jiang Gonggang, who was beside Li Wen, sang out in a sharp and melodious voice. After Li Wen left, everyone's gazes focused on Ning Shu. Ning Shu keenly sensed that everyone's gazes were on him. They carried envy, jealousy, and a few extreme hatred. Ning Shu looked over and saw a woman dressed in a purple silk robe embroidered with cloud patterns. Her expression was arrogant and sharp, and her eyes were filled with undisguised jealousy and disgust. Ning Shu thought for a moment, then curled his lips at the woman. This woman was Imperial Concubine Du. The grudge between Imperial Concubine Du and the original host was because of the Empress. In the original host's heart, there was only one sister-in-law, which was the Empress. He disdained other women. The Empress and Imperial Concubine Du were evenly matched. But because of the original host, the Empress had the upper hand. Imperial Concubine Du had never had a good impression of Princess Jiehui. She came to Orchid Palace Hall only because all the concubines in the harem had come. If she did not come, it would be unreasonable. This was done for Li Wen to see. Li Wen now doted on his younger sister. Even if he wanted to play tricks, he would be harmonious in front of the emperor. Ning Shu could not help but rub his forehead. He felt a headache. The original host was an unmarried woman. Was it really good for him to get involved in his brother's harem? It was a fight between the harem and the harem. Staying out of it was the best choice. Imperial Concubine Du was partly involved in the political marriage. That was why the original host had such a sad ending. To put it bluntly, the original host was an idiot. Another part of it was that she disdained to do so. The original host was not a bad person. Her mind was very simple. It was just that she was too proud, too proud. Noble consort Du is looking at Ben Gong like this because Ben Gong talked to Imperial brother but didn't talk to you. Is that why you are so angry? Ning Shuhun said without hesitation, speaking whatever was on her mind. Imperial concubine Du, the expression on Imperial concubine Du's face almost froze. This idiot really said whatever he wanted to say. Living in the harem was particular about how many turns one sentence had to take. Not only was Imperial concubine Du not used to such straightforward words, but everyone else was also not used to it. The expression on everyone's face was embarrassed. They all left. Shin Qingqing's words were too straightforward. It was so straightforward that everyone was embarrassed. Ning Shu looked at Imperial concubine Du's angry back and smiled. There was no way to reconcile between him and Imperial concubine Du in this case. It was better to tear off the mask of tenderness. At least these people would have scruples when they wanted to make a move. Ning Shu thought about it and decided to visit the Empress's sister-in-law. The original host would usually talk to this sister-in-law. The relationship between the two was not bad. But there was no real friendship in the harem. Not to mention sister-in-law and sister-in-law. Arriving at the hall of Fenglan, the palace of the imperial palace, Ning Shu walked into the hall and saw her sitting on a couch made of yellow rosewood and pear serpentine stones. Behind her was a glass screen made of wood and primrose. Seeing Ning Shu coming, the empress quickly stood up. Ning Shu walked over. Ning Shu saluted the empress, greetings to imperial sister-in-law. The empress quickly pulled Ning Shu's hand and held Ning Shu's hand. Her face showed a gentle smile. Jiehui, you really scared your sister-in-law. Your imperial brother told me to take good care of you. Thank you, imperial sister-in-law. Jiehui is almost recovered. Ning Shu said. Chapter 37. The empress said a lot of words of concern to Ning Shu. She wanted to express her concern for her sister-in-law. Ning Shu also chatted with the empress for a while. The two of them talked about irrelevant things. Then the empress talked about how hard it was for her to manage the imperial harem. She also talked about the concubines. To put it bluntly, the empress was complaining to Ning Shu. There was no one in the imperial harem who was not afraid of Li Wen. The empress was urging Ning Shu to complain to Li Wen. The empress's words were full of twists and turns. However, she was able to provoke Ning Shu's disgust for the concubines. The original owner of the body was an errand boy for the empress. She also said that the original owner of the body was very suitable to be cannon fodder. Emperor Li Wen also used the original owner of the body. After he succeeded, he gave the original owner of the body a noble status. However, the empress used the original owner of the body and did not gain anything. He felt that there were dangers everywhere in the palace. Ning Shu's task was Duan Xinghui and area. As for the others, Ning Shu did not want to care about them. Ning Shu also saw that the people in the palace could not help him at all. When the time came for the marriage, it would be good if these people did not hit him when he was down. Ning Shu was thinking about whether he should leave the palace. Jiehui, what are you thinking about? The empress saw that the other party was absent-minded after she had said so much. She was not as indignant as before and went to find the emperor. As a woman, no one was willing to share their husband with others. However, her position made it impossible for her to be willful. She was the mother of the country. She had to be virtuous and magnanimous. She also had to manage these women for the emperor so that the emperor would not have any worries. The empress looked at these orioles and swallows. Her heart was in great pain. However, in order to satisfy the emperor, she really paid a lot. However, the emperor was still cold and indifferent to her. The empress not only hated the women in the imperial harem, but also envied the princess. Li Wen's attitude towards her was much better. Even she, the empress, did not enjoy such treatment. This person has already passed away. Jiehui, you must take care of your body. You are the emperor's younger sister and the only princess of Great Yong. There are many good men for you to choose from. The empress comforted Ningxu. Ningxu didn't know if it was her imagination, but she could actually hear a hint of jealousy in the empress' tone. Ningxu felt a little bored. He glanced at the empress. To be honest, the empress' appearance wasn't bad, but she had to maintain her dignity as the empress at all times. She looked a little cold. Deliberately putting on the airs of the empress, it shows that the empress's heart is very weak, so she will be so strong to show her status. The original host felt that this kind of empress was to her temperament. She was hostile to these imperial concubines and felt that her empress sister-in-law was wronged. Now it seemed that the empress was just using the sympathy of the original owner to gain sympathy and trust. Like the original owner, Ningxu complained to the empress. Imperial sister-in-law, my heart is very uncomfortable. Why did he leave and not return? Ningxu used a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her eyes as she looked at the empress' expression. The empress' eyes flashed with joy and satisfaction, but the expression on her face was as if she felt the same pain. She repeatedly comforted Ningxu. Ningxu's mind was firm on one idea. She wanted to leave the palace. This imperial harem was filled with Li Wen's imperial concubines. If she stayed here and mixed with these sisters-in-law, it would be too tiring. These imperial concubines either loathed, feared, tried to curry favor, or tried to rope her in. Li Wen's love for the original host was destined to involve her in the affairs of the imperial harem. She did not have the energy to deal with these women. The final decision of the marriage was still in Li Wen's hands. Rather than trying to curry favor with the empress, it was better to put her energy on Li Wen. Also, the empress was not as good as she appeared. She was just a person with a sweet face but a bitter heart. Ningxu chatted with the empress for a while and then used a handkerchief to wipe her tears. She took Miao Qing and Yuan Dong back to her own palace. You two, pack up everything in the storeroom, Ningxu said to the two of them. Pack everything up, not leaving a single item behind. Yuan Dong and Miao Qing looked at each other. Miao Qing glanced at Ningxu and bent to ask, Princess, what are we packing up for? There are many things in the princess storeroom, do we have to pack them all up? Ningxu glanced at her and said lightly, don't leave a single needle behind. Being swept by the princess with such a cold gaze, Miao Qing's heart jumped. Ever since the princess woke up, the princess had become incomprehensible. There was no sadness on her face. She was so calm that it was frightening. The princess' pained expression was still vivid in her mind. Yes. Miao Qing did not dare to ask any more. Miao Qing brought the palace maids to pack up while Ningxu went to find Li Wen. When he saw Li Wen was reviewing memorials. When he saw Ningxu, he put down the cinnabar pen in his hand and closed the memorials. His movements were incomparably elegant. Just based on Li Wen's appearance, no woman could escape his charm. However, when Ningxu faced Li Wen, he did not notice how handsome he was at all. He had a strong fear and guilty conscience. The biggest reason for leaving the palace was to stay away from Li Wen. This person was too dangerous. His thoughts were too deep. He could not understand him at all. Ningxu even suspected that he had been seen through by this person. Why are you looking for Zhen? Li Wen asked indifferently. Ningxu organized his words and showed some sadness on his face. Imperial brother, imperial sister wants to leave the palace. Li Wen was stunned for a moment. His face showed a smile that was not a smile. When Ningxu saw the fake smile on his face, his heart jumped. What was the meaning of this smile? Ningxu's face twitched. His lips trembled. Imperial brother, imperial sister wants to go out and relax. Li Wen picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he put it down again. He did not speak. Ningxu's heart was burning. On his face, he still had to show an "I'm very sad, I'm very tired" expression. Ning Shu almost could not hold it anymore. Li Wen finally spoke. Where do you plan to live? Imperial sister wants to go to the manor. Ning Shu looked at Li Wen's face and carefully said. This guy was really a block of ice. He did not have any expression at all. Ning Shu did not know if he agreed or not. Li Wen did not nod or shake his head. He only said, the manor is too far away. It's not safe. Your princess residence has already been built. Go live in the princess residence. Ning Shu's face twitched. This princess residence was very close to Duan Xinghui's residence, the Duan family. She really did not want to live in the princess residence. However, she had no choice at all. The status of a princess was noble, but all the glory and honor could be taken away by Li Wen with a single sentence. Could life be any more bitter? How could he get a good impression of this ice cube face? How could he deepen the relationship between the two of them? Ning Shu's mind was in a mess. He did not dare to meet Li Wen's eyes. Chapter 38. Ning Shu had no choice but to live in the princess's palace. If she continued to bargain with Li Wen and angered Li Wen, she wouldn't be able to find a place to cry. At least once she left the palace, she wouldn't have to be involved in the affairs of the harem. Chen Mei thanks Imperial Brother for his grace. Ning Shu bowed to Li Wen and prepared to leave. If she could avoid contact with Li Wen, she would. Wait a moment. Li Wen called out to Ning Shu. Ning Shu turned around to look at Li Wen. Li Wen lightly said, come and grind the ink. Ning Shu made a no sound. She walked over and rolled up her sleeves. She added some water to the inkstone and picked up the cinnabar inkstone to grind. Ning Shu's heart was filled with doubt. She had never grinded ink before. This was a skill from the original owner's memories. Fortunately, although her movements were unfamiliar, she slowly became proficient. Li Wen glanced at her. Seeing Li Wen look over, Ning Shu immediately grinned at Li Wen. Li Wen moved his gaze away and placed it on the memorial in front of him. He picked up the cinnabar brush and drew circles on the memorial. Ning Shu didn't dare look around. She lowered her head and looked at the inkstone. The study was silent. There was only the sound of grinding ink. Ning Shu's heart was filled with bitterness. She wanted to leave. She wanted to stay by Li Wen's side. The hairs on her body stood up and she had goosebumps. In the previous world, he didn't even have such a feeling when facing Ling Shui. Facing Li Wen, he couldn't even touch his heart. He couldn't even tell what kind of emotions he was feeling, whether he was happy or unhappy, angry or happy. Even the original owner couldn't see her biological brother clearly. In Ning Shu's view, Li Wen was a person who had lost the emotions that a human should have. He was too deep. Why do you suddenly want to leave the palace? Li Wen suddenly said. Ning Shu was thinking about something when he was startled by Li Wen's sudden voice. His hands suddenly stopped, and some of the cinnabar in the inkstone splashed out. Some splashed on Li Wen's body, and some splashed on the memorial in front of Li Wen. Ning Shu's expression changed. The little person in his heart screamed, "Oh my God, I'm going to die." Ning Shu hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped the red dots on the memorial with a flattering expression. Then, he wanted to wipe the cinnabar on Li Wen's clothes. Li Wen used his hand to block Ning Shu's movement and put down the cinnabar brush with an indifferent expression. Ning Shu's heart quickly jumped twice. He walked around the desk and bowed to Li Wen. Chen Mei didn't do it on purpose, I hope Imperial Brother can forgive her. Li Wen's brows twitched as he coldly asked, what are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded? I'm thinking about Duan Xinghui. Ning Shu didn't even think about it and pulled Duan Xinghui out to take the blame. Li Wen's face was still expressionless. Ning Shu seriously suspected that this guy had facial paralysis and that all the nerves on his face were dead. I ask you, why do you suddenly want to leave the palace? Did someone in the palace make trouble for you? Li Wen didn't answer Ning Shu's question. Instead, he asked the question he had asked before. Chen Mei wants a change of environment. Ning Shu honestly said. Li Wen didn't say anything. Ning Shu waved his hand and had her leave. Ning Shu left like he had been granted amnesty. He left the royal study. When he stepped out of the doorway, he let out a heavy breath. No matter what, his goal had been achieved. Li Wei looked at Ning Shu's panicked back and narrowed his eyes. There was a deep and turbulent feeling in his eyes. Ning Shu's body was covered in cold sweat. When he returned to the Orchid Garden Palace, he first took a bath. Then, he asked Miao Qing, "How is the packing?" Miao Qing promptly curtsied and said, "Princess, it has already been packed." Miao Qing gathered her courage and asked, "Where does the princess wish to go?" Shen Qingqing glanced at Miao Qing and said, "This princess wishes to leave the palace and live in the princess residence." Ning Shu then saw Miao Qing's expression change. Her face first paled, then became anxious. Ning Shu asked, "Why does the princess suddenly wish to leave the palace?" "The princess is a noble princess of the great Yong dynasty. You should live in the most prestigious place in the world. Only then would you be worthy of the princess status." TSK, noble or not, it all depended on Li Wen's words. Ning Shu saw that Miao Qing's face was covered in sweat. Her face was bright red, and her entire person was incomparably beautiful. How could Miao Qing not be anxious? She could only see the emperor in the imperial palace. If she left the imperial palace, would she still be able to see the emperor? Miao Qing was extremely anxious, but she didn't know how to persuade the princess. She could only look at the princess anxiously. Ning Shu ignored Miao Qing's gaze and prepared to go check on the packing. He looked at the boxes and chests in the storeroom. There were more than a dozen boxes, all of which were filled with rare items. This princess was truly wealthy. Miao Qing followed by Ning Shu's side. She really couldn't bear to leave the imperial palace. She asked, "Princess, how long will you stay outside the imperial palace?" Ning Shu looked at Miao Qing and replied, "If nothing unexpected happens, it will be a lifetime." Hearing this, Miao Qing's body swayed, her face bitter. "Princess, living in the imperial palace is so comfortable." Ning Shu ignored her, concentrating on looking at the items in the chests. There were several chests filled with all kinds of books. During dinner, the empress led a large group of people and an enormous ceremonial procession. Even Li Wen didn't have such a large entourage. She arrived at the Orchid Garden Palace Hall. Seeing Ning Shu, the empress had a look of reluctance on her face. Pulling on Ning Shu's hand, she said with concern and displeasure, "Jiehui, why do you want to leave the imperial palace? Is your sister-in-law not taking good care of you? You are the emperor's younger sister, Princess Jiehui of the great Yong dynasty. How can you not live in the imperial palace?" Ning Shu saw the reluctance on the empress' face and knew that the empress was truly reluctant to part with her vanguard. Ning Shu perfunctorily replied to the empress, "Imperial sister-in-law, my heart is really uncomfortable. I want a change of environment." Jiehui will often enter the imperial palace to see imperial sister-in-law. Seeing that Jiehui had steeled her heart to leave, the empress' smile faded. Worry appeared between her brows. It was clear that she was thinking about the changes in the imperial palace after her sister-in-law left. "Child, if you are in a better mood, then return to the imperial palace. You are a girl. How can you not return home?" The empress perfunctorily replied before leaving. After the empress left, the concubines of the imperial harem swarmed over to find Ning Shu. They were all asking if Ning Shu was truly moving out of the imperial palace. With regards to the princess leaving the imperial palace, the majority of the concubines were in a good mood. After all, there was one less person to distract the emperor. Perhaps the emperor would turn his attention to them. The concubines all expressed their blessings to Ning Shu and gave him some gifts. Ning Shu unceremoniously accepted the gifts. Faced with the hypocritical concern and urging of these concubines to stay, Ning Shu directly said that he was tired and saw them out. Yuan Dong's and Miao Qing's reactions were completely different. Miao Qing did not want to leave the imperial palace at all. However, as the princess' personal maid, she had to stay by the princess' side. Miao Qing was so anxious that blisters appeared on her lips. On the other hand, Yuan Dong had an indifferent attitude. Ning Shu saw this and did not say anything. He would allow Miao Qing to stay in the imperial palace as she wished. Chapter 39. The next day, Ning Shu woke up early in the morning. Miao Qing was helping her freshen up. Ning Shu looked through the mirror and saw that Miao Qing was in a trance. Her eyes were red and she could not hide the anxiety in her eyes. There were dark circles under her eyes. It seemed that she did not sleep well last night. Ning Shu stroked her hair and said, "Put on the phoenix hairpin for Bengong." Miao Qing was stunned for a moment before asking, "Princess, is it the white jade plum blossom victory hairpin?" Ning Shu nodded. How could she remember such a long name? Miao Qing immediately took out the phoenix hairpin from the makeup box and inserted it into Ning Shu's hair. After packing up everything, Ning Shu walked out of Orchid Palace Hall. She saw dozens of guards carrying boxes in the palace. These boxes were all the things of the original owner of the body. Everything in the palace was packed up. There were not too many things. Miao Qing's beautiful face was about to cramp. After leaving the palace, how was she going to see the emperor? Ning Shu looked back at her and said faintly, "Miao Qing, you stay in Orchid Palace Hall and take care of it." He wanted her to look after the house. Miao Qing's face was first happy and then bitter. Although she stayed in the palace, she might not be able to see the emperor. Without the princess, would the emperor still come to Orchid Palace Hall? Ning Shu did not pay attention to Miao Qing's complicated thoughts and brought Yuan Dong out of Orchid Palace Hall. Yuan Dong looked back and saw Miao Qing leaning against the door. She felt a little sad. Ning Shu first went to bid farewell to Li Wen. At the palace gate, Li Wen was already waiting. Beside Li Wen stood the empress, who was wearing a bright yellow robe embroidered with a phoenix. Behind her, there was a large group of orioles and swallows. They were all here to send off the princess. Ning Shu quickly walked over and had the emperor wait for her. Moreover, it was Li Wen who was waiting for her. Ning Shu was a little alarmed. She walked over and bowed to Li Wen. "Chenmei greets imperial brother." Li Wen nodded and looked at Ning Shu from head to toe. Then, he looked at the team behind Ning Shu and asked, "Are you done? From the looks of it, you've already let go of this matter." Li Wen's voice was indifferent. "You're my younger sister. You can be sad, but you can't go overboard." Ning Shu grunted and suddenly understood. Li Wen was the emperor. How could he allow his younger sister to be so heartbroken over a subject and damage the dignity of the imperial family? He was afraid that when the original owner was heartbroken over Duan Xinghui, he had already lost Li Wen's favor and patience, especially hurting his body. Then Duan Xinghui came back. The actions of the original owner made Duan Xinghui completely hate her. Such sentiments disappointed Li Wen. Ning Shu was frightened and alarmed. Looking into Li Wen's deep eyes, she lowered her head and said, "Chenmei is a princess of the great Yong dynasty. Duan Xinghui is no more than a subject. Chenmei has thought things through. This person has already passed away. I absolutely cannot disappoint imperial brother." Li Wen nodded his head. Seeing that there was only one maid by her side, he asked, "Why is there only one person by your side?" Truthfully speaking, Li Wen, the emperor, had treated the original owner of the body quite well. Li Wen had not crossed Li Wen's bottom line. Li Wen was willing to give her face. For example, right now, he had brought a large number of women from his harem to escort her out of the palace. Thinking of this, Ning Shu had a good impression of Li Wen. Love was not the only thing in life. However, there were some people who would give up everything for love, like moths to a flame. Ning Shu and Li Wen revealed a sincere smile and said, there was a servant girl who was unwilling to leave the palace. Chenmei allowed her to remain in the palace. Seeing the smile on Ning Shu's face, Li Wen was first startled. His eyes were deep. Afterwards, he indifferently said, such a disloyal servant. It's fine to not have her. Miao Qing had been labeled as disloyal. Would she still be able to become Li Wen's consort? Ning Shu was very happy at her misfortune. Miao Qing was a servant girl who lived off of him and was a traitor. By becoming Li Wen's consort, she had caused no small amount of trouble for the original owner of the body. Jiehui, you must return to the palace to see your sister-in-law. The empress extended her hand and pulled on Ning Shu's hand as she spoke, sizing her up in passing. Today, Jiehui was wearing a shoe brocade robe with golden silk buttons and a peony pattern. Her hair was combed into a complicated and graceful bun with a hairpin in the bun. She wore embroidered shoes inlaid with pearls on her feet. It made her look very imposing. Her face was rosy, like a consort from the ninth heaven, suppressing the imposing manner of the empress. Ning Shu had dressed like this for a reason. She wanted people to know that she did not leave the palace with her tail between her legs. Otherwise, when Duan Xinghui returned, he would say that she was too sad and went to the Princess Fu to recover. The empress's hand that pulled on Ning Shu's hand tightened. A trace of jealousy quickly flashed through her eyes. She had thought that Duan Xinghui's death would make Jiehui hover between life and death. She had not thought that she would recover so quickly. The empress used Jiehui, but at the same time, like the women in the harem, she was jealous that Jiehui could receive special treatment from Li Wen. Just like now, with so many people sending Jiehui out of the palace, which princess could have such glory? Even Li Wen's own daughter might not have such glory. Ning Shu pulled out his hand and exchanged a few words with the empress before bowing to Li Wen. Chen Mei has left the palace. Imperial brother, please take care of your health. Li Wen made a sound of acknowledgement. Let's go. With the help of Yuan Dong, Ning Shu boarded the jade-covered 8-treasure carriage. There were gilded bells hanging from the 4 corners of the carriage. When the wind blew, there was a tinkling sound. The 2 strong and fat horses were snorting and stomping their hooves in place. Ning Shu sat on the soft couch in the carriage and sighed in relief. They had finally left the palace. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Yuan Dong saw her master like this and did not dare to speak. She obediently bowed and stood at the side. She could feel that since her master had woken up, he had become more distant from her and Miao Qing. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Yuan Dong felt that her most secret thoughts had been seen through by her master and there was nowhere to hide. The inside of the carriage became very quiet. The crisp sound of the gilded bells echoed in their ears and mixed with the rhythmic sound of the horses' hooves. The carriage swayed gently. It was so comfortable that it made one want to sleep. After swaying like this, Ning Shu really did fall asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Yuan Dong gently nudged Ning Shu. Ning Shu opened his eyes. Yuan Dong explained, "Princess, we've arrived at the Princess Fu." Ning Shu made a sound of acknowledgement and got off the carriage. He looked at the vermilion door and saw the 3 words Princess Fu written in flamboyant calligraphy on the door. This was the word that Li Wen had used when the Princess Fu was built. Golden spears and armored horses, grand and majestic. Just by looking at this word, there was a kind of fierce aura. It was completely different from the cold and reserved Li Wen. Just by looking at this word, one could tell that Li Wen was full of ambition. It was estimated that he would become a great emperor. Ning Shu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since Li Wen was an emperor who had the world in his heart, then to curry favor with Li Wen, one must not curry favor with Li Wen himself, but with the people of the world. She was really bitter. She originally thought that this mission was simple. But now, it seemed that it was not simple at all. Li Wen was the biggest boss that she had to conquer. Chapter 40. The layout of the princess's residence was very large. There were pavilions, buildings, glazed tiles, rockery, and flowing water. It was really very good. Ning Shu expressed that she was very comfortable. She felt that she was here for a vacation and felt very good. Box after box of things were carried into the princess's residence. Although there was no master living in the princess's residence, it was clean and tidy. There were rows of servants standing in neat rows to welcome the master. Ning Shu went to her room. Looking at the layout of the room, she felt very good. And, in the future, this would be her home. It was more comfortable than living in the palace. She did not have to face the profound Emperor Li Wen. Yuan Dong looked at the decoration and layout of the room. She felt that it was unfair for Ning Shu. Princess, this room is so small. It can't be compared to the palace. Ning Shu looked at her indifferently and said, "This was given to me by my brother. As long as it is given by my brother, I will like it." Yuan Dong's face paled. Her words were disgraceful. Yuan Dong hurriedly said, "Yes, yes. The emperor's grace is vast." Ning Shu prepared to look at the original owner's property. There were box after box. When she came to the storeroom, she saw the guards moving boxes in. Yuan Dong immediately opened the box for Ning Shu to look. The box was full of books. Ning Shu picked up a book and looked at it casually. He did not feel anything. It was all traditional Chinese characters. He read it vertically from left to right. It was really tiring. He did not know if there were orphanages in ancient times that would donate these books and take up space in the storeroom. From the original owner's memories, he knew that the original owner did not like to read. Even if he read, it was love stories about scholars and beauties. In short, he did not read a single book. Ning Shu was not interested in these books. He casually flipped through them. When he reached the bottom of the box, he saw a yellowed book. There was also a musty smell. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat. This should be a good thing at the bottom of the chest. The original owner should have valued this book very much. Ning Shu excitedly took it out and shook it, bringing out a cloud of dust. Yuan Dong coughed twice. He looked at Ning Shu's bright eyes and asked, "Princess, what's wrong?" Ning Shu looked at the title of the book. There were only 4 words, Peerless Martial Arts. Ning Shu, what the fuck? Could he be any funnier? No wonder the original owner put the book at the bottom of the box and ignored it. The book had been eaten by worms and was very wet. Flipping it open, there really were some little people practicing martial arts while meditating. It looked like there really was such a thing. Where did this book come from? Ning Shu asked Yuan Dong as he flipped through the book. Yuan Dong came over to take a look. After a while, he seemed to remember something and said, "This was sent by the Princess Fief official in Jinyang several years ago. He heard that the princess liked to read, so he sent it over." Ning Shu shook the book, raising a cloud of dust. Although the name was a bit funny, Ning Shu was very interested in things that could improve his strength. Coming out of the storeroom, Ning Shu saw that the surroundings were heavily guarded. There were guards every 10 steps. These guards were all from the palace and were given to him by Li Wen. To be honest, Li Wen was very good to the original owner of the body. It was just that the original owner was immersed in his own sorrow and couldn't see anything. There were many meaningful things in the world for the country. There was no need to be so sentimental. Ning Shu took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. He put the book in front of him and meditated like the book. Ning Shu felt that he was very stupid. He just randomly picked a book and followed the movements in it. What if he went crazy? For some reason, Ning Shu felt that this book should be real. Ning Shu took a deep breath and was about to meditate when he suddenly heard the system's voice. Ever since he came to this world, the system had never made a sound. Even though its voice was mechanical and cold, Ning Shu felt a sense of familiarity. Ning Shu was speechless to feel familiarity with a system that didn't have any thoughts or feelings. Ding! Discovered a martial arts secret book. Do you want to exchange it? The system's voice suddenly came out, startling Ning Shu, who was meditating. If I exchange it, can I still practice the secret book? Ning Shu asked. Yes. Then let's exchange it. Ning Shu exchanged the secret book, but he only got 100 points. How could there be so few points? Ning Shu, however, with the system's verification, Ning Shu knew that the secret book was real. He was relieved and didn't need to worry about going crazy. Ning Shu sat on the bed, emptied his mind, and followed the contents of the book. Then meditated all night. Ning Shu felt that it was useless. He didn't feel anything at all. He just didn't sleep all night. He wasn't tired or relaxed. Yuan Dong came in to serve Ning Shu. Ning Shu soaked his hands in hot water, and then Yuan Dong dried his hands with a handkerchief. Ning Shu thought in his heart. Soon, Duan Xinghui should be back, and area. The real battle was about to begin. Before that, Ning Shu wanted to solve the matter of the political marriage. He had to let Li Wen see her value. How to solve Ning Shu's problem, he had no idea at all. At breakfast, Ning Shu ate 3 bowls of porridge and 5 sesame rolls, but she was only half full. What was going on? When did her appetite become so big? Yuan Dong next to her was also surprised and advised, "Princess, I know you are in a bad mood, but you really can't eat too much." She really didn't turn her grief into appetite. She really didn't eat enough. Ning Shu didn't know why. Ning Shu's expression was indifferent. He quickly ate 3 steamed buns. Under Yuan Dong's convulsive expression, he ate 2 more sesame rolls. Only then did Ning Shu feel that she was full. Could it be that the side effect of practicing the peerless martial arts was to become a big eater? The picture was so beautiful that Ning Shu didn't dare to imagine. After eating breakfast, Ning Shu returned to her room and began to meditate on her bed. Ning Shu's temperament had a hint of stubbornness. She was determined to learn this peerless martial art. Then at lunch, Ning Shu ate 5 bowls of rice and swept away all the dishes on the table. Ning Shu was really sure that her body was changing. The body needed a lot of energy. In ancient times, there was a rumor that a martial artist could eat a cow in 1 meal. It was because the body needed too much energy. Yuan Dong looked at the princess worriedly. Anyone who saw such a beautiful person eating so much would feel very bad. Moreover, where did all the food go? The princess was really too abnormal. Did the princess really give up on herself? Yuan Dong sighed. General Duan, where are you now? Yuan Dong felt that Duan Xinghui was not dead and would come back one day. Ning Shu put down the bowl and burped. Then, he could clearly feel his stomach squirming as it digested the food. Then, something warm circulated in his body. Although the points exchanged by the system were relatively small, Ning Shu was very happy. This secret book was really useful. Chapter 41. After obtaining the peerless martial art, Ning Shu began to practice martial arts without sleep or food. Forgetting food was impossible. She ate too much every day. She couldn't forget even if she wanted to. Every time Ning Shu ate, Yuan Dong would look at her with a conflicted expression. Every time the princess ate, her stomach would bulge. Then, after 4 hours, her stomach would disappear. It was a shocking sight. Yuan Dong wanted to persuade the princess, but every time she met the princess's gaze, she felt inexplicably guilty. It was as if the deepest thoughts in her heart had been cut open and exposed under the sun. Yuan Dong was too lazy to care. Anyway, the princess was ruining her body. Then, there were strange rumors in the princess's residence. They said that the princess was so sad that she went crazy. She didn't leave the house all day and ate a lot. They said that Princess Jiehui had become a big fatty. Even Li Wen in the palace heard the news. He summoned Ning Shu to the palace. When he saw that Ning Shu didn't become a big fatty, he actually let out a long sigh of relief. Ning Shu didn't care about these rumors. Seeing Li Wen looking at him without speaking, Ning Shu's heart beat wildly. He asked, "Brother, do you have any orders for me?" Li Wen said indifferently, "How is your stay in the princess's residence?" "Very good. The princess's residence has a beautiful environment. It's suitable for retirement," Ning Shu said with some flattery. "I heard that you eat a lot now." Li Wen's tone was indifferent. He looked at Ning Shu up and down. Overeating is not good for your body. Or are you still unable to forget Duanxinghui? Ning Shu quickly waved his hand. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to express his intentions. He was afraid that Li Wen would misunderstand that he was still interested in Duanxinghui. Brother, I recently obtained a peerless martial art. I'm practicing martial arts. People who practice martial arts eat a lot. Li Wen's face revealed a surprised expression. This was the first time Ning Shu saw Li Wen's face reveal such an expression. As long as you're happy. Li Wen said indifferently. Obviously, he didn't believe that Ning Shu was practicing some peerless martial art. It's true, Imperial brother. Chen Mei really obtained a peerless martial art. Ning Shu quickly took out the secret martial art book and placed it in front of Li Wen. Li Wen lowered his head and looked at the words peerless martial arts. His eyes stared blankly. Ning Shu said, you can keep this kind of thing. Imperial brother, why don't you practice it too? This thing is really useful. It can strengthen your body and prolong your life. Ning Shu strongly recommended to Li Wen. Ding! The player's secret book has been exchanged. You are not qualified to give it to others. The system's cold mechanical voice suddenly appeared. Ning Shu was shocked. This secret manual was no longer hers. Damn, Ning Shu could only grin at Li Wen and say, Imperial brother, this secret manual is probably still dangerous. Let Chen Mei practice it first. If there is any danger, Chen Mei will bear it. Li Wen looked at Ning Shu with a smile that wasn't a smile and waved his hand at her. Ning Shu eagerly left the palace. Ning Shu fell into a frenzied practice mode. Everything else was pushed back. The current Ning Shu was no longer the big eater, but her body had entered a strange process. Now, Ning Shu's body was circulating a weak aura. This aura had a warm feeling. It wandered in her body and strengthened her body. Ning Shu felt that her body was filled with vigorous strength. Even her mind was unprecedentedly clear. Her mind was clear. She felt that the whole world was unprecedentedly bright. What a magical feeling. Ning Shu touched her arm. Although the flesh was still smooth and delicate, it was full of strength. Fortunately, it wasn't muscle. Ning Shu, who had achieved great success, was in high spirits. Then, she brought a group of guards to the Imperial Manor, which was the original owner's manor. The Imperial Manor was very big. There were a lot of orchards, land, and all kinds of plants. Ning Shu had already thought about it. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The word eat was placed at the top. He didn't know if this world had high-yield crops like sweet potatoes and potatoes. Moreover, they were very resistant to hunger. If there was a natural disaster, they could save lives. Ning Shu looked around the entire manor. He was very disappointed that he didn't see any of these things. He found the manor's steward and asked him. The steward also said that there was no such thing. AI, this is not scientific. There were traces of sweet potatoes in human history for 2,000 years. This world actually didn't have any sweet potatoes. Could it be that the people of this world hadn't discovered these things that could satisfy hunger? Ning Shu thought. She was obviously a little princess, but she had to farm. It felt like she was working hard. Ning Shu went into the forest alone to look for wild sweet potatoes and potatoes. The manor's forest was very gloomy and cold. After years of accumulation, a thick layer of leaves fell on the ground. There were also ants and insects crawling on it. Ning Shu used a branch to push aside the thorns and grass. At the same time, she carefully looked for sweet potato vines. The deeper she went into the mountains, the more dense the trees were. Moreover, they were very thick. She couldn't see the sky when she raised her head. The sky was completely covered. Moreover, the forest was filled with smoke. Ning Shu was a little afraid to go forward. She reckoned that the smoke was the poisonous gas fermented by the dead branches and leaves. For the whole day, Ning Shu wandered around the forest. When she was hungry, she got a rabbit and roasted it. What made Ning Shu happy was that her skills were really getting more and more agile. When she caught a rabbit, it was really effortless. After a simple meal, Ning Shu continued to wander. She didn't find anything, but she found a few small red wild peppers. She carefully dug one out. There was still soil on the roots. Ning Shu took the peppers back and personally planted them in the courtyard. Yuan Dong watched from the side and said anxiously, "Princess, put it down. Let this servant do it." In fact, Ning Shu didn't know much about farming. But in any case, she had lived in the era of the internet. Moreover, there were so many stewards and tenant farmers in the manor who knew how to farm. The next day, Ning Shu continued to wander deep in the forest. She didn't have much hope in her heart, but she was unwilling to give up. Why couldn't she see any wild sweet potatoes? This didn't make sense. After wandering for a long time, Ning Shu still couldn't find any. She took out some dry food and sat on a branch to eat. Sitting on the branch, she looked into the distance. Around her was a sea of trees, shrouded in white smoke. It felt very mysterious. Ning Shu was lost in thought. Suddenly, she felt a pain in her hand. Looking down, 2 small red dots appeared on her fingers. Moreover, the dry food in her hand was gone. It was gone. Fuck. Ning Shu's heart skipped a beat. What had bitten her? And she didn't even see what it was. Ning Shu hurriedly squeezed her fingers. She didn't know if there was poison. After squeezing for a while, the blood was bright red. There were no signs of poison. Damn, this place is too dangerous. I have to leave quickly. Perhaps the sweet potatoes in this world have been censored. Chapter 42. Ning Shu did not know what had bitten her. For a moment, she was afraid of this forest. She quickly shuttled through the forest, wanting to return to the manor. Ning Shu was somewhat uneasy. She clearly felt that something was watching her. Moreover, the gaze followed her like a shadow. Ning Shu had goosebumps all over her body. Fuck, could it be a ghost? Seeing a ghost in broad daylight? Or was it some kind of beast? Ning Shu turned her head and looked around. She did not see anything. She only heard the sound of birds in the forest. It was very mournful, making the whole forest seem a bit gloomy. Oh my god, it was too scary. Ning Shu ran all the way, but she could not get rid of that strange feeling. She did not know how long she had been running. Ning Shu was so tired that she could not straighten her arms. However, the hairs on her body were still standing. Ning Shu was incomparably annoyed. What was going on? If you have the ability, then show yourself. Why are you hiding? Even if you want to die, you have to let people die a painful death. Ning Shu simply sat on a tree branch and looked around. She did not see anything. What the hell was this? Fuck, did she really encounter a ghost? Ning Shu thought about what had bitten her before. There were 2 small teeth holes on her fingers. Her food was stolen. Could it be that something had stolen her food? Ning Shu silently took out a piece of chestnut cake from the bag. She concentrated on looking around to see if there was anything around her. Her nerves were very tense. Ning Shu only heard the sound of the grass rustling. Then, a gray shadow quickly rushed towards her. It was very fast. Ning Shu did not even see what it was. Then, the pastry in her hand was gone. Ning Shu rubbed her eyes and looked at her empty palm. She turned it over and over again. It was really gone. What the hell was it? Its speed was too fast. Ning Shu only saw an afterimage. However, since it wanted to eat, it should not be a ghost. However, Ning Shu's heart was still filled with vigilance. Moreover, this little thing was so fast that it would be too easy to hurt her. Ning Shu felt that he had mastered a peerless martial art, and his speed was quite fast. But now, in front of this unknown thing, he was nothing but trash. Ning Shu felt that his self-esteem had been hurt. She had to retreat quickly. Since the people's livelihood plan was not going to work, she would take another path. Anyway, she had military strength now, so she might as well go to war. Ning Shu ran as fast as he could while thinking. But your sister, when the hell are you going to follow me? Ning Shu's heart was like a grass mud horse, and this time, his gaze on her was much more fervent, and she kept following him. Without a second thought, Ning Shu untied the bag of dried food from his waist and threw it behind him. Then, Ning Shu heard a squeaking sound. It sounded a little like a mouse and a little like a fox. Anyway, he couldn't figure out what it was. Ning Shu stepped on the trunk and climbed up the tree. Lying on the branch, he looked at the bag of dried food. He saw a furry, gray thing that was only the size of a fist crawling towards the bag of dried food. It was a man's fist-sized furball, and he couldn't see its eyes or nose. This little thing crawled into the bag of dried food, and probably didn't know how to get out. With a few slashing sounds, it tore the bag into pieces. Ning Shu's hair stood on end when she saw this. These claws were too powerful. She must have grown hair on her guts just now to put the snacks in her hand to seduce it. She was really grateful that it showed mercy to her hand. The dried food was quickly eaten by the little thing. It was obviously such a small thing, but it could eat so much. It seemed that it was some kind of strange creature. Ning Shu didn't even think about it and quickly wanted to escape. This little thing was obviously not to be trifled with. Ning Shu was just about to run when she saw that the little thing was actually looking at her. Moreover, it stood upright. It still looked like a furry ball. Ning Shu expressed that she really liked furry things, but this little thing was not a stuffed toy. You don't have to follow me anymore. I've already given you everything I have. Ning Shu jumped down from the tree and felt all over her body to show that she wasn't lying. The little gray ball squeaked twice, and then in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ning Shu. It straightened its body and revealed its sharp claws. It was only the size of a man's fist. In fact, its claws were also very small, but the claws were very dark and exuded a kind of black luster. Ning Shu was so scared that she was sweating. Her face spasmed as she smiled at the little thing. I really don't have anything. The little gray ball's small black bean-like eyes looked at Ning Shu. Its black eyes were shining. Ning Shu was speechless. What was the situation now? She was trapped by an unknown thing. Help! Ning Shu and the little thing looked at each other. The little gray ball squeaked twice at Ning Shu. Ning Shu, I really don't understand what you're trying to say, dear. Ning Shu thought for a moment. Seeing that the little thing liked pastries, she said, how about you let me go? I'll go get you some pastries. Ning Shu felt like she was going crazy. She was trying to bargain with an animal. It was simply ridiculous. The little gray ball looked at Ning Shu. Then, slowly, it grabbed Ning Shu's skirt and slowly climbed up until it reached Ning Shu's shoulder. Then, as if it was tired, it sat down on Ning Shu's shoulder. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the little thing. Did it want to go with him? Sigh, I'll just treat it as a pet. Ning Shu quickly ran back to the manor. Oh my god, his heart still couldn't calm down. Back at the manor, Ning Shu immediately asked Yuan Dong to bring over all kinds of pastries for the little gray ball to eat to its heart's content. Yuan Dong was surprised when she saw the little gray ball. Then, she saw that the little gray ball ate the pastries very quickly. In a short while, several plates of pastries were gone. Yuan Dong's jaw dropped to the ground. She couldn't help but ask, Princess, what is this thing? She didn't know what the hell it was either. Ning Shu sighed. She hadn't found any wild sweet potatoes, but she had found a glutton that didn't know what kind of species the little gray ball was. Oh my god, why was it so difficult for her to win over Emperor Li Wen? Ning Shu looked bitterly at the little gray ball that couldn't move on the table. It must have eaten too much. Ning Shu still didn't want to give up. He would wander around for another day tomorrow. If he couldn't find anything, then so be it. Perhaps the soil here wasn't suitable for potatoes to grow. But how was he going to deal with this little thing? Should he throw it out now that it couldn't move after eating too much? Squeak squeak, squeak squeak. The little gray ball on the table squeaked. Ning Shu was surprised. This little guy was quite sensitive to people. Ning Shu smiled and gave the little gray ball to Li Wen. Chapter 43. Since then, this unknown creature had become a frequent visitor to the manor. After eating, it would run away. When it wanted to eat, it would jump on the table and squeak. Ning Shu guessed that this thing was a mutated rat. Looking at this thing, she felt that it was enough. It made her feel as if her balls were about to burst. Such a small thing actually ate so much. Unable to raise this little thing, Ning Shu went to the jungle to wander. If he still couldn't find it, he would have to go back home. Calculating the time, Duan Xinghui and area should be back. There was a mission to deal with this, Ning Shu sighed. Ning Shu used a branch to push aside the thorns and grass, and carefully searched. It was reasonable to say that things like sweet potatoes liked shade, such a jungle should be the environment that sweet potatoes liked. Squeak squeak, squeak squeak. The gray furball kept squeaking beside Ning Shu. Ning Shu bent down to look carefully, and said to the gray furball, "You are a native, do you know that there is a thing called sweet potatoes?" Squeak, not squeak, it's called sweet potatoes. Just when Ning Shu was about to give up, he finally saw a plant similar to the leaves of a sweet potato. Ning Shu carefully threw out the roots, and on the roots was a sweet potato the size of a carrot. The skin was bright red. Although it was not very big, Ning Shu was very excited, as if he could see that the mission was completed, and he was about to leave this world. In fact, Ning Shu still enjoyed this different life, but the longer he stayed in this world, the more his soul power would be consumed, and in the end, his soul would dissipate. Ning Shu put the sweet potato in his pocket, and used a branch to push it around. Since he found one, there should be others around. Sure enough, he found a lot of sweet potatoes scattered around. Ning Shu did not think of digging these things out, and only took some back to experiment. Squeak squeak. The little gray ball followed Ning Shu out of the forest. After returning to the manor, Ning Shu immediately found the manor's steward and tenant farmers to open up a plot of land for experiments. Plants like sweet potatoes reproduce asexually. Even if the vines were cut with scissors and then planted in the soil, they could still survive. The premise was that the soil had to be soft. Ning Shu told the tenant farmer what little knowledge he had while he watched from the side. After the matter of the sweet potatoes was settled, Ning Shu stayed in the manor for a few days. Seeing that the sweet potatoes didn't show any signs of withering, he repeatedly reminded the steward to take good care of the land. Ning Shu was still a little worried in his heart. He directly used Li Wen's name and said, "This thing is what the emperor wants. You have to take good care of it. If you take good care of it, you will be rewarded." Hearing that it was for the emperor, the steward's face became much more solemn. Then Ning Shu brought a group of honor guards. What made Ning Shu more speechless was that the little gray ball actually followed him. Ning Shu didn't think that this little thing followed him because it liked him. It was completely because of the pastries. If it followed him, then so be it. It was just like a pet that could eat a lot. Ning Shu brought a group of people to the princess's mansion. When Ning Shu just arrived at the city gate, he met an army. The two sides were crowded at the city gate. The army had an awe-inspiring aura, suppressing the momentum of Ning Shu's side. "Princess, princess, it's General Duan, it's General Duan." Yuan Dong saw the person at the front of the army and hurriedly shouted to Ning Shu, who was sitting in a gorgeous carriage. She looked very surprised and even her eyes were red. Ning Shu's expression was indifferent. Sure enough, enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Ning Shu looked outside and met Duan Xinghui's eyes. Ning Shu narrowed his eyes and looked at Duan Xinghui, who was wearing armor. His eyes were bright, darker than the original owner's memories. The most ridiculous thing was that he had a woman in his arms. When marching to war, he actually rode with a woman on a horse. It was said that Duan Xinghui handled matters calmly, but Ning Shu didn't seem to be. Ning Shu sized up Arya, who was riding with Duan Xinghui. Arya had a healthy wheat complexion. Compared to the great Yong court's noblewomen's beauty standards, Arya couldn't be considered a beauty. Because of her complexion, her facial features lost some of their color. Any young lady from the capital's boudoir was prettier than Arya. No wonder the original owner of the body was unwilling to accept this. Although she was a country girl, she was a noble princess. Losing to such a girl was too frustrating. Duan Xinghui and Ning Shu's eyes met. Her gaze was incomparably cold. Duan Xinghui was the first to look away. Squeezing the horse's belly, he pulled on the reins and headed towards the sedan chair. Duan Xinghui cupped his hands and saluted Ning Shu. This general kowtows in salute to the princess. I wish the princess good health. Ning Shu sized up Duan Xinghui. And he wasn't missing an arm or a leg. His face was a bit thinner. Ning Shu nodded. General Duan has returned. General Duan, you can go ahead and enter the palace to meet the emperor. Ning Shu's attitude towards Duan Xinghui was very cold and polite, carrying the arrogance of a member of the imperial family. Duan Xinghui's expression changed. He was depressed by Ning Shu's attitude. He had even thought of how to face the princess's questioning and quarreling, but the other party's attitude made all the various solutions he thought of along the way unable to be put to use. Now the other party didn't care about him at all. Duan Xinghui felt that his self-esteem was hurt. Duan Xinghui was a person with strong self-esteem. He was worshipped and admired wholeheartedly by Arya. But in front of Princess Jiehui, the difference between the monarch and the minister was always between them. Ning Shu just glanced at Arya. From a distance, Arya was not beautiful. She was a little dark. Looking closely, she was really dark. On the contrary, her almond-shaped eyes were very outstanding. Well, Duan Xinghui probably saw the beauty of Arya's soul. General Duan, aren't you going to enter the city? Ning Shu said to Duan Xinghui coldly. Facing the indifferent Princess Jiehui, Duan Xinghui felt uneasy in his heart. If it was a princess who made a fuss or even scolded him, Duan Xinghui would know. Such a Princess Jiehui really made people uneasy. She faced him as if he was a stranger. She didn't feel happy because he was alive. Such a princess posture really made Duan Xinghui unable to spit out a breath in his heart. He felt bad all over. Arya, who was in Duan Xinghui's arms, looked at Ning Shu curiously. Looking at the graceful and noble princess, her momentum made Arya feel a little inferior in her heart. And she was so beautiful. Arya couldn't find words to describe her beauty. She only felt that she was sitting in the gorgeous gilded carriage, which complemented the luxurious carriage. She was like a fairy who came down to earth. People didn't dare to look directly at her. Ning Shu saw Arya looking at him without any scruples. Her eyes were filled with amazement and a sense of inferiority. She was nervous. Her rough hands grasped the saddle tightly. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you look directly at the royal family? Before Ning Shu could say anything, Yuan Dong shouted at her with a sharp tone. Yuan Dong's pretty face was full of dignity and vigor. After all, she was the princess's personal maidservant, so she had some vigor to her. Chapter 44. Yuan Dong pointed at Arya with a serious and dignified face. Why don't you salute the princess? Arya's black and red face showed embarrassment. She was stunned for a moment on the horse's back. Duan Xinghui's face flashed with annoyance when his beloved was embarrassed. He tightly pursed his lips and saluted Ning Shu. Your Highness, Arya is from the countryside and doesn't know etiquette. Your Highness, please be magnanimous. Damn, if she was not magnanimous, she would not be magnanimous. This was completely moral kidnapping. Ning Shu's face was cold, which made her momentum even stronger. Ning Shu said lightly, "General, you'd better go to the palace to meet the emperor." "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Duan Xinghui saluted and held Arya in his arms. Duan Xinghui had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. With a cold face, he looked very steady and reliable. If there was a beauty in his arms, it would be a beautiful picture of a hero and a beauty. However, Arya was a little far from the beauty. When she stood with Duan Xinghui, there was a feeling of disharmony. "Your Highness, how can you tolerate the rudeness of this lowly person?" Yuan Dong said angrily to Ning Shu. Ning Shu touched the small gray ball's fluffy body. Seeing Yuan Dong, who was very excited, her face was full of jealousy. "Yuan Dong, pay attention to your identity," Ning Shu said lightly. Yuan Dong's heart suddenly stopped and she couldn't speak. She glanced at Arya with the corner of her eyes. "Your Highness, what's in your arms?" Arya asked in surprise when she saw the small gray ball in Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu suddenly laughed. She could see what kind of character Arya was. Some country people were simple and unsophisticated, but also had a kind of humility of a nobody. It turned out that Duan Xinghui liked girls with such characters. The original owner and Arya's characters were two extremes. Princess Jehui was as proud as a phoenix soaring in the sky. There was no such thing as humility in her character. It could only be said that Princess Jehui was not Duan Xinghui's cup of tea at all. He only hoped that after seeing the prosperous capital, Arya could still keep her simple character and was still the cinnabar mole in Duan Xinghui's heart. Arya's black and red face showed embarrassment, and she didn't speak. The princess just smiled. Arya looked at Ning Shu's smile, and her sharp and somewhat inferior heart felt that the princess was laughing at her. After saving the dying Duan Xinghui, she unknowingly fell in love with this handsome and indifferent man. He had a noble air about him. Such a person was not simple at first glance. Ever since she learned of Duan Xinghui's identity, Arya had both expected and not expected that he was actually a general of the great Yong dynasty. Looking at the neat troops coming to pick up Duan Xinghui, the flags were fluttering. In the small courtyard of the farmhouse, Arya was overwhelmed with emotions. She looked at Duan Xinghui in a daze, only feeling that the taller Duan Xinghui was, the more humble she seemed. She just didn't expect that Duan Xinghui was willing to take her away. Arya loved Duan Xinghui deeply. For Duan Xinghui, she left her family, her hometown, and stepped into the unknown capital. It was just that she had met the princess before entering the capital. If the princess was a peony flower, Arya felt that she was a weed, the difference between the clouds and the mud. Arya looked at the gorgeous, rainbow-colored glass canopy and jade-green draped carriage. Silk curtains hung around the carriage, and gilded bells hung from the four corners, making crisp sounds with the breeze. Inside the carriage, there was a fragrant incense, making one feel like they were in a fairyland. Arya's heart was filled with longing and a trace of jealousy. The two troops didn't speak, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. Only the fluttering of the war flags and the crisp ringing of the bells could be heard. "Princess, this general will take his leave." Duan Xinghui pulled on the reins. Ning Shu said. Ning Shu only grunted in acknowledgement, not even raising his head. He stroked the small gray ball in his hand. Duan Xinghui had asked for a snub, and so he left. From beginning to end, Ning Shu didn't look at Duan Xinghui. Yuan Dong next to him looked very bad. Looking at Ning Shu, he wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Until Duan Xinghui's troops entered the city, Yuan Dong couldn't help but ask, "Princess, who is the woman in General Duan's arms? How can General Duan treat you like this?" Yuan Dong defended Ning Shu. "How can General Duan allow a woman to march in the army?" Ning Shu didn't speak. She was thinking about what to do next since the main character was back. How to retaliate against Duan Xinghui and Arya by separating them alive. Forget it. People were rebellious. The more they were stopped, the more they had to do it. Ning Shu frowned and looked a little impatient. The moment she saw Duan Xinghui, all kinds of complicated emotions surged in her heart. Resentment, hatred, love and hate were intertwined. When she saw Arya, jealousy and hatred gushed out of her heart. She couldn't wait to tear Arya's face. She felt drunk. The emotions of the original owner were so strong that she couldn't suppress them. Forget it. Pleasing the big boss Li Wen was the most important thing. She felt that the most important thing in this task was not to marry. Soon after Ning Shu returned to the princess mansion, she received a decree from Li Wen, asking her to go to the palace quickly. Ning Shu packed up and went to the palace. Every time she saw Li Wen, Ning Shu had to prepare herself mentally. She was really uneasy when she saw Li Wen's expressionless face. Walking into the imperial study, Ning Shu saluted Li Wen. "Greetings, brother." Li Wen put down the cinnabar pen and glanced at Ning Shu. After a while, she said, "Duan Xinghui is back." "Well, I saw him at the city gate," Ning Shu said lightly. Li Wen's sharp eyes scanned Ning Shu's face. Then, she said, "I found out a few days ago that Duan Xinghui was still alive. I sent someone to bring him back. I wanted to tell you, but you weren't in the princess mansion." Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. He walked over and patted Li Wen's shoulder. "Brother, I'm not talking about you. This Duan Xinghui is just a defeated general. Why did you send someone to bring him back and let him come back so gloriously?" Li Wen glanced at the claw on her shoulder. Ning Shu immediately retracted his hand. She lowered her head and said, "I've overstepped. If you still want to continue your relationship with Duan Xinghui?" Li Wen looked at Ning Shu indifferently. "I can give an edict." "No, there's no need at all." Ning Shu waved his hand and said, "Brother, you must not associate me with Duan Xinghui. Moreover, Duan Xinghui already has a woman by his side." Li Wen's starry eyes flashed. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You are my sister," he said. "You are a noble princess of Great Yong. Why must you cling on to Duan Xinghui? Moreover, he is someone who was defeated on his first expedition." Ning Shu, pfft, so this was how Li Wen thought of Duan Xinghui. In the plot, Princess Jiehui had competed with a village girl for Duan Xinghui. Furthermore, Duan Xinghui was the defeated general in Li Wen's heart. This was simply trampling Li Wen's face to the ground. Chapter 45. It seemed that following Li Wen and not having anything to do with Duan Xinghui was the correct path. It was simply awesome. Ning Shu bowed to Li Wen and said firmly, "My sister no longer has any thoughts about Duan Xinghui and will not have anything to do with him. I will not disgrace the dignity of the royal family." Li Wen looked at Ning Shu carefully and nodded. "It's good that you understand. From the looks of it, Duan Xinghui is not a good person. He brought a woman along on the march and did not take the military rules to heart." Ning Shu agreed. "Brother, you're right. You're very right." Li Wen curled her lips and said, "You can go back." When Ning Shu bowed and excused herself, a small gray ball jumped out from her collar and rushed towards Li Wen at lightning speed. Ning Shu was so scared that she almost peed her pants. This guy's claws were very sharp. If Li Wen was hurt, even if she had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to pay for it. There was no need for her to go through the marriage. She would have to apologize with her death. "Brother, dodge, away!" Ning Shu and Li Wen shouted. However, the scene in front of them made Ning Shu feel as if a piece of cotton was stuck in his throat and his heart was stuffed. He saw the small gray ball rubbing against Li Wen's face very intimately, its claws hugging Li Wen's ear. Ning Shu felt even more stifled. She had provided this fellow with good food and drinks, but when he saw Li Wen, he forgot everything. Ning Shu even thought that she had taken in a powerful pet with her tiger body trembling and the aura of a tyrant. She was still a fucking cannon fodder. This kind of thing had nothing to do with her. Ning Shu's eyes were filled with melancholy as he looked at the small gray ball. Li Wen's face was full of surprise. She grabbed the little thing off her face and placed it in her palm to take a look. A pair of small black bean-like eyes looked at Li Wen with watery eyes that emitted a bright light. What is this? Li Wen placed the small gray ball on the table and asked indifferently. Ning Shu curled his lips and said, this is a little thing that my sister found in the manor. I don't know what it is either. It just eats a lot and likes to eat pastries. Oh. Li Wen raised her eyebrows and took a piece of pastry for the small gray ball. The small gray ball held the pastry and ate it. It looked charmingly naive and very cute. All right, let's go back. Li Wen watched the small gray ball eat the pastry and said to Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded and walked forward, ready to grab the little gray ball and run away. Squeak squeak. The little gray ball jumped onto Li Wen's shoulder and squeaked at Li Wen while tightly clutching Li Wen's collar. Ning Shu, fuck, she had so many pastries, but they couldn't even compare to Li Wen's pastries. Fuck, why was there such a big difference between people? Imperial brother, since the small gray ball likes you, please take care of it. Ning Shu smiled embarrassedly. Imperial brother is tired from reviewing the memorials. You can play with this thing. Just treat it as a gift from your sister. Then, thank you very much. Li Wen's mouth hooked up. No problem, no problem. Ning Shu and Li Wen grinned. They felt uncomfortable. They glared at the small gray ball and then left the imperial study. Just as they left the imperial study, a palace maid immediately came over. Ning Shu bowed. This servant greets the princess. The empress invites the princess to the palace. Ning Shu thought about it and still went. If she didn't go, with the empress's careful mind, she would definitely hate her. Since she left the palace to live in the princess's residence, she had already offended the empress. When they arrived at the empress's palace, Ning Shu looked at the empress who was smiling amiably. Ning Shu felt that this empress was quite tough. She was responsible for managing the harem. She was tolerant and magnanimous. Sometimes, she had to take on multiple roles. She was an abortion expert and the head of the family planning department. After not seeing her for a while, the empress's face had fatigue that couldn't be concealed. It seemed that the situation in the palace had exhausted the empress. Ning Shu felt that the empress had eaten too much. She was the empress and could be high and mighty. Why did she have to participate in the struggle between the concubines? To put it bluntly, she was too controlling. She had to hold everything in the palm of her hand. It was really tiring. Hearing that the empress wanted her to return to the palace, her expression and tone were very sincere. However, Ning Shu only said a few perfunctory words and didn't say that she wanted to return to the palace. This made the empress's face change. Coming out of the empress's palace, she coincidentally met many concubines. Ning Shu felt drunk. She actually enjoyed the treatment of Li Wen. These concubines just wanted to know if she was going to return to the palace and when she was going to return. Ning Shu was very tired dealing with so many people. She pretended to be very proud and had an expression that said, "Don't talk to me, you dregs." She went all the way back to the princess's residence. Not long after, Ning Shu found out that Li Wen had issued an edict to remove Duan Xinghui from his position as a third-rank general. So now, Duan Xinghui was a nobody. He didn't have any official position. This news was brought by Yuan Dong. Yuan Dong was very concerned about the general's residence. When she learned that Duan Xinghui had been removed from his position, she hurriedly came to tell Ning Shu. She wanted to let Ning Shu plead with the emperor. Ning Shu felt very happy. When she saw Yuan Dong's anxious face, she sneered in her heart and said, "Why do you pay so much attention to the Duan mansion?" Yuan Dong's eyes flashed and she said, "Princess, I'm doing this for you. General Duan is your future husband." Ning Shu's eyes sharpened and she said in a cold voice, "Yuan Dong, pay attention to your identity. When did Duan Xinghui become my husband? You have ruined my reputation. I can't keep you." Yuan Dong knelt in front of Ning Shu with a flop. Her face was pale and she said, "I overstepped. Please forgive me, princess." But she didn't dare to say that Duan Xinghui was the princess's future husband. On the other side, Arya followed Duan Xinghui back to the Duan mansion. The Duan mansion was very big. It was richly decorated. Arya felt that her eyes were not enough. Madame Duan, Duan Xinghui's mother, had not recovered from the joy of her dead son coming back to life. When she heard Duan Xinghui say that Arya would be his wife in the future, Madame Duan almost fainted. Looking at Arya, who was wearing cotton clothes and had a dark face and no manners at all, Madame Duan was about to break down. It was not easy for her to raise her son after losing her husband, and he might become the emperor's brother-in-law. Her future was very smooth. Where did this little girl come from? Madame Duan was a scheming woman. Although she wanted to bury Arya alive in her heart, she still had a gentle smile on her face. Seeing the smile on his mother's face, Duan Xinghui's serious face also showed a smile. He said to Madame Duan, "Mother, Arya is a very good girl. She is simple and lovely. She will be filial to you." Madame Duan's face trembled, and the gentle smile on her face almost disappeared. Simple and lovely. Madame Duan looked at Arya, who had a dark face. She looked older than Duan Xinghui. Madame Duan's heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys had suffered indelible damage. Was her son blind? Chapter 46. Especially when she knew that Duan Xinghui and Arya had been intimate, Madame Duan covered her head and wanted to faint. She was even more displeased with Arya. She was a woman who had no self-respect and self-love. She was even worse than a prostitute in a brothel. Madame Duan was a decisive woman. No matter how much she hated Arya in her heart, she still arranged Arya properly and sent 2 maids to serve Arya. The 2 maids looked better than Arya. Arya was very embarrassed and not used to it. She looked at Duan Xinghui for help. Duan Xinghui was very satisfied with his mother's arrangement. In his opinion, his mother had accepted Arya. He was really happy and couldn't help smiling on his serious face. When Mrs. Duan saw Duan Xinghui beaming with joy, the blue veins on her forehead throbbed, but she held it in. She would have to rely on Duan Xinghui for the rest of her life. When she married, she would follow her husband, and when her husband died, she would follow her son. Duan Xinghui had to maintain a gentle and kind appearance in front of his son. He could not alienate his son because of a country girl. Madame Duan thought that there was no need to strain their relationship for such a woman and hurt their mother-son relationship. But after a while, an imperial edict came from the palace. Duan Xinghui was removed from the position of general. Hearing the news, Madame Duan was angry and anxious. Anger, fear, and all kinds of emotions were intertwined, which made Madame Duan faint. That bitch was a jinx. Before she fainted, Madame Duan completely forgot that Arya saved her son. The son she had taught for so many years was ruined. Duan Xinghui took the imperial edict and looked a little pale. He pursed his lips. The eunuch who announced the imperial edict was waiting for the money for tea. However, the 2 masters of the Duan mansion, one fainted, and the other looked pale. They didn't mean to pay at all. The eunuch who announced the imperial edict snorted coldly. Who did he think he was? He thought he was the future emperor's son-in-law. Now he was just a nobody. Why did he show off? Especially the one who was disliked by the emperor. He was just a general with a greasy hair and a powdered face. Arya was trembling beside her. Everything that happened made her feel at a loss. She felt as if she had broken into the world of giants. She didn't even understand what the imperial edict said. She only saw Madame Duan faint and Duan Xinghui's expression was ugly. What happened? Arya asked. She really felt that she was out of the loop and didn't understand anything. Duan Xinghui was now mentally and physically exhausted. Previously, when the emperor sent someone to pick him up, he thought that the emperor valued him and took a fancy to his ability. Now, he had taken away his position. Could it be related to Princess Jiehui? When he met Princess Jiehui at the city gate, she didn't say anything at that time. Her expression was very cold. She didn't say anything about his return, but afterwards, she took revenge. What was even more unacceptable to Duan Xinghui was that he thought he was really capable, but the emperor's appreciation of him was based on Princess Jiehui. Without Princess Jiehui, he would have been directly sent to hell. Duan Xinghui pursed his lips tightly, and his face turned black and white. He didn't hear what Arya was saying at all. Arya was in a new environment, and the only thing she could rely on was Duan Xinghui. But Duan Xinghui ignored her now. Arya was under a lot of pressure, worried about gains and losses, and became impatient. Duan Lang. Arya's voice trembled. Only then did Duan Xinghui react. Seeing the panic and uneasiness on Arya's face, his heart softened and he said, "It's okay." But Arya's heart didn't relax. Her heart was full of uneasiness. This was a completely different environment from the one she used to live in. Here, she only had Duan Xinghui. She could only hold on to Duan Xinghui tightly. Arya stayed in the Duan manor like this. She was neither master nor servant. Their relationship was very awkward. Madame Duan, who had fainted, woke up and drank 2 bowls of frozen lotus seed porridge to suppress the anger in her heart. She quickly said, "Let's go to the princess manor, the princess manor." Ning Shu didn't know what happened in the Duan manor. Now she was practicing the whip technique and had mastered the peerless martial arts. Ning Shu had been looking for a suitable weapon for herself. It was impossible to have strength without a suitable weapon. Ning Shu finally chose the whip. The whip was particular about flexibility and its lethality was quite good. Ning Shu held a jet black whip in her hand, which emitted a cold luster. When she waved the whip, the light from the whip flickered and produced a sharp whistling sound. Ning Shu turned her body, and in the end, the whip fiercely hit the rockery, leaving a deep ravine. Ning Shu put away the whip and felt very satisfied. This whip was given by Li Wen. It was said that it was made of legendary cold iron and was covered with barbs. When it hit a person's body, it could bring out a piece of flesh. It was quite ferocious. It was indeed a product of the royal family. "Princess, Madame Duan is here to visit Princess." Yuan Dong bowed to Ning Shu. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and suddenly laughed. She hung the whip on her waist and asked indifferently, "How long have you been here?" Yuan Dong respectfully said, replying to Princess, "She has been waiting for almost 2 hours." After waiting for almost 2 hours, it seemed like something really happened. Ning Shu wiped her sweat and was very interested to see Madame Duan. Ning Shu walked into the hall and saw Madame Duan sitting on a chair. Madame Duan was wearing a blue cloud-patterned peacock-embroidered robe. Her hair was covered in pearls and jade, and she had maintained her appearance well. She had the grace of a noble lady. Madame Duan's brows were filled with impatience and resentment. When she saw Ning Shu, she quickly stood up. Ning Shu bowed, "This subject greets Princess." Ning Shu didn't immediately ask Madame Duan to stand up. Instead, she walked around her and sat on a chair. She took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "Stand up. What business do you have with Bengong?" Madame Duan's heart was stifled by Ning Shu's attitude. She couldn't voice out her thoughts. Madame Duan sized up Ning Shu. She was wearing casual clothes with a whip on her waist. Her hair was tied up and her long ponytail was draped over her back. Coupled with her cold face, her eyes were as cold as the stars. If Princess Jiehui was previously a noble phoenix soaring in the 9 heavens, then Ning Shu was now a fairy from the 9 heavens, incomparably cold. Madame Duan's heart was in turmoil. Why didn't he like such an outstanding woman with status? Why did he like that village girl? Madame Duan really couldn't understand her son. This subject has specially come to visit Princess. This is the walnut pastry that this subject personally made. Madame Duan waved her hand at the maidservant behind her. The maidservant immediately brought the food box over. Yuan Dong looked at Ning Shu. Seeing that Ning Shu was expressionless, she took the food box. Ning Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the plot, Madame Duan didn't make any pastries, and Princess Jiehui also regarded Madame Duan as her mother-in-law and sincerely respected her. When dealing with Arya, Princess Jiehui was the one in the front. Chapter 47. The tragedy of the original Princess Jiehui was caused by many factors, and Duan Xinghui's mother definitely accounted for most of them. She didn't like Arya and thought that Arya was not worthy of her son, but she was afraid of hurting her relationship with Duan Xinghui, so she took advantage of Princess Jiehui's love for her son to deal with Arya. This made Duan Xinghui hate the princess more and more, and the pressure of public opinion from all sides shifted to Princess Jiehui. On the contrary, Madame Duan was fine and was still a noble lady. Ning Shu pursed her lips and thought, fuck you. Why did these people regard Princess Jiehui as the vanguard? Maybe Princess Jiehui knew it, but she couldn't let go of the anger that her man was robbed by a woman in a corner, so she fought with Arya. Princess Jiehui's reputation was getting worse and worse. On the contrary, in an accident, Arya saved Madame Duke and became Madame Duke's adopted woman. Her status suddenly rose infinitely and she became a woman worthy of the Duan family. At this time, Madame Duan welcomed Arya into the Duan family with a smile. It was perfect and beautiful. The mother and the son were filial and lived happily together. Ning Shu just wanted to say, get out of here. Ning Shu guessed that this was the purpose of Madame Duan's visit today. Ning Shu's face became colder. Madame Duan noticed the princess's face and felt uneasy. She even scolded Arya in her heart. She looked like that, and what means did she use to make her son lose his mind? Your Highness. Madame Duan shed tears before speaking. She took out a handkerchief and pressed it at the corner of her eyes, saying, Your Highness, please believe my son. That ignorant woman saved my son's life and threatened Xinghui with kindness. Because of her, Xinghui was removed from his position. Now, Xinghui doesn't listen to me. I'm just worried about Xinghui's future. Madame Duan begged bitterly, Your Highness, Xinghui respects you very much. Can you persuade him that he shouldn't joke about his future? Listening to Mrs. Duan's tearful complaint, Ning Shu's mouth twitched. Originally, she didn't want to get involved in the matter between Duan Xinghui and Arya, but Mrs. Duan wanted to make use of her. Madame Duan was nothing more than telling Ning Shu. She even blamed Ning Shu for joking about Duan Xinghui's future. Madame Duan felt that Duan Xinghui's official position was removed because she begged Li Wen. Ning Shu didn't intend to explain, but he couldn't stand Madame Duan's behavior. He sneered, How dare you, a woman of the inner residence, interfere with the affairs of the court. The matter of official positions is naturally decided by His Majesty. A person who was defeated on his first expedition, does he still want Imperial Brother to treat him with respect? Not making him responsible for the soldiers who died in battle is already merciful. Leaving the barracks without permission, and he is the commander-in-chief of an army. Leaving his post without permission is a heinous crime. According to the law, he should be beheaded. Since you are so dissatisfied with Imperial Brother's decision, come to the palace with me and let Imperial Brother give you an explanation. Ning Shu's face was cold, and her body exuded an oppressive aura. She raised her eyebrows, which made Madame Duan stunned for a moment. Princess Jiehui was very respectful to her before and didn't take out the attitude of a princess. Now Ning Shu was not polite to her, and Madame Duan was terrified. She just relied on the princess's deep love for her son, but now the princess seemed very strange. Facing her, there was no warmth, only the majesty between the monarch and her minister. Madame Duan was timid in her heart. Judging from the princess's appearance, she wanted Duan Xinghui to be responsible for the defeat at the border. Did she want Duan Xinghui's life? Madame Duan looked at Ning Shu in a daze, and her pupils contracted. She really cried this time, Your Highness, under Ning Shu's penetrating gaze, Madame Duan felt as if her thoughts had been seen through. Madame Duan couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, do you really want to see Xinghui destroyed like this? What does Duan Xinghui have to do with me? A defeated general is not worthy of being associated with me. Madame Duan, I hope you don't randomly associate yourself with me and ruin my reputation. Ning Shu spoke without the slightest trace of politeness. She was a princess. Why should she care about other people's feelings? Especially since she didn't have any feelings for Duan Xinghui. Towards Duan Xinghui's mother, there was no need to talk about pleasing or respecting her. Now, she had to bring out the might of the imperial family and let these dregs see that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Madame Duan felt as if the skin on her face had been slapped. The son she was most proud of had been spoken of in such an unbearable manner. However, she had no way of refuting because the other party was a princess of the great Yong dynasty. Seeing Madame Duan's blood-spitting expression, Ning Shu curled the corners of her mouth and snorted, expressing her disdain. She continued, I heard that General Duan, look at my memory. Duan Xinghui is no longer a general. He is a commoner. I heard that Duan Xinghui brought a woman with him when marching. It seems that he is extremely fond of this woman. Congratulations to Madame for obtaining such an excellent daughter-in-law. As Ning Shu spoke, she didn't conceal the contempt in her words at all. Madame Duan's face twitched. Looking at the aloof Ning Shu, she felt like vomiting blood in her heart. Her son was so outstanding. How could a village girl be a match for him? When speaking of Duan Xinghui, Madame Duan sensed that the princess's words and expression didn't have the slightest bit of affection. Only then did Madame Duan panic. Without the princess, how could her son climb back up? Could it be that he was really going to be a commoner? Madame Duan felt as if she was about to vomit blood. She lowered her posture and pleaded, Princess, can you consider our past friendship and allow Xinghui to atone for his crimes by meritorious service? Atone for his crimes by meritorious service? The generals and soldiers on the border can't afford to be defiled by such a person. Ning Shu spoke without the slightest trace of politeness. We are tired. Yuan Dong, see the guest out. Finished speaking, Ning Shu lifted the curtain and left. Madame Duan's face was ashen and pale. She could only helplessly leave the princess's residence. Upon returning home, she fainted. Duan Xinghui cradled his unconscious mother. With a grave expression, he asked Madame Duan's servant girl, what happened to mother? Seeing Duan Xinghui's murderous gaze, the servant girl trembled and replied, Madame went to see the princess to plead on the general's behalf. General? What kind of general was he now? Duan Xinghui could guess that Madame Duan had gone to plead with Princess Jiehui. This was simply asking to be humiliated. Moreover, Duan Xinghui didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything without Princess Jiehui. Duan Xinghui's expression was unsightly. In his heart, he resented Princess Jiehui. Pressing down on the hilt of the sword at his waist, he had a murderous look on his face. Why did Princess Jiehui treat his mother like this? Duan Xinghui turned to leave, but he was stopped by a weak voice. Stop. Mother, this child is going to seek justice for you. Duan Xinghui felt that no matter how much Princess Jiehui hated, she shouldn't be disrespectful to his mother. Stop right there. Are you crazy? Are you going to seek justice from the princess like this? Madame Duan was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. The current Princess Jiehui wasn't the Princess Jiehui of the past. She wasn't the Princess Jiehui that could be coerced with love. Chapter 48. Mother, don't worry. Your son is fine. With that, he slipped away. Madame Duan lay on the bed and almost fainted. She gritted her teeth and said to the maid, help me up. Madame Duan's body was weak. She was carried to the princess's residence. Princess, General Duan is outside asking for an audience. Ning Shu quickly said when Yuan Dong's face revealed excitement. Ning Shu touched the whip at her waist and narrowed her eyes at the excited and blissful Yuan Dong. Sensing the princess's gaze, Yuan Dong's heart froze. She carefully said, General Duan came to see the princess. Is the princess not happy? What's there to be happy about? Who is General Duan? He's just a general who was dismissed. You dare to call him a general? Ning Shu said coldly. You look very happy. Duan Xinghui is here. Why are you so happy? Yuan Dong's face paled. She quickly said, I'm happy for the princess. Remember your identity. This consort has nothing to do with Duan Xinghui. If you continue to associate this consort with Duan Xinghui, this consort definitely won't forgive you, said Ning Shu coldly. She was getting more and more comfortable with playing the role of princess. Yuan Dong's body trembled. She squatted down and tidied Ning Shu's skirt. She said, I know the princess is angry. Angry at General Duan, no, Duan Xinghui. But he brought a woman back. Princess, go see Duan Xinghui. I believe he'll explain it to the princess. Fuck, why didn't this person listen? It was all because Princess Jiehui was infatuated with Duan Xinghui. It left a deep impression. Princess, Duan Xinghui is waiting outside. Yuan Dong said again. Did they really think the princess's residence was a market? One came and left, and another came. Did these people think she was easy to bully? Did she have to go see them? At this moment, there was a commotion at the entrance of the princess's residence. Yuan Dong looked at Ning Shu and couldn't help but say, Princess, there are some words that I have to say. General Duan is clearly the princess's future husband, but he was snatched away by a woman who came out of nowhere. Is the princess really willing to accept this? Ning Shu looked at Yuan Dong coldly. In the storyline, Yuan Dong had also provoked Princess Jia Hui in the same way, making Princess Jia Hui very unhappy. What does that have to do with you? Ning Shu sneered. This consort knows that you adore Duan Xinghui, so this consort will definitely fulfill your wishes. Princess. Dong Hui's voice was broken as she collapsed on the ground. She looked at Ning Shu in shock as she tugged at Ning Shu's skirt and retorted, Princess, how could this servant have any feelings of admiration for General Duan? This servant is only thinking of Princess. What was the use of quibbling? Ning Shu didn't believe a single punctuation mark. At this time, the noise at the entrance of the princess's residence grew louder and louder, mixed with Duan Xinghui's angry roar. Ning Shu pulled out the whip from his waist and walked towards the door, cracking the whip loudly. As soon as Ning Shu came out, he saw Duan Xinghui, who was dressed in black, holding a knife in his hand, confronting the guards at the door. It seemed that he wanted to break into the princess's residence. Someone wanted to break into his house with a knife. What kind of feeling was that? Ning Shu only had one feeling, and that was to beat this guy to death. How dare you? Ning Shu shouted coldly. He swung the whip in his hand and wrapped it around the knife in Duan Xinghui's hand. He used his strength and threw the knife out, stabbing it into the wall. The knife trembled twice. After a while, the knife was no longer in his hand. Duan Xinghui was stunned for a moment as he looked at Ning Shu's cold face. She was wearing the simplest clothes, a woman's riding clothes, looking valiant and formidable. She had taken off her gorgeous clothes and pearl hairpin, and there was nothing extra on her body. He had never seen Jia Hui like this before. She was incomparably cold, looking at him with incomparably cold eyes. Duan Xinghui didn't know why, but there was an unknown loss in his heart. He was used to Jia Hui's admiring eyes, but when the things he was used to suddenly disappeared, he would still feel lost. For Duan Xinghui, it was also an extreme honor for a man to be admired by a woman of noble status like the princess. He didn't get what he deserved, which made him angry and disappointed. Greetings, princess. Even if he didn't want to, Duan Xinghui had to salute. This was what Duan Xinghui couldn't accept. He was a man, but he saluted to a woman, his future wife. His arrogant self-esteem couldn't accept it. Ning Shu sneered. Greetings, Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui, it was Imperial Brother who restored your general title, so you dare to call yourself a general. In the plot, Duan Xinghui was not removed from his official position by Li Wen, but now he was removed from his official position, which matched Arya's identity. Ning Shu smiled unkindly. She was Princess Jiehui, but she still had to take care of Duan Xinghui's male chauvinism. Now Duan Xinghui didn't have the identity that Arya looked up to. What would happen to this pair of true love ducks? Duan Xinghui's heart was suffocated, and he said in a low voice, I know that princess resents me, but my mother is innocent. So, now Duan Xinghui wanted to seek justice for Mrs. Duan. Ning Shu sneered and said, I didn't do anything to Mrs. Duan. Even if I did, what can you do? It was so cool to suppress people with power, especially when Duan Xinghui clenched his fists and endured his anger. He wanted to step on your most painful place. Duan Xinghui, as the male protagonist of this world, felt that the whole world should revolve around him and take himself as the center. Now being insulted by Ning Shu, Duan Xinghui only had one thought in his mind. Fortunately, he didn't marry this scorpion-like woman. How dare you barge in, princess? What do you want? Or do you want to harm me? When Ning Shu said this, her voice was loud and clear, which made Duan Xinghui's ears turn red. Duan Xinghui suddenly raised his head and looked at Ning Shu, with undisguised disappointment and disgust in his eyes. Princess Jiahui, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You are so arrogant and unforgiving. You have no virtue that a woman should have. Do you know why I don't like you? You are always like this. Every move you make is bound by rules. You are rigid and lifeless. You flaunt yourself with a high status. Your birth doesn't give you the right to look down on others. Arya is different. She is bright and lively, without any pretense. She is simple and beautiful, like a breeze. Ning Shu, puff, Ning Shu was choked by his own saliva. What kind of logic was this? Was it Princess Jiahui's fault that she was born well? Was it Princess Jiahui's fault because of her high status? Ah, this logic was so intoxicating. Ning Shu translated the meaning of Duan Xinghui's words for a while. That was to say, your status is too high, and I can't breathe under your pressure, so I don't like you. Fuck, Ning Shu gave him the middle finger. Chapter 49. Ning Shu felt a throbbing pain in his heart. These were the emotions of the original Ning Shu. The original Ning Shu had never acted like a princess in front of Duan Xinghui. Instead, she was like a little woman in love. When facing Duan Xinghui, she relied on and adored him. Princess Jiahui already thought that she was humble enough in front of Duan Xinghui, but Duan Xinghui still despised her identity. Ning Shu shook off the feeling of self-pity and sneered. Reincarnation was also a skill. If you had the ability, reincarnate as Li Wen and directly become the emperor. What kind of person was this? Ning Shu made a big cross for Duan Xinghui in his heart. If I call you an idiot, do you dare to respond? Ning Shu said to Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui clearly didn't understand what Ning Shu was saying, but he vaguely sensed that it wasn't anything good. Ning Shu moved the whip and sneered, who are you to like me? You're just a defeated general. If I were you, I would have harmed so many people at the border. I wouldn't have the face to live in this world. Duan Xinghui's face trembled, looking very ferocious. His eyes were red as he looked at Ning Shu. It was as if Ning Shu had insulted his character. There are always unruly people who want to harm me. Ning Shu casually found an excuse and swung the whip towards Duan Xinghui's face. If the whip with barbs hit Duan Xinghui's face, he wouldn't be able to keep his face. This kind of handsome face would become a thing of the past. Duan Xinghui's expression changed. He was a general after all, so he reacted quickly and directly used his arm to block in front of him. With a pa sound, the whip hit Duan Xinghui's arm. Duan Xinghui's face immediately turned pale. The strength of the whip, in addition to the barbs on the whip, had sunk into Duan Xinghui's skin. Duan Xinghui looked at Ning Shu in disbelief. Ning Shu sneered and withdrew the whip. Looking at it, there were still some blood and bits of flesh on it. Her whip could be considered sharpened, but she didn't expect it to hit Duan Xinghui. Princess. Duan Xinghui's lips trembled. His entire body was trembling. His face was pale and his expression was one of shock. Clearly, he had not expected the other party to attack him so readily. Furthermore, he was merciless. Ning Shu sneered with an indifferent expression. Men, arrest this person who tried to assassinate this consort. Duan Xinghui let out a muffled groan and covered his arm. Blood had already flowed out from between his fingers and dripped onto the bluestone floor. Princess, how can you be so heartless in front of me? Duan Xinghui looked at Ning Shu with red eyes. She looked as if she had let Duan Xinghui down. She was really shameless. She had promised to marry him privately, but she actually questioned her heartlessness. Duan Xinghui, is there something wrong with your brain? You tried to assassinate this consort, but you actually slandered this consort for being heartless. Calling you an idiot really isn't a lie. Fuck, these people lived in their own world. In their eyes, they could only see others wronging them, but they couldn't see the harm their actions caused to others. They were simply drunk. Madame Duan, who had hurried over, saw that her son was injured and Ning Shu's whip was stained with blood. She felt that her heart was about to explode. She had never laid a finger on her beloved son, but he was still beaten by a woman. The anger in Madame Duan's heart was indescribable. She was about to question Ning Shu, but when she met Ning Shu's cold eyes, Madame Duan quivered and instantly sobered up. She was actually going to question a princess. Madame Duan's heart was very sullen. This kind of anger was bottled up in her heart and there was no way to vent it. It was driving her crazy. Madame Duan resented Princess Jiehui for not being like before, and also resented Arya who was now in the Duan residence. If it weren't for Arya, Duan Xinghui wouldn't have been dismissed from his position, and he wouldn't have angered Princess Jiehui. If it was said that Madame Duan still had a little hope for Ning Shu before, she would let Ning Shu marry into the Duan residence. As for the village girl who came from nowhere, she would deal with her later. Now Princess Jiehui actually beat Duan Xinghui without mercy. There was no distress or pity in her eyes. Madame Duan knew that Princess Jiehui really didn't have any hope for her son. How could this be? Madame Duan was mentally and physically exhausted. She hurriedly got down from the sedan and walked to Duan Xinghui to check his injuries. Princess, why are you so heartless? Madame Duan really cried this time, and her voice was helpless and panicked. If things went on like this, there was really no hope for Duan Xinghui to recover. The only way was to let Princess Jiehui plead with the emperor. It was really a sin. Damn it, another person said that she was heartless. Sure enough, they were mother and son. Their way of thinking was exactly the same. It was really strange. Ning Shu sneered, what heartless? Duan Xinghui, a wicked person, dared to break into the princess mansion and assassinate me. Everyone in the princess mansion can testify. Madame Duan's heart stopped. Seeing her son's pale face, Madame Duan felt helpless and panicked. After all, she was a woman of the inner residence, and she was useless in big things. Princess, please allow me to take my son for treatment. Then she asked someone to help Duan Xinghui and was ready to slip away. Wait. Ning Shu said, Madame Duan, what are you doing? You want to take away the assassin who tried to assassinate me. Ning Shu looked at the blood on the ground and then looked at Duan Xinghui's pale face because of blood loss. Ning Shu felt great. Madame Duan's heart also became angry. Princess, you really want to kill him? Don't forget that Xinghui is your future husband. Ning Shu's face turned cold, and she sneered, Madame Duan, be careful what you say. Don't ruin my reputation. Be careful that I enter the palace and ask His Majesty to make a decision. Duan Xinghui is already a nobody. I don't want to bear the crime of slandering the imperial family's reputation. Ning Shu approached Duan Xinghui and Madame Duan. Madame Duan's body trembled, especially when she saw the bloody whip. Her face turned pale. Duan Xinghui covered his wound and stood in front of Madame Duan. His dark eyes met Ning Shu's. Don't provoke this consort. If you anger this consort will make it so that your Duan family won't be able to stay in the capital any longer. This consort still hasn't settled the score with you for deceiving this consort. Duan Xinghui's face was pale and embarrassed. The huge contrast between Princess Jiehui and before made Duan Xinghui unable to react. Duan Xinghui was supported by Madame Duan and staggered away. Ning Shu said again, "Wait a moment." Duan Xinghui and Madame Duan's hearts trembled at the same time. Their backs stiffened. Duan Xinghui pursed his lips and turned around to look at Ning Shu. Ning Shu smiled slightly. Her cold face suddenly warmed up, making Duan Xinghui stare blankly. When a cold person suddenly smiled, she seemed especially beautiful and moving. "Duan Xinghui, there's a girl by my side who deeply admires you," Ning Shu said to Duan Xinghui. Duan Xinghui was stunned. He really didn't understand what Ning Shu wanted to do.